King of the Hill, one of the greatest adult animated shows of all time. Personally, it's my favorite, and I've watched it over 15 times at least. It's my go-to comfort show, and as I get older, it keeps getting better. Let's just say, as a guy in his mid-30s, I find myself relating more to Hank Hill with every passing year. And I now truly understand the importance of yard work, football, and grilling meats with charcoal.
The audacity!
Sorry, Hank. I'm with Bobby on this one.
You don't get that from a clean-burning fuel.
You don't get the rich, smoky flavor either.
Shut your mouth.
Created by Mike Judge and Greg Daniels, King of the Hill made its debut in 1997 and ran for 13 seasons with a total of 259 episodes. For such a long-running show, it remains to be one of the few adult animated cartoons that did not overstay its welcome and knew when it was time to close shop. But change is on the horizon. It has been over 15 years since the series finale, but we are about to witness the return of the king. But with a twist.
Dang it, Bobby.
We are getting season 14, folks, and with it, a time jump. Look at our boy Bobby. He's a man now and holding down a job as a legit chef. Huh. Well, Hank and Peggy look a bit older too, but oh my god! Boomhauer! What happened to you, dude? I'll tell you what now, the dang old too much sunbathing. Needless to say, I am pumped for season 14. I'm a little nervous about the change to its animation, but I'm cautiously optimistic overall. As long as the writing is good, I'll be happy. So, get your buckle set, grab an Alamo beer, and light up your favorite canister of propane. Because we're gonna rank every episode of King of the Hill, including season 14. I'll tell you what. Wait, you hear that? What's that whistling sound? Oh god, it's the propane.
Oh no!
Oh wait, this video is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Folks, it's spooky season. Boo! I got you. And nothing, and I mean nothing, is scarier than bad sleeping habits. It can make or break the way you handle your day and has been proven to affect things like your mental health and even your immune system. So of course, I'm going to recommend that those among us who don't already have a Helix join the party. Helix can help by providing you with options that will enhance your sleeping experience for the better. You'll start by taking Helix's sleep quiz that will help determine what mattress options are best for you. Answer a few questions and inquire about your sleeping habits, such as if you're a stomach or side sleeper, and Helix will make recommendations based on your results. I've been clocking out my nights with my Midnight Lux for years now, and I cannot stress the impact this mattress has had on my life for the better. Especially as I've gotten older, my sleep has vastly improved, and I no longer wake up with any neck or back pain. More than that, it has had a marked improvement on my mental health as well. Again, sleep is everything. The better you rest, the better you can live a more fulfilling and energized life. And guess what? It's convenient to order from Helix as well. With free shipping to the continental USA and a 100-day sleep trial, you can put your new mattress to the test to make sure it fits your needs. Helix is one of the best mattress makers in the game, and it's their mission to provide everyone with a safe and restful sleep experience. So, let's get you set up with an upgraded sleeping experience by heading on over to helixsleep.com/Saberspark or click on the link in the description box down below to take advantage of their fall savings event and get 20% off site-wide. So thanks again to Helix for sponsoring this video, and now back to the video. We kick things on for the pilot episode, which is appropriately called Pilot, though it's also called Bobby the Baseball Phenom. We're introduced to our main cast of characters: Hank, Peggy, Bobby, Luann, Bill, Dale, Boomhauer. Just the overall main staples of the show. In this episode, a social worker is sent over to the hills due to rumors of Hank abusing his family. He yells too much, he has violent tendencies, but it's all a misunderstanding.
No more bouncing that ball!
Hank, we have a visitor.
Bobby takes advantage of the situation, knowing his dad can't yell at him, and he acts like a punk. At the end, it's revealed the investigation was called off, and Bobby claims that he kept up the facade because Hank had to like him, even when Bobby screws up. It wraps up with the two having a sweet heart-to-heart about Hank being proud of Bobby, no matter what.
Well, you make me proud. I've been disappointed by just about everything else in this town, but you? Not once.
This is the start of the best part of the show, seeing Hank and Bobby struggle to connect as father and son. It's obvious that they're very different people. Hank is old school, he loves sports, and he puts a lot of value into hard work, while Bobby is lazy, a little weird, and would rather be watching television. That being said, they both do want to bond, but they struggle to find that common thread. The rest of the series explores this dynamic in very clever, funny, and heartfelt ways. All in all, the most important element to King of the Hill was introduced, and we're off to a solid start. For those who don't know, King of the Hill has its fair share of social commentary, and is, in my opinion, one of the best to do it. Where South Park doesn't hold its punches when addressing current events and politics, King of the Hill is much more subtle. They use the city of Arlen as its canvas to explore the culture and beliefs of middle-class conservative America. And episode 2 jumps right into it, with a discussion of sex education. In this episode, Peggy and Hank are mortified that Bobby will be learning about sex in school. How vulgar. So it now falls on them to teach Bobby, which is even more uncomfortable to them. Ultimately, Peggy has to step up to the plate to be the substitute sex ed teacher and face her fears even though Hank still disapproves. At the end, Hank realizes he needs to support his wife and allow Bobby to take the class, even though every other student had dropped the course. It's funny how this social commentary is still relevant. Parents who are disgusted that the state wants to educate students about such a mature topic. Yet the parents have no desire to talk to their own children about sex ed. A recurring theme you'll see in King of the Hill, and one of its best traits, is its ability to navigate these topics with grace. Hank, Peggy, Bobby are good people who are capable of growth despite their conservative values. Sure, sex ed is uncomfortable, but supporting your family is much more important. Okay, so the Order of the Straight Arrow is not my favorite episode, but it has its moments. It's obviously satirizing the Boy Scouts, and to no one's surprise, Hank was a former scout himself. It's an institution after all, where boys become men. And that's exactly what Bobby needs. We even get John Radcorn giving the guys some insight to his culture, but they all just see it as some way to punch up their scout trip. The trip goes awry, with a bunch of hippies hanging out at the campsite, and Bobby accidentally kills an endangered crane. The gang then has to dispose of the corpse, only to find out it's, thankfully, still alive. Again, it's not my favorite episode, but we are introduced to some recurring character traits that become a staple in the show. 1. John Radcorn struggling as a Native American to find some semblance of structure and respect in his life, though there are many layers to the story. And 2. Peggy's big ol' feet. King of the Hill, like most adult animated shows, are no stranger to celebrity cameos. And the first big one was country legend Willie Nelson, Hank's idol. Again, once more, not my favorite episode, but far from the worst. In this one, Hank is upset at Bobby for being reckless with his precious guitar, Betsy. And the only way to solve this is for Bobby to have a role model. While golfing, Bobby wanders, well, more like hits Willie Nelson and tries to get him to autograph Betsy, but screws up. Later on, Bobby, Hank, and Peggy go to Willie's BBQ, and Hank finally gets to meet his idol. Also, throughout the episode, Peggy is envious of Hank's guitar, but at the end, he sings to her and reassures her that she's much more important than Betsy. Now, the episode isn't very focused in my opinion, and feels like it serves the purpose of facilitating a celebrity cameo more than anything. Sure, we get some character growth and funny moments, but this episode might be my least favorite when it comes to season 1. At this point, I think it's safe to say that the show is still trying to find its footing. Okay, now we're bouncing back. This is our first dedicated Luann episode. Luann is the niece of Hank and Peggy, and comes from a broken family. Both of her parents are deadbeats who we will learn more about as the show goes on. Fortunately for Luann, Hank and Peggy step up and basically treat her as their daughter, though Hank has his hang-ups. He just wants his den back, damn it. More importantly, we are introduced to my favorite running gag in the entire show, Chuck Mangione. According to a source, he was neighbors with Mike Judge back in the day. And Mike thought it would be funny to have Chuck in the show as this random celebrity mascot for Megalomart. Yeah, it's again, very random, but hey, it works. And Chuck remains as a recurring joke throughout the entire run of the show. And I really hope we get to see him in season 14. Also, rest in peace. Okay, back to the main plot. Luann gets dumped by her loser boyfriend Buckley. This is the first time we actually see Hank bond a little with Luann, even though he gives her some, let's say, less than healthy advice for coping with her emotions.
Or you can not cry.
How do you not cry?
Instead of letting it out, try holding it in.
Hank tries to find a new guy for her, but things backfire as Boomhauer accidentally gets caught in the crossfire. Hank assumes the worst, but Boomhauer was just being a gentleman and wants nothing to do with Luann romantically. Luann and Hank lock horns, but ultimately make up, with Luann moving back into Hank's den. Despite Hank having grievances with Luann living with him and his family, he understands that Luann is family, and he is kind enough to help out until she's old enough to take care of herself. This introduces another important element to Hank's character. He's a good man, and cares about others even if they are somewhat of a burden. We'll see more of that once we get to Bill's episodes.
Look at my friend Bill. He went through the worst divorce this county's ever seen, but you never see him crying.
As far as Luann goes, I like their uncle-niece relationship. They aren't even related by blood, but that does not stop Hank from being Luann's surrogate father. Also, this is a wonderful relationship to see grow throughout the series. Oh, Hank, you gotta chew your food. Hank's unmentionable problem is about Hank being constipated. Yeah, it's not pretty, but we've all been there. This episode essentially boils down to Hank being extremely uncomfortable when it comes to talking about private matters, especially of the medical variety. The guy eats way too much steak, what can I say?
Some brisket, little piece of that New York steak, a couple of them steak fingers, and a burger.
Despite trying different procedures, Hank can't use it, and Peggy becomes deathly concerned for Hank's well-being, expressing how she doesn't want to lose him. Well, this must have loosened up Hank's emotions and other parts of his body because he goes, ending the episode on one of the show's silliest conclusions.
Mother of God, it's all toilet sounds.
Hank is so stubborn and repressed that it literally manifests in constipation. Only when faced with the threat of death does Hank finally allow himself to be vulnerable. And that catharsis was just what he needed to finally go. Also, that Peggy loves him. And it's okay to be open about personal things, especially when they might kill you. Hey, constipation is no joke, folks. Eat your fiber. Hey, another big introduction episode. And this time with the Supernuisophones. The Supernuisophones. Guys, listen, trust me, it's hard. Even the show itself admits to struggling with this name.
Welcome to the neighborhood, Con Supernuisophones.
Just call me Con. I don't got all damn day.
So a new family is moving to Rainy Street. And it's not a bunch of rednecks. Well, not yet. It's a family from Laos. Con, Min, and Con Jr., aka Connie. In this one, the neighborhood is wrestling with their own preconceived stereotypes, leading to one of the most iconic exchanges in the entire show.
We are Laotian, from Laos, stupid. It's a landlocked country in Southeast Asia.
So, are you Chinese or Japanese?
Ugh.
Things get worse when Hank and the guys think that Khan and his family have eaten their dog, Ladybird. At the end, the misunderstandings are laid to rest, as Khan and Hank make amends, though they will butt heads with one another quite a bit throughout the entire run of the show. He's just that kind of neighbor. But I gotta say, I learned a lot about Laotian culture due to King of the Hill. I never heard of the country prior to watching the series, and I imagine a lot of other Americans can relate. But making the Sufanusin phones Laotian was a creative choice. It makes them more unique and stand out in Texas from the rest of the cast. We'll discover a lot more about them later on in the video. Oh, he's finally here. One of the best characters in the entire series. The man, the myth, the racist, Cotton Hill. A World War II soldier who killed 50 men and has a larger-than-life personality. Also, he's a horrible father. And just person in general, but we'll get to that here in a bit. In this episode, it's Bobby's birthday, and he's not looking forward to his grandpa Cotton coming to his party. Neither is Peggy. Hank seems to be the only one who is excited, which comes off as a bit out of character, knowing how they handle Hank and Cotton's relationship in the rest of the show. This is just another example of how the characterization was a little off in Season 1. Cotton arrives and makes quite the entrance. As the episode goes on, it's plain to see that Cotton is definitely a relic of his time. He's sexist, he's loud and brash, he's racist. By the way, did I mention he's sexist?
Oh, that's a good one, Hank's wife. A woman fixing a car. That's like a pig trying to read.
He calls Peggy Hank's wife throughout the entire run of the show. Like he never calls her Peggy. Clearly, Cotton is a bad influence on Bobby. And Hank, who is again out of character sweeping for Cotton, finally confronts him. And Cotton kind of respects him for it? Yeah, I guess so. But of course, he says this in the most Cotton way possible.
It's about time. Love for sissies. Ain't that right, you house full of hookers?
Like I said, Hank is kind of out of character in this episode. But that's because we see him finally reach a breaking point with Cotton, which sets the stage for the rest of the series. That Cotton is a bastard who delights in emotionally torturing his son. It's a great foil for the relationship between Hank and Bobby, who struggle to connect but do love one another. While for Cotton and Hank, well, you'll see soon enough. Our first real Peggy episode. Finally, we get to learn more about this woman. Her plight, her character, her soul, her—
It's the 9th annual Dallas Mower Expo. Be there as the biggest names in mowers, hedgers, and clippers unveil the latest in grass cutting technology.
Oh, hell yeah. Move aside, Peggy. We're watching this instead. By the way, the YouTube poop for this episode has been burned into my retinas.
Be there as the biggest names in mowers, hedgers, and clippers on hedgers and clippers on hedgers and clippers on Sunday cutting technology.
Okay, so it's a Peggy episode, and she's going to a boggle tournament, and she needs Hank's support. But Hank wants to hang out with the guys at the expo instead. Maybe a quick pep talk will help Peggy out.
Hey, you know, Coach used to say something that would fire us up when we were behind. Loser! You're a loser! Are you feeling sorry for yourself?
Ultimately, Hank ditches the Mower Expo in order to support Peggy, and she wins. Not the strongest Peggy episode by any means, but it's got some iconic moments, and seeing Hank stand by his wife was sweet. Also, Bobby and Luann are idiots.
I'm gonna put it on high.
And here we are, the best episode of the season, keeping up with our Joneses. In this episode, Bobby is caught smoking, and Hank disciplines Bobby the old-fashioned way by making him smoke an entire carton of cigarettes. this backfires horribly. Not only does Bobby become addicted, but it's revealed that Hank and Peggy were once chronic smokers too, who are now relapsing back into their old habits. Now, when I watched King of the Hill for the first time, I watched the show out of order and did not get around to season 1 for quite a while. So when I saw this backstory for Hank and Peggy, it kind of threw me for a spin. I never saw them as smokers, but I guess they were. To me, I think this is a bit out of character for Hank. Like, he was an athlete in high school, so you would think he wouldn't want to smoke because it might hurt his lungs and his performance. That or the Surgeon General warning label would scare him straight. Then again, it was the 1970s, so maybe that was just the norm back then. Regardless, it's still an extremely funny episode, and seeing the family crash out is hilarious.
Well done, Bobby.
Hey, wait a
Hey,
minute.
give me
Hey,
that.
what are you doing?
Mother and I.
King of the Anthill establishes how much Hank takes pride in his lawn. The guy was previously a farmer in some other life. And as I get older, I realize the importance of yard work when it comes to boring middle-aged men like me. In this episode, Hank gets some new sod and tells Dale, an exterminator, he doesn't want him to treat his yard anymore. Dale does not like this, so he does what any friend would do, by sabotaging Hank's yard with fire ants. Hank's yard goes to crap, while Bobby starts to think he can talk to ants and is even controlled by the Queen. It's probably Bobby's weirdest moment in the entire show. At the end, Bobby tries to release his ants onto the yard, but they all swarm around him. And then Dale makes them come over to him to bite him? Yeah, this is one of the most absurd episodes from early on, no doubt. Hank sees Dale as a good friend, and they make amends while the rest of the neighborhood donates sod to help repair Hank's yard. Overall, a funny episode, but nothing too outstanding. I will say that I prefer Bobby being charismatically weird versus being, whatever the hell this is.
These, Queen. These.
And that brings us to the final episode of Season 1, Plastic White Female. Bobby is anxious about going to Joseph's party because, oh no, there will be girls, and maybe even kissing. So he decides to use Luann's hair model mannequin to practice on. This concerns Hank, to put it lightly. Despite Hank locking away the mannequin, Bobby gets his hands on it, and this pushes Hank to a breaking point. He saws the head in half. Kind of unfair to Luann, right? Well, Hank makes things right on that front by substituting his own head for Luann's beauty exam. For Bobby, he talks about kissing with Connie, and the two share their very first kiss. A soft start to their own romantic relationship. This episode is very funny, and it covers some cute topics like your first kiss. But I gotta call you out on this one, Hank. You're a bit of a horse's ass in this one. Cutting that head in half seems like something Cotton would do. And yes, I mean that as an insult.
That means you fail.
What a bitch.
So, that's Season 1, folks. And it definitely sets the stage in a lot of big ways. We are introduced to some important side characters. We flesh out some character traits of the main cast. But above all else, we see how Hank wants to connect with Bobby, but struggles to find that common ground. As the show goes on, we'll see how this story develops, as it ranges from shooting guns to growing roses. That being said, there are some obvious growing pains in Season 1. We can see the blueprints for the main cast, but they don't become fully realized until Season 2 and 3. Hell, the Hank we see in Season 1 is very different compared to the Hank we see later on. In this season, he's very loud, opinionated, and even somewhat open with his emotions. Also, and this kind of blew my mind, He even stares at a woman's chest, which is very out of character. And yeah, Hank is known for having a temper throughout the run of the show. But he is extremely mad and confrontational in season 1. As the show goes on, they tone this back a bit, which I think was a good call. It makes Hank more enjoyable and approachable as a character. Overall, we're off to a good start. And it's quite amazing how quickly the show improves in season 2.
So you ready to kick some wildcat butt, Bobby?
Okay.
By the way, folks, a big shout out to our patrons and YouTube members. Your support helps our team to make big videos like this, so thank you so much. If you're interested in becoming a patron or member, hit up the links in the description down below. You can get into our Discord server and chat with us about King of the Hill. Also, we're on Spotify now, so if you want some background noise while on the go, hit us up there. Again, folks, thank you for the support. We love what we do, and it's thanks to y'all.
You, family. You're not making this easy on me, boy.
We go from 12 episodes to 23, so now we're cooking. And the first episode of season 2 is a really good one. How to fire a rifle without really trying. In this episode, Hank discovers that Bobby is actually a really good shot with a gun. The two sign up for a shooting tournament, but while practicing, Hank unlocks some childhood trauma that prevents him from shooting straight. I wonder what the source of said trauma could be.
I want my binky back.
You want your binky back? You gotta come in firing!
Hank goes to a sports psychologist in order to overcome his trauma, and eventually finds a method to steady his hand via mental imagery. This works out quite well at the tournament, until, surprise, Cotton shows up and throws Hank off his focus. This prevents them from getting first place, and poor Hank thinks Bobby is going to be devastated. But no, Bobby is thrilled to get second place and loves his dad. It just goes to show that Hank is a much better dad than Cotton, and Bobby is an excellent son.
We should always be shooting. This is the best day ever. You're the best dad ever. I'm the best son ever.
So it turns out that Luann's cursed family trailer is still functional. And Hank is like, so why don't you move back into it? Peggy is mortified by this, and the two end up fighting.
Well, speaking of hell, if I wasn't so in control of my emotions, I might be inclined to say that's the sort of place you should consider making a visit towards.
Peggy and Luann head to the trailer, which is utterly trashed and full of bad memories. The timing also couldn't have been worse because, oh no, this is Texas and it's tornado season. Hank and Bobby head to the trailer park, but the storm hits, which leads to one of the craziest conclusions in the entire show.
I love you and Luann to a lesser extent.
Leave it to a tornado to force a man to tell you how he really feels. This scene is iconic, but the rest of the episode is just solid to me. A good episode, but not a great one, except for the end. Up to this point, we haven't really explored one of Peggy's biggest traits, her desire to be accepted, especially when it comes to academia. In this episode, Peggy and Hank stumble across some native artifacts on their property and take it to a college professor. The professor is an arrogant jerk who comes to the house to start an excavation, and Peggy is somewhat smitten by him. Of course, this makes Hank very jealous. Peggy tries to emulate the professor, but this ultimately backfires when Hank makes a fake artifact out of chicken bones. Peggy then tries to explain what it is, and the professor mocks her for it. He even calls Peggy easy. So what does Hank do? Why, throw the bastard into a hole, repeatedly.
Mr. Hill, violence doesn't solve anything, so why don't we just discuss this like...
Kind of a meh episode in my opinion, but as far as Peggy's insecurities go, oh, just you wait. This is just the beginning. Here comes some more social commentary. Hank is all about Halloween, but this radical Christian in the town is trying to stop the festivities. This lady is somehow able to convince Bobby and Luann that not only is Halloween bad, but that Hank is also a Satanist.
Go away, Satan.
Bobby, it's just a costume.
Obviously, this is not going to fly, and Hank marches down the street with the boys in protest. At the end, he wins the neighborhood over, and Halloween is back on. Now, part of me feels like Hank is somewhat out of character here. Again, one of those early characterizations of Hank that feels a bit off. The guy likes order, but I guess he becomes a hellraiser during Halloween because of tradition. So I guess that checks out? I suppose. Regardless, seeing them take a shot at stick-in-the-mud Christians is pretty damn funny.
Oh no, he's eating the baby. Stop him.
This episode is, not really it for me. Nothing of real substance or character growth. And even as a slice-of-life episode, it's nothing to write home about. Hank tries to go fishing and struggles to catch a fish. He then goes to meet with a guy with secret bait, but accidentally buys crack instead. Yeah, not sure how you do that. The fish get hooked on crack, build a tolerance, Hank gets implicated during a drug bust, and now has to prove his innocence to the judge by catching a fish with crack. Again, the fish have a tolerance, but then he switches back to a worm, catches a fish, and set free. I guess that counts.
I don't know about you, but I want to remember casting off with a hand-dug American worm.
Again, nothing super memorable here, but not a terrible episode by any means. But as far as this season goes, it's at the bottom of my list. Okay, so this one is one of the funniest episodes of the season. And as a big guy, I can really relate to it. Bobby goes to a store that accommodates big boy clothes. After getting over his insecurities, Bobby rocks a bunch of outfits and eventually becomes a model, much to Hank's chagrin. After some arguing back and forth, Hank forbids Bobby from doing a fashion show, but Bobby sneaks off to do it anyway. There, he gets to meet the fashion legend himself, Andy Maynard.
Hey, do you want to get into trouble?
No.
Then get me a brownie.
That is one of my favorite audio stems. I say it to my fiance all the time. Go get me a brownie. Hank stops Bobby from doing the show, and yeah, Hank was right this time around. Kids can be cruel. The message behind this episode? I guess that it's good to have a positive body image, but also that kids can be bullies. And Hank doesn't want that for Bobby. It's a sobering message, but a message nonetheless. Oh, this episode. As an aging millennial, this one too resonates with me. We find Hank and the guys dealing with a bunch of loudmouth teenage delinquents, being led by a boy named Kane Sketterberg. In order to settle some beef, Hank and the boys challenge these teens to a paintball fight and get destroyed.
Later, Pops.
Pops?
After a trippy episode of PTSD, Hank and the guys challenge Kane to another match, but this time they were prepared. They did their homework and knew how to hard counter teenagers.
Oh, snap.
Teenagers are clumsy around girls.
The boys win, and the lesson is, despite being old dogs with achy knees, you're never too old to learn a new trick. But seriously, this scene hits different now that I'm in my 30s. I can feel the pain in my knees at this very moment. The Son That Got Away is about Bobby, Connie, and Joseph sneaking off to a place called the Boneyard. Stay classy, Arlen. Hank and Con go off to stop them. They all get kind of lost in the Boneyard, but get rescued by the fire department.
Oh, my little golden child.
As far as episodes go, this one is kind of forgettable to me. But there are some sweet moments between Con and Hank. Plus, this is the first time we see some development for the awkward love triangle between Bobby, Joseph, and Connie. While Bobby feels left out when Joseph and Connie start to bond, he wins over Connie with his willingness to sacrifice himself for their survival. It's silly, but very sweet.
I won't stand in your way. When the time comes, I want you to eat me.
Oh God, this one. Listen, I'm not saying it's a bad episode, but it is frustrating. So, this jerk is from Boston, and he's a big potential client for Strickland Propane. And Buck tells Hank to butter him up so they can make a sale. What ensues is a miserable parade of Texan stereotypes and bootlicking from Hank.
Bobby, you can tell your Sunday school class that you met a real Texan today. M.F. Thatherton.
Ultimately, Hank tells the guy off, and he goes with Thatherton instead, the business rival of Strickland Propane. All in all, it does show that Hank is a textbook Texan, but even he has his limits when it comes to stereotypes and self-respect.
I'm not gonna fight you.
I'll fight you, Pilgrim.
Alright, this one's a cute one. Bobby and Connie are pitted against one another in a wrestling match. In one corner, you got Peggy Hill, the substitute gym teacher for girls. And in the other corner, Hank Hill, a father who holds men's athletics in high esteem. In an effort to defy the sexist ideologies of the school, Peggy supports Connie with trying out for the wrestling team, but now Connie has to face Bobby, which makes things very complicated for Peggy. But Connie and Bobby are very clever, and they WWE their way out of the situation. I like how this episode can do its social commentary about sexism without being too preachy, and find a heartfelt ending between Bobby and Connie.
That's not Olympic-style wrestling!
Nope, that's real wrestling.
This one is one of the funniest episodes in the entire series. Plus, it has a fair share of backstory and character development. In this one, Hank is conflicted over his mother's new boyfriend, Gary. He's talkative, he's open about his emotions, and worst of all, he's a hugger.
Hey, let go.
Never, you'll never get away.
While Gary makes an effort to get to know Hank, Hank puts up a wall since he doesn't trust Gary. But you want to know what's more effective than a wall? Going blind. From, watching your senior mother have sex with her boyfriend.
I've gone blind.
Oh, good Lord.
Blindy's gone now.
Hank is so overwhelmed by what he saw that he becomes temporarily blind. He just can't accept what he witnessed, and I don't blame him. But later on, Hank meets up with Cotton, who just rips into his mother. But God bless Gary, he valiantly defends her. After a come-to-Jesus meeting, Hank regains his sight and lets down his guard with Gary.
And it's not such a bad thing, I'm beginning to think.
Let me just say, Gary is an excellent character. I love the Jewish jokes about Arizona between him and Bobby. But more importantly, he's like the total opposite of Cotton in every way, and he truly loves Tilly. Yes, this does not last, and I'll complain about that later, but for this episode, it was very well done. Not only did it do a good job at exploring Hank's inability to be open about his emotions, but it also explores his capability to grow, heal, and accept. This is probably the best episode of the entire season.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can be gone!
Not gonna lie, folks, I'm not the biggest fan of the Manger Babies. They kind of annoy me. And by that, I mean that sometimes Luann kind of annoys me. In this episode, Luann gets her little puppets and uses them to teach lessons to kids at Sunday school. Hank gets caught up in this and eventually becomes God.
What? He crashed a truck? You will feel my wrath.
At the end, he has to pick between watching the Super Bowl or supporting Luann's interest. And yeah, that's a tough call, but he picks Luann, though Peggy gave him a little push in the right direction. It's a good bonding moment between Hank and Luann, and that Hank will always put family first.
Yes, I have come.
Oh, thank you, Uncle. Lord.
It is revealed that Buck Strickland has an electric stove? Sacrilege! Hank walks away from Strickland Propane and allows Buck's new guy to run the show, who promptly blows it. Eventually, Hank realizes that despite Buck being a hypocrite, he still enjoys helping people out and being of service, that folks need him, and he's happy to help.
All 3 kids got the croup, and I'm clear out of propane. It's cold. It's real cold.
This is a good episode in exploring Hank's work ethic and character. He loves to help people. It fulfills him and makes him proud. That's a major character trait of Hank. Also, that Buck Strickland can be a two-faced son of a bitch, and there are future episodes where he gets far worse. Just wait and see. By the way, fun fact, Buck Strickland was originally modeled after former President Lyndon B. Johnson, a guy who is notorious for talking to his staff while using the bathroom.
This one is big, Hank. Here's your sales kit.
Hey, a good backstory episode about how Hank and Peggy met. Too bad a future episode makes me really dislike Peggy here, but we'll get to that in a bit. In this episode, we're told about how Hank and Peggy first started out as a couple, and how Peggy holds that romantic story dear to her heart. Unfortunately for Peggy, she discovers that Hank got mono from kissing another girl, and he lied to her about it.
Becky, I never had mono in my entire life. Ooh.
Now, for what it's worth, Hank didn't kiss another girl. A girl kissed him, but he was still catching heat for it. He tries to make up to Peggy, but she's not quick to forgive. But at the end, she realizes that Hank is such a loving man, and she finally forgives him. Mind you, the irony is not lost upon me, with how Peggy was lying by omission to Hank about their meal. But I guess we can chalk that one up to Peggy's pride.
Hey, hold one of them up to the phone so I can smell it.
I'm holding one up to the phone right now.
The Hills and the Soufanusophones and Dale find themselves sharing a condo during a vacation to Mexico. Due to random hijinks, Hank, Con, and Dale get arrested and stranded in Mexico, while the rest of the family goes home. Now they have to sneak across the American border to get back to Arlen.
I take the Fifth on a daily basis. Yeah!
Overall, there are some funny moments and an interesting conversation about what it took for Con to become an American citizen. That Hank was lucky to be born an American, while others have to face more challenging paths to get to the land of the free. Also, sea turtles.
This tastes like turtles.
Hey, another celebrity cameo! And this time it's Chris Rock. Hank has to go to traffic school, and his teacher is a guy who does stand-up for some reason? Okay?
I think we've missed our exit.
It's just sad.
Well, hey, at least we get to see Bobby do some stand-up too.
How many people here are lucky enough to be members of the Nordic subgroup of the Aryan race?
Well, that last episode was uncomfortable. At least we can move on with something better.
I'll show you where the leak is.
Oh, God.
Context? We need context. Hank gets caught up with being falsely charged for an overdue rental fee. And what was he allegedly renting? Ooh, naughty films. He denies it and claims that he's a victim of a computer mix-up. In court, he proves his innocence due to some actress having a tattoo that conflicts with the dates of the events. I don't know, he's innocent! Yay! And for Bobby with the B-plot, well, happy birthday. This is a weird one. Not as weird as the previous two, but weird nonetheless. Cotton is denied his driver's license, and Dale makes him a fake one. They also steal General Santa Anna's leg? The fake one. Yeah, sure. By the way, that's actually a thing.
The leg is coming through Arlen. America is finally returning the leg to Mexico.
What? Take it easy, Dad.
The cops then come for the leg. Cotton gets tossed into the VA hospital, but at the end, he makes up with his wife, Dee Dee. For the leg, well, Cotton had the real version the entire time and used it as a bartering trip in Mexico to get his driver's license. Again, an odd setup for an episode, but hey, I'll always be a fan of Cotton showing up to raise some hell. But the overall structure of this episode is kind of bizarre to me. The history lesson, though, about the leg was cool. Apparently, it's in a museum in the US to this very day.
One driver's license.
Thank you. And here you are, one Sandy Annie's leg.
Here we go, some real good family lore. Luann's mother, Leanne, gets out of jail, claims to have changed, and stays with the Hills. Luann is overjoyed to reconnect with her mother, but it's clear that Leanne is just taking advantage of her family's kindness. Leanne starts to date Bill, the fool, and it actually seems to be going pretty well at first, until she relapses back into drinking. This all culminates in a big mask-off moment for Leanne, but Peggy steps up with one of her greatest moments in the entire show.
I hope someday you can live without alcohol, but until that day, we can all live very nicely without you.
Look, I know that Peggy is not everyone's favorite character. Trust me, I get it. But some of the best moments in the entire series are from Peggy speaking her mind. Also, she kicks some ass, I'll tell you what.
One thing that you didn't count on, my brother has got size 6 feet, but I don't. Oh yeah!
Junkie Business is about Hank hiring a guy who obviously has a drug problem. But Hank has no one but himself to blame. He had a woman who wanted to work, but he skipped over her because she made him feel uncomfortable. So now he's saddled with the burnout who is taking advantage of the system to get whatever he wants. Also, it is the return of the liberal twig boy. Overall, I get what they're going for here when it comes to satirizing folks who leech off the system, but I'm not the biggest fan of seeing Hank suffer miserable characters. Yes, that is foreshadowing.
It's against the law to fire this man. He's a drug addict.
Are you sure you don't want to shoot me?
Okay, so this is one of the best episodes in the entire season. Hank tells Bobby to get a job so he can learn the value of $1. Unfortunately, Bobby's boss is an absolute idiot. But Hank dismisses Bobby's concerns and just tells him that he's an idiot.
Well, son, maybe you're the moron.
Okay.
There you go.
At the end, Hank sees with his own eyes how much of a freak Jimmy Witchard actually is, and kicks his ass. Hank then apologizes to Bobby and tells him how proud he is of Bobby for being a hard worker. This episode has a good message and is absolutely hilarious. Jimmy is such a character, and we're lucky enough to see him show up again later in the series.
Mr. Witchard? Oh.
Huh?
After believing that Bobby had developed ADD due to neglect, which, by the way, he was just hopped up on sugary cereal, Peggy decides to quit being a substitute teacher and become a full-time wife and mother. However, this leads to her feeling quite bored and unfulfilled. She takes up guitar lessons and finds herself in a group of feminists. Whoa!
Oh, just go right around to the front.
That gal there, she's dressed kind of pro-choice.
Peggy ends up writing a song about a turtle hiding in her shell, and her guitar teacher encourages her to perform it at a Mother's Day recital. Hank, however, is not in favor of the idea.
I dreamt we had 20 children.
Peggy, you know I can't give you more children. I have a narrow urethra.
In the end, though, Bobby and Hank show up to support Peggy's performance, and even lend her Hank's precious guitar, Betsy. The song starts off rough, but Peggy switches up the lyrics to express her love for Hank, which even brings him to tears.
Yeah!
Oh, man. Kind of copped out at the end there, didn't she?
Overall, a good episode. Peggy goes back to teaching and reestablishes a healthy understanding with Hank when it comes to being a wife, mother, and a working professional. And that brings us to the finale of the season, which is, surprise, our first two-parter. And this one, Hank blows up.
Oh no!
I'm kidding. It wasn't Hank who blew up. It was Buckley. I am serious. Long story short, Strickland Propane went under because of Megalomart, and Hank begrudgingly starts to work for the store. Hank and a handful of other workers plan to protest against Megalomart during a store concert featuring the legend Chuck Mangione. But things go sideways. The store blows up, and we are left on quite the cliffhanger.
Sir, you are going to have to speak more slowly. I cannot understand you.
Megalomart had talk about demo, then it boom.
Season 2 was definitely an improvement over Season 1. Some of my favorite episodes come from this season, such as Leanne Saga and the unbearable blindness of laying. But there are quite a few underwhelming episodes too, like Junkie Business and Jumping Crack Bass. That being said, the show staff was able to find its footing with its characters, and how to flesh out their personalities, quirks, and sense of humor. Hank isn't as boisterous, Peggy is more outspoken, and Bobby is not as off-puttingly weird. We also see the characters get an update on their designs. Peggy's eyes are larger, Hank's hair is not as fluffy, and Bobby's head, though still oddly shaped, is not nearly as lumpy as it previously was. Season 1 will always be endearing to me for its tone and style, but it was a stepping stone at the end of the day. And for Season 2, it was definitely a step in the right direction. So, I wonder how things will improve in Season 3. Alright, we kick off Season 3 with Part 2 of the Season 2 finale. And I'll tell you what, this episode is one of the best in the entire series. We discovered that Megalo Mart blew up due to a propane leak. Luann lost her hair, and her boyfriend Buckley, who she had just broken up with moments prior. For Hank, he's unable to process his trauma, and even becomes afraid of propane. Luann eventually accepts that Buckley and her hair are gone. And for Hank, he has a very touching heart-to-heart with Bobby. The poor kid is terrified that his dad is not getting better, but Hank puts his worries to rest. He tells him that a little boy should not be worried about that, and should be living life, which makes Hank realize that he should be living life. The episode ends with the two looking off into the sunset as they enjoy the moment and share silly jokes.
And they bring their money with them. Oh, did I say they were trading in their dog sled?
I love how profound this episode is, and how it tackles some heavy topics: loss, death, trauma, and healing. Khan also has that Buddhist story about the tigers, which really puts life into perspective. How we need to enjoy the life that we have while we can keep living it. Just an excellent episode that demonstrates how King of the Hill is not just funny, but can also be heartfelt and thought-provoking too. Ain't that right, Boomhauer?
It's like you're born into this world, man. It's like dust in the wind. You don't need no man, don't need no man.
And the hits keep on coming with another awesome episode. And they call it Bobby Love. In this one, Bobby gets to experience the ups and downs of young love. He gets his first crush, Marie, who is an older girl and seems to see Bobby more as a plaything. But hey, Bobby's not complaining until she dumps him.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
This scene is very relatable. I think most of us know what it was like to experience that first heartbreak and how you think you'll never love again. But Bobby rises to the challenge and eats a 72-ounce steak dinner in order to defy that vegetarian. Oh, by the way, this is a real steak challenge in Texas.
Finish it in an hour and it's free.
No, thank you.
Yes, I would.
Overall, a very cute and convincing episode when it comes to the roller coaster that is young love. It also shows that Bobby can be quite the ladies' man, but is also emotionally vulnerable too. However, he's also tough and knows how to march onward. In Season 1, I mentioned that the best part of the show is bridging the gap between Bobby and Hank. Well, let me formally introduce you to the runner-up. The hot mess that is Dale, Nancy, John Redcorn, and their son, Joseph. In Season 1, and throughout the early parts of the series, there are a bunch of jokes made at the expense of Dale, and how he, a guy who loves conspiracies, can't seem to realize that his wife has been cheating on him for the past 13 years, and that Joseph is not even his son. He's just that dense, and also that trusting. But when it comes to being oblivious, there's another character who somewhat rivals Dale, Peggy Hill. In this episode, she finally realizes that Joseph isn't Dale's biological son. The rest of the neighborhood is surprised that it took Peggy this long to figure it out, and how they have made peace with it. But Peggy is determined to tell Dale. However, after seeing how good of a dad Dale is to Joseph, she realizes that it's better to let sleeping dogs lie and keep her mouth shut.
I guess some things are best left unsaid.
Yep.
You know, Hank, I
know, and Peggy...
I got you.
All right, then.
This is just the beginning of this long-running story for the series, and it will take many shapes and forms as the show continues. You'll see. Hey, our first Ladybird episode, where Hank struggles to open up emotionally to other people. He absolutely loves his dog. Hey, I can relate. I got 2 dachshunds. He loves how Ladybird does not judge him and loves him unconditionally. So yeah, it makes total sense that he loves her back. But Ladybird is an old dog whose window to have puppies is closing. Peggy is jealous of Hank trying so hard to help Ladybird have puppies. Why? Because Hank and Peggy have their own problems in the past when it comes to having kids of their own. Due to Hank's narrow urethra. So Peggy feels ignored. But Hank confesses that he still wants to have kids. But he does not want to treat that process like Ladybird's. That he wants, you know, the romance.
Oh, hi.
Another good lore episode. We now truly know why Hank and Peggy only have Bobby, and how he is a miracle child in a way. Also, Dale became a bounty hunter and ran into his doppelganger.
Freeze! Get!
Good God, the continuity and the hits just keep coming. In Next of Shen, we see Hank and Peggy pick up from the last episode and try to conceive a child, but are really struggling to make it happen due to Hank's, medical deficiencies. Bobby is worried about being replaced, but the real bombshell takes the form of Cotton announcing that Dee Dee is pregnant.
She ain't fat. I got her knocked up.
While Hank and Peggy are envious, Cotton runs off to Vegas because he's terrified of raising a new child this late in life. But the most mind-blowing part of this episode is Cotton actually being kind to Hank, telling him that he's a good dad. Again, another episode that establishes a lot of story. We'll see that continue even in season 14 from the sounds of it. Well, we had a good run, but Peggy's pageant fever is a fumble in my opinion. In this one, Peggy gets obsessed with winning a beauty pageant. She said it was to win a new truck, but let's be real, it's to prove a point. Despite all the duct tape in the world, it's not enough to make Peggy look like one of the pretty girls. But Hank stops Peggy from going on stage. He painted his truck white and dropped a pretty darn sweet line.
Well, she's beautiful.
Yeah, but she was before.
When it comes to Peggy episodes, she can be grating, headstrong, and oblivious. But in this episode, it's the desperation that really takes the cake. I don't like seeing her struggle like this. So yeah, this episode is definitely on the lower end of my list for this season. This episode is a character-driven tour de force. Paying homage to 12 Angry Men, this episode is about Hank and the guys going to a focus group for their favorite lawnmower company, Mason. Meanwhile, Hank's mom is staying for the holidays. But of course, Cotton invites himself over too and just rips into her.
Of course, bad as Tilly was in the kitchen, she was even worse in the bedroom.
The focus group includes the boys, Con, Cotton, and a handful of other characters. And all of them, except for Hank, prefer the new Mason mower over the old one, and wages his earnings to convince the room that they're wrong. He successfully does this in clever and hilarious ways.
Oh, those are just people sent here to monitor your thoughts and opinions, to learn how you think. You know, get inside your head.
At the end, Hank chews out Cotton, saying the old mower is amazing, and his mother is too, and puts Cotton in his place. It's nice to see Hank finally stand up to Cotton's bullcrap for not only his mother, but for himself.
And if you ever talk about my mom, or my mower like that again, you're not welcome in my house.
We're back to Hank and Bobby and how they can find something in common. But this time, it's about hunting. Bobby feels the call to kill a deer as a rite of passage. But Hank is terrified to spend time with him. But for Bobby, he thinks it will go down differently.
And he's almost a teenager, so it's just gonna get worse. And I don't know what we're gonna talk about for 2 days, and hell yes, I'm scared.
Due to limited hunting permits, Hank tells Bobby they can't go hunting this season. And this devastates him. However, there's a loophole, and the two go to a resort to kill a deer. The problem? Well, there's no honor in these kills.
This isn't right, is it, Dad?
No, it isn't, son.
The two decide to leave, and Hank, in order to give Bobby a different rite of passage, lets him drive his truck. And then he accidentally hits a deer. I guess the main theme about this episode is Hank overcoming his fears to spend time with Bobby, and how they both want that, but they won't indulge in dishonorable sport. Fruit pies, however. Hey, it's our first Bill episode! And what an episode it is. So Bill wants to end himself due to his depression, which mainly stems from his divorce with his ex-wife, Lenore. The friends step up to keep an eye on Bill from hurting himself.
That's Bill's pajama top.
He's as good as dead, what's the difference?
Hank eventually gets fed up and just rips into Bill. This makes Bill crash out hard, so hard that he starts to wear dresses and pretend to be Lenore. He even wears a dress to Hank's Christmas party, which almost starts a fight. At the end, Bill comes to terms that Lenore is gone, and he needs to move on. That he is lucky to have a good friend like Hank who has his back.
Then it's all uphill from now on.
Yep, the wind's at your back, buddy. Merry Christmas.
I love this episode. It perfectly establishes the backstory of Bill and how genuinely deep his depression runs, how his friends have his back. But it's not easy for them. We'll be exploring this a lot more as the show goes on. This is arguably one of the best episodes in the entire show. If you want a character study of the guys, look no further than A Firefightin' We Will Go. Hank and the guys become volunteer firefighters, but are under investigation for burning down the firehouse. We go through each character as they tell their side of the story. Dale sees himself as handsome and with a full head of hair. Bill sees himself as even fatter and balder than he actually is. And then we got Boomhauer speaking perfect English while the rest of the guys mutter their words.
For God's sakes, Hank, act like an adult, man. And keep it down, guys, will you?
The guys ultimately make up and aren't guilty since Hank had their backs. But as far as character chemistry goes, this episode might be the best in the entire series. It's insanely hilarious, but also shows the layers to the guys and their friendship.
Well, I heard Mrs. Throckmorton's looking to hire 4 plumbers.
No.
It's all the beer we can drink.
Okay, I could use a beer.
You know how I said that Peggy can get carried away? Well, here you go. Peggy subs for a class, but then she gets pantsed by Dooley. I pantsed you, whatever he says. After a moment of shock, she appears to snap and then spanks Dooley, resulting in her termination. Cotton helps out Peggy by getting her old job back and also getting her a paddle to spank kids with that's affectionately called the school board. This makes Peggy go on a power trip, where she ultimately realizes that she had become a monster. She gets rid of the paddle, learns how to get her students' attention, and apologizes to Joseph for being a bully. A solid episode. Three Coaches and a Bobby seems to be more of a commentary on coaching and sports culture. In Texas, football is king, and football is a joke. For Bobby, he wants to go with a sport that isn't as violent.
I'm an
gonna chew you up, spit you out, take a big dump on top of that, and then I'm gonna get tough!
Meanwhile, the football team is being terrorized by Hank's old football coach until Hank knocks some sense into him. At the end, Bobby rallies along with the other players, saying that he would rather be on a losing football team than a winning soccer team. The lesson of the episode? Football rules. But yeah, it's a mess story. Funny, but meh.
All right, you big baby, I'll do it.
Deconstructing Henri it's okay. Con accidentally loses his job, and Hank has to step up in order to help out Min and Connie. It's funny to see Peggy jealous, and Min treat Hank like her second husband. At the end, Con gets a new job. And that's really about it. Not the most exciting episode.
It's like he's got two families. Two families. I think that's unfair when some of us don't even have the one.
This one is kind of odd. It feels like two small episodes in one. The first part is about Bobby house-sitting for Boomhauer, how Luann gets a new arrogant boyfriend named Rad, and how the two of them are competing for his attention.
Listen, I know you want my attention, and that's nothing I can't handle, but at the moment, I am busy with the lady.
Rad finds out that Boomhauer's house is empty and holds a party there. Hank and Peggy find out and punish Bobby and Luann, who then start to prank each other to get revenge. This escalates to the point where Bobby messes with Luann's birth control. Yeah, kinda dumb. And as punishment, he's then told that Luann is pregnant, and now he has to marry her.
It's finally happening! Bobby Hillbilly is marrying Hillbilly cousin. You owe me $5.
Ultimately, Luann gets pranked too, but both her and Bobby, of course, find out they were played and become friends again. That's about it. It's a funny episode, I'll give it that, but as far as story goes, I was hoping for more. This one makes me feel very old. Remember the Breaking the Magician's Code show from the late 90s? Yeah? You do? Well, here's your senior card. In this episode, Hank and Peggy have a fight over painting Bobby's room, go to a magician's show, Hank gets upset that Peggy won't reveal the magician's secrets, they all spar with a fight, they kick each other, and then they make up. That's the episode. Not my favorite, but hey, the Bible school scene is pretty funny.
I'm gonna need a large wooden cross and a couple of volunteers.
No! Okay, let's talk about that episode. The one where Hank gets assaulted by a frisky dolphin. I'll explain. Luann gets a job at a resort, per Hank's recommendation. And as a way to thank him, she gets him a dolphin experience that really backfires. For Luann, she gets harassed and even groped on the job, making her feel violated and uncomfortable. But she struggles to speak up, just like Hank. Ultimately, both Luann and Hank overcome their fears and fight fire with fire.
You think you can touch anyone you want, anywhere you want? You think it's okay because no one says it's not?
I like this one for giving insight to Luann's struggles as a woman and providing a framework, though a ridiculous one, for Hank to relate to. Solid episode. Well, Hank's mom is back, but this time she brought her miserable friends with her. I don't like these ladies. Hank drives them to an island to get some coveted glass figures. But during their stay, oh no, the MTV shows up and crashes the island.
Oh. God.
Hank, who has been dismissive of his mother's hobby, is told by the glassmaker that these little figurines are an escape for Tilly and might have saved her life, that they are very important to her and should be important to Hank too on that basis alone.
And they tell me how my tiny, individually handcrafted investment-grade art is the only thing keeping them sane.
Again, the old ladies are annoying, but props to Hank for taking care of his mother and trying to see things from her perspective. He's a good son. Well, there's a dance coming up, and Bobby's afraid to go with Connie. So what does he do? He eats his emotions and devours New York-style deli food, which is literally chicken liver, and ends up getting gout, which is just hilarious. That's an old man disease.
So you really like the chopped chicken liver?
I love it. It's meat I can eat with a spoon.
Bobby uses his gout as an excuse to not take Connie to the dance, but he eventually realizes he's being a coward and goes to the dance anyway. The sequence has a song called Love Hurts, which I can't play, but it's perfect for the scene. Overall, it's a good step forward for Bobby and Connie's budding relationship.
What about your gout? My dad says when you really want something, you play through the pain.
This is a cute one. Feels like a love letter to small towns everywhere. After visiting the Cowboys training camp in Wichita Falls, Hank is afraid Bobby does not love Arlen anymore and will want to move away someday. How can Hank stop that? By making a home video showing the Cowboys how amazing Arlen is, and hopefully persuading them to move their training camp to their humble little city. This, of course, fails since the neighborhood can't pull their act together. But Bobby and Hank have a sweet moment at the end, talking about Bobby potentially moving away someday, but not anytime soon. But the biggest takeaway from this entire episode is that Oklahoma sucks. It does, I'm just saying.
Go Sooners! Go Sooners! Come on!
Dale gets a new lawnmower and is insufferable about it. So the guys steal it and hold it hostage. Dale, of course, freaks out and thinks it's real. Hank feels ashamed and wants to make things right with Dale. But Dale, who is on the job, is mistaken for a gunman.
It's just a wand!
Hank talks him down, takes a bullet for him. Fortunately, he's wearing a bulletproof vest, and the two make up. Overall, some wild Dale shenanigans, but a mid-episode for the season.
Man, oh, come on down, man. I ain't saying that, you know.
Boomhauer, if I ever heard anyone reading a script, that was it.
This episode is hilarious. And this one, a new woman Reverend Stroop, becomes the new leader of their church. A shock to be sure, but leave it to Cotton to really express his issues.
And I quote, "Women should remain silent in the churches. They are not allowed to speak, but must be in submission." Corinthians.
During a meet and greet, Bobby secretly crushes this plate of lutefisk and destroys the church toilet the next day. Trying to use some matches to cover up the smell, he accidentally burns down the church, and Cotton takes the blame. Bobby feels guilty, and at the end confesses to his sins. Cotton, who actually loves his grandson, volunteers to take the blame entirely, so Bobby does not get stuck with a cruel nickname.
It don't feel so good, does it? Well, get used to it, because that's what everyone's gonna call you if you go blabbing to the police.
This episode is more funny than anything else. And I guess it shows that Bobby is clumsy, a glutton, but also feels guilt too, and is mature enough to own up to it.
It was me! It's all my fault!
Peggy's oblivious nature falls to new lows, as she thinks a guy in jail is a former student of hers. She plays Boggle with him, but the sand in the timer keeps disappearing. Turns out Peggy was smuggling in cocaine via the sand dial and never knew, and is now culpable in drug dealing.
Well, you realize that this is not a regulation timer. This will make tournament play impossible for Wes.
Fortunately for Peggy, she's dealing with an addict who snorts all of the cocaine. So now he's got nothing on her, and she denies knowing what the guy's talking about while talking to the warden. And yeah, she doesn't really seem like she learned anything from this entire experience. It's a funny episode, but definitely an entry into the Peggy is really dumb files.
I wouldn't hold your breath. I don't think Wes even apologized for those people he killed.
I was talking about you.
Well, it took Luann a minute, but she's finally finding closure with losing Buckley. How? By talking to Buckley's angel. God, I love this scene. This mostly stems from Luann struggling at beauty school and not being accepted by her peers. Ultimately, while on her way to her final exam, Luann is told by Buckley's angel that she will fail, and she accidentally crashes her car. She's rescued by some local college students and realizes that she wants to go to college, which delights the entire family. At the end, she says goodbye to Buckley's angel, which is a wrap on their storyline.
No, that part's over.
This is a great episode, one of the best from Luann. She wrestles over her future, she finds closure with Buckley, and she ultimately decides to believe in herself and no longer rely on the help of others. This is a great step forward for Luann and her agency in her own life. Yeah, they kind of retcon this moment later on in the show, but as it stands, this is a terrific episode, and the trampoline scene is one of the most iconic moments of the show for me. Also, aw, poor Con.
Buckley's angel! I'm so alone.
And this one, Hank and Peggy are on Strickland's baseball team, with Peggy as the pitcher and Hank as the coach. Since they both are kind of type A personalities, they butt heads over Hank's coaching. It gets so bad that Hank's coaching makes Peggy fail as a pitcher. At the end, Hank learns that he needs to be a husband first and a coach second. Just an average episode overall.
Don't take your base.
Peggy, watch out!
And that leads us to the season finale. Another two-parter, As Old as the Hills, Part 1. A lot happens in this one, folks. Hank and Peggy have an anniversary, but Peggy is envious of all of the attention Dee Dee is getting with being pregnant. If you couldn't tell, they were not successful in having a new kid due to Hank's boys. Bobby leaves with Cotton and Dee Dee, so Hank and Peggy can get some alone time during the weekend. But it just leads to Hank and Peggy getting really drunk and venting things out.
I have a narrow urethra, yes I do. This is my urethra.
The next day, the two decide to really mix things up. They go skydiving. Before they jump, Dee Dee goes into labor, and Bobby jumps into action. He even drives Dee Dee to the hospital, because Cotton is nowhere to be found.
I can't see where I'm going.
Oh, put it on cruise control and stand on the seat.
Peggy is afraid to jump, but Hank tells her it's amazing, and also that Dee Dee was going into labor, which spurs Peggy into action. She jumps, and her chute does not open, leaving her to plummet to the earth.
Peggy?
What a cliffhanger. A lot of people thought she actually died, and I don't blame them. As far as the episode goes, it was hilarious, it dove into Hank and Peggy's relationship, and we are on the verge of meeting a new character. Season 3 was another massive improvement for the show, and it's the best season so far. It improved on literally every front. They introduced some important character traits, like Bill's crushing depression and his tragic backstory. We explore more about Dale, Nancy, John Redcorn, and their very awkward love triangle. Bobby and Connie's relationship continues to grow. And we learn more about Hank's parents. Hank and Peggy want another kid, but struggle to make it happen. And now Cotton has a new kid on the way. Just so much is brought to the table. And we continue to explore Hank and Bobby's relationship. As far as lows go, there were some underwhelming episodes like Sleight of Hank and Pageant Fever, but nothing terrible. Overall, Season 3 kicked ass. And believe it or not, it just keeps getting better in Season 4.
Do it again, Topsy!
So Peggy survives a skydiving accident, but is now stuck in a cast for the foreseeable future. She's kind of in denial though, and wants to help take care of the new baby. Oh, by the way, introducing Good Hank, aka GH. The newest addition to the Hill family and Hank's new half-brother. Yes, Cotton is that cruel.
He's Hank.
You can't take away a grown man's name.
All right, I'll call him GH. Good Hank.
Hank feels guilty about telling Peggy to jump, while Bobby has become GH's caretaker since Cotton and Dee Dee suck at being parents. At the end, Hank confesses his guilt about making Peggy jump, but Peggy says that she jumped for another reason.
I jumped because I was jealous.
Despite Peggy feeling her limitations in her cast and not being able to have a child, she's still able to help with GH, allowing her to feel empowered and capable again. Quite the emotional journey for Peggy, but you gotta give her props for being such a strong lady. Good episode.
Isn't it amazing? It's the greatest Hank feeling in the world.
Peggy has to go to physical therapy after getting her cast off, but it's a long process. Cotton shows up bragging about how he's going to be buried at the Texas State Cemetery since he's a war hero. In exchange for helping Cotton write an application for the cemetery, Cotton said he would help Peggy with her recovery, since she does better under his brutal regiment versus physical therapy, which is going too slow for her.
I want to walk.
I can't hear.
I want to walk.
What's that?
I want to walk!
While writing about Cotton's war stories, she begins to question Cotton's memory. Did he fight in Germany or Japan? How could he be everywhere all at once? She withdraws her assistance, and Cotton fails to get his plot. Hank then tells Peggy that despite Cotton's memory, he was a soldier nonetheless, and Peggy helps Cotton after all. He gets his plot, and Peggy is allowed to dance on his grave per Cotton's permission. It's an oddly sweet moment between the two since they both hate one another, but in this episode, they teamed up in a big way. That even though Cotton is a total ass, he is a war hero and fought against the Axis powers, and that is worthy of respect. Bill's football record was broken by another athlete, but it wasn't a noble victory. It was kind of just given to him. Hank finds out that Bill, because he did not finish high school, is able to play football again, so he can win back his record. Ultimately, Bill is able to tie the record, but he was happy with that. He still has his legacy and his respect, and that's enough for him. Good episode. Hank is forced to take a vacation from work and becomes a substitute teacher for the shop class at Tom Landry. He's incredible at it and a great teacher. The students love him. Of course, this makes Peggy very jealous.
Just because they're liking it does not mean they are learning it.
Hey, Mr. Hill!
Hank ultimately gets fired because tools are not allowed at school. Peggy uses this moment to ride Hank's coattails and win the award for Substitute Teacher of the Year. So yeah, Peggy doesn't really learn a thing in this one. But at least Hank knows he inspired his students. His passion is contagious. Aisle 8A is hands down one of the best episodes in the entire show. In this one, Connie is staying with the Hills while her parents go on a work retreat. Bobby is excited to spend some quality time with her, and all seems to be going well at first. But then Connie starts to become very irritated.
If you just brushed your teeth, then why are you going to eat bundt cake? You're just going to have to brush your teeth again. Why don't you ever think?
Turns out that Connie got her first period, and only Hank is around to assist. To Hank's credit, he does not abandon Connie, and tries to get help in any way he can. He can't reach Min or Con, he can't reach Peggy, and he's too ashamed to talk to his own mother for advice. After a quick stop at the hospital, he takes Connie to aisle 8A to get a feminine product. But it gets to a point where he needs Peggy's help.
Now, how do I change one of these things?
Con and Min rush home to help Connie, with Con getting the cold shoulder from her. Min and Connie talk about becoming a woman, and the emotions Connie feels towards Bobby. Bobby even gets his own talk with Hank, which is some pretty solid advice.
It's like a tire fire. Trying to put it out only makes it worse. You just gotta let it burn.
At the end, Connie and Bobby talk about how they're going through changes, but still like one another. Well, at least for the majority of the month for Connie.
But for those 4 days when I'm a woman, I don't want to be anywhere near you. Deal.
I feel like this episode tackles the topic of periods extremely well. That Hank's discomfort can be crippling, but he won't run away from helping those in need. Again, he's a good man. Hank wins a competition and gets invited to a football game in Louisiana, where he can win some money. $1 million if he makes the throw, or $100,000 if Dandy Don Meredith makes the throw. Hank practices and feels pretty damn confident that he can do it.
You're gonna go for it? Oh, Hank.
Yeah.
On the way to the game, they visit Bill's family home, which is impressively luxurious, a la Southern Belle style. Bill reconnects with his Cajun roots, and we get to meet his flamboyant cousin, Gilbert, who is just a hilarious guy.
My Lord, this muggy November weather gives me the horribles.
Also, there are 3 girls who want to hook up with Bill. 2 of them are widows of his family members, while the other is his blood and flesh cousin. The girls want heirs for the Dautrieve family legacy, and Bill is their ticket.
The last remaining Dautrieve male. Or should I say...
Oh, don't bother.
At the end, Hank lets Don make the throw, and he misses. Hank thinks Don did not really try and tackles him. For Bill, he finds out who his cousin is. I guess he bangs the other 2, though he only really wanted to fool around and nothing more. Hank gets some closure with Don, realizing that he did not phone it in. He really tried, but sometimes you just don't get what you want, and that's okay. That's a really good life lesson to learn.
It's not the same. There's no fans in the stands, there's no pressure, and I didn't win $1 million.
The Hills are trying to make it to Montana for Thanksgiving, but disaster strikes, as the airport is a miserable mess. Hey, who hasn't been in this situation before? It's mostly just the Hills fighting the airport and getting into shenanigans, but ultimately failing. The ending is sweet though, as the main cast shares a humble Thanksgiving pizza together. A good Thanksgiving episode.
I will now carve the Thanksgiving pizza.
Hank makes a new friend named Hal, who is just like him. I mean, like, exactly. The guys start to get jealous, and Bill and Dale decide to steal the backhoe they had for a friend project in order to go practice at a pet cemetery. Despite loving the guy, Hank and Hal stop seeing each other because they just don't have the time to hang out. As an adult now, this hits so hard because it really is like this. Sometimes there's just too much distance or your schedules don't quite line up. It's hard to have friendships if they aren't convenient.
Guess this is it then.
Yeah.
At the end, Hank helps the guys out of a ditch, and they all become pals once more. Perfectly above average episode for the season. Bobby befriends a raccoon who eventually gets into a fight with Ladybird, and she runs away. Hank is destroyed, and even breaks down crying because they can't find her. It's even worse because they think she might even have rabies. Also, that Dale might have rabies.
You need a shot, Shug!
Dale runs off into the forest in a fit of madness. While searching for Ladybird, Hank and Bobby get ambushed by Dale, but Ladybird saves them. Also, Bobby shoots the raccoon because he thought it was going to attack his dad. At the end, they give a little funeral for Bandit. But the big takeaway here is just how much Hank loves that dog. And I don't blame him. Dogs are the best, especially Ladybird. It's Y2K, and Hank, who is usually stoic and very matter-of-fact, starts to fall victim to panic. You know, my family did the same thing back in the day, so this episode relates to me quite a bit. We had a bunch of water jugs in the basement. Peggy and Luann are upset, though, because they were basically gifted survival gear for Christmas. Bobby falls into panic, too. But thanks to Hank's wood varnish-induced dream, he gets a pep talk from Coach Landry himself and snaps out of it.
Aren't you scared you're gonna get whacked?
Not every time, Hank.
It ends with Hank being optimistic about the future and not fearing Y2K. Which, hey, by the way, we lived!
Hey, hillbillies! Those aren't logs, you know.
Bobby is failing his English class, and Peggy, feeling insecure about her rivalry with a fellow substitute teacher, ends up writing his essay for him. He claims all the credit, but then other students start asking him for help. Bobby then steals his mother's musings and gets caught.
Bobby Hill, get over here!
Now Bobby and Peggy have to publicly apologize in front of the school, but choose to gas up the American flag instead. So they steal Bill's stupidly big American flag. Oh, by the way, Bill takes in a gigantic flag from the army base and sets it up at his house, which, by the way, Peggy and Bobby promptly destroyed. At the assembly, Bobby just wings it, and he's like, "Tom Landry rules, USA!" And everyone's like, "Yes, awesome, I love it." Such an awesome moment. It's like no one cares as long as you scream out, "USA! USA!"
God bless America.
Bobby becomes a rodeo clown and Joseph a cowboy. Thanks to peer pressure, Joseph starts to pick on Bobby. But at the end, Bobby saves Joseph from being gored by a bull. A good friend episode for the two, but nothing outstanding. However, we do get the Bobby pants joke again, which, that's always a win. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Okay, folks, we gotta lock in for this one, because this episode just might be the funniest Hank Hill episode in the entire series. In Hanky Panky, Buck loses Strickland propane to his wife, Ms. Liz. Why? Because Buck is a dirty womanizer, and he keeps messing around with his girlfriend, Debbie.
I'm his eyes and ears.
Yes, but your butt belongs to me.
Hank is conflicted. He's loyal to Buck, but Miss Liz promoted him to manager. But he soon discovers that she's trying to make soup with him.
Let's get in there and make some soup.
The stress is enough that it actually drives Hank back to his old habit of smoking. Miss Liz then lies to Buck about Hank and her sleeping together, which makes Buck jealous. And then you got Debbie trying to blackmail Hank into sleeping with her so she can be protected by him from Miss Liz. And if he doesn't sleep with her, she'll lie to Peggy about them. It's a lot. Talk about drama.
Oh, I just had phone sex.
Meanwhile, Peggy is managing Sugarfoot's, Buck's BBQ place, since he gave it to Hank so Miss Liz can't get it in the divorce. And yes, Peggy's ruining it. Buck and Miss Liz meet up and reconcile. But oh no! Debbie was found dead in the dumpster due to a gunshot. Who could have done this? I wonder what happens next. Talk about a cliffhanger. Again, this is one of the funniest episodes in the entire show. And the stakes are pretty damn high. I mean, someone is dead.
Debbie!
So now there's an investigation for Debbie's murder, and Hank is a suspect, along with Buck. During the incident, Hank was with Debbie's roommate Gail, and Hank unknowingly smoked a joint, thinking it was a cigarette. And yeah, he really freaks out over this one, like completely blowing it out of proportion.
No, I mean party, get high, get stoned.
No!
Meanwhile, Buck is trying to frame Hank as Debbie's murderer, which, screw you, Buck, what the hell? Hank almost gets framed, but a competent Texas Ranger figures out the mystery behind Debbie's murder.
For as Debbie climbed into that dumpster, her foot accidentally tripped the hammer on the gun.
Yep, it was Debbie. Buck apologizes to Hank for trying to frame him. And let's just say that Hank is a little too forgiving here. Well, I guess that's just the way things are. A solid conclusion, but the first part is superior to the second.
I'm going on a trip. I look like I'm doped out of my gourd.
After a day at the river, Bobby accidentally sees Luann naked in the shower, and Joseph, the little freak, is psyched about it. Connie is kind of jealous, and there's a mishap where she thinks Bobby and Joseph are trying to sneak a peek at her. The two have a small fallout, but make up and very innocently talk about their bodies, which leads to Con being furious at Hank for his son's behavior around his precious daughter. Of course, for Hank, being old school, he's kind of relieved. He even does a solid for Bobby and helps him with a ladder so he can share a smooch with Connie. Again, he's a good dad, and seeing this puppy dog love is very sweet. Oh, and the other guys are in a psych ward, because why not?
My feelings are valid, Hank. I'm valid. Oh, I made this for you.
Luann moves into a new house and slowly goes crazy over how miserable her freeloader roommates are. She realizes that the responsibilities that come with working a job and sharing a household with others have made her become just like Hank, which kind of crushes her spirits.
I have become you. Oh, I hate myself.
She eventually finds a way to decompress with a project. For Hank, it's his yard, and for Luann, it's her pool. By the end of the episode, Luann pays off all of her bills, and then cancels all of the utilities to her house so her roommates can no longer mooch off of her. Hank then offers her some help, to which she rejects.
No thanks, Uncle Hank. You taught me how to fish.
Another rare but very sweet moment between these two, and another fantastic step forward in Luann's development as a character. Also, Hank finally got his den back. Peggy unknowingly joins a pyramid scheme, thinking she can be a manager. But now she's stuck with stacks of energy bars. She attempts to bring in Hank and Luann as her salesman, but that doesn't go as planned. Bill, who kind of obsesses over Peggy, actually managed to sell an entire package of energy bars to the army base. She then uses Bill to get them to some kind of MLM ceremony due to their high sales. Peggy, who has always dogged on Bill, is so elated that she finally gives him some praise, even declaring that she loves him, and this breaks the man.
What are you doing? Stop it! Leave me alone. Keep the pen, keep the moon. I quit.
Turns out that Bill thrives off of negative reinforcement, that he can't handle overwhelmingly positive praise. Personally, I blame his dad. Peggy then goes back to treating Bill horribly, so he'll continue to sell for her. But once she realizes it's physically hurting him, she decides to fire him. At the end, she calls Bill her friend, and that is good enough for him.
Isn't that what you want?
Not if it means taking advantage of a friend.
My friend? No.
Yes, Bill, I am your friend.
A good look into the psyche of Bill Dauterive. We'll explore more about his warped sense of self later on in the video because, folks, it gets bad. Now this is an interesting one. Apparently, the reincarnation of a Buddhist monk named Lama Sunglug is apparently in Arlen. Khan thinks it could be Connie, while Ted Wasanasong thinks it could be his boy, Chain, who is a school bully and also a romantic rival to Bobby. But surprise, apparently Bobby might be the monk. He struggles with this at first, but then enthusiastically tries to learn about the Buddhist ways. Hank, of course, is extremely against it.
No way. No goddamn way.
Bobby then learns that being a monk means he would have to be celibate, but he doesn't want to let Connie go. During his final trial, he is tasked with picking an item from an assortment of objects laid on the rug. He finds a loophole in the test and picks Connie, whose reflection is shown in a hand mirror. Hank is all like, whew, that was a close call. But funnily enough, that mirror was Sanglug's item, but the head monk decided to drop it. So, yeah, perhaps Bobby is Sanglug after all. But for this life, he's going to enjoy it as a pudgy white boy in Texas.
But that was Sanglug's mirror.
I know, but he didn't pick it.
Hank's barber sucks, and he finally lets Bill do his hair, even though he's afraid of how awkward things could be if Bill messes up. He does a great job, though. But since it was done via the army, Hank gets billed for $900. Bill eventually gets fired as a barber, as he is seen as wasteful spending. But with Hank's help, he gets his job back. Honestly, this is one of the most forgettable episodes in the entire show. Like, I forgot about this one. Nothing heinous, but nothing memorable either. Bottom of the list for this season.
When I come over to my best friend's house and I see this, you're calling me an idiot!
Hank has never been a fan of Bobby's comedy. But combined with propane? Well, that's a different story. Bobby saves the day during a sale at Strickland Propane and uses his comedy to ease up the crowd. Buck says they should make a show out of the act and let them tour to the other Strickland Propane locations. And believe it or not, Hank is all for the idea. He loves it.
That's great, Bobby. Here's to the Propaniacs.
The
Propane Maniacs!
Things backfire when they put on a show at a propane convention and bring the commissioner on stage. They make a diaper joke, and guess who wears adult diapers? Yep. The Propaniacs are banned from doing their shows at corporate events, so they do it at the mall instead. Of course, nobody there cares, but Bobby sees how happy it makes his dad, and that is good enough for him.
You have the right to remain officiant.
Another step in the right direction with Hank and Bobby, finding that common ground due to overlap with their interest. It's an excellent episode, and I absolutely love it. Hank gets a free meal for saving a restaurant owner's life and gets to bring Peggy, along with Nancy and Dale, to the dinner. Nancy just had an awful fight with John Redcorn, who wants a night off from Nancy. This hurts her so much that she actually rebounds with Dale, who, credit where credit is due, sweeps her off her feet.
Self-taught.
Nancy is now devastated that she slept with Dale, but begins to feel guilty seeing how much Dale loves and trusts her. This guilt drives her to the point of finally ending things with John Redcorn. John Redcorn then catches Dale and Nancy sleeping together, and Dale knocks him out thinking he was a burglar. Dale then goes to apologize to John Redcorn and even helps him to fight back for his people's land.
Would you mind?
Bringing down the federal government? Not at all.
Nancy doesn't want Dale seeing John Redcorn, so he's doing it behind her back, almost like he's cheating on her. Nancy gets sick of Dale letting her down and tries to go back to John Redcorn, but finds Dale with him. It's just too funny. You can't tell me this is not a love triangle.
Nancy?
Oh my God, Dale! What are you doing here?
Dang Christian Scientist gave me a headache.
At the end, John Redcorn breaks things up with Nancy, and they end on amicable terms, that it's for the best for them to move on. Of course, Dale is none the wiser.
I was getting a weird vibe in there. You think he's gay?
The way the writers handle Nancy's infidelity is brilliant. It's not just a cuck joke. It's a full-blown saga about trust, desire, and entitlement. And it even gets better when Joseph becomes a point of contention. But as far as these three go, Nancy Boys is my favorite episode featuring them. It flips the trope on its head, and they get so creative with it. Too bad they kind of backpedal on this character growth later on in the series.
If they gave an Olympic medal in sexual gymnastics, I would have taken home the silver last night.
There's a drought in Arlen, and Hank decides to join the city council in order to rescind the low-flow toilets, since they suck. The episode feels like a homage to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, a movie about a genuine guy trying to make a change in politics, but becomes the target of corruption.
Congratulations, you're a board member.
We won!
Meanwhile, Bobby is blackmailing Con, since he was caught bribing the water meter guy. Bobby feels bad for his dad, though, and uses Con's water to help Hank's yard. But then this is used as blackmail against Hank. Hank then holds a filibuster during a board meeting. These guys now have to suffer the low-flow toilets themselves, and they decide to finally reverse the mandate. Hank had won. A good episode about local government corruption and the integrity of Hank's character.
You know it's autumn when the leaves are leaving and the pine needles are sticking around.
Oh, God dang it. It's a filibuster.
Oh, Peggy. What have you gotten yourself into this time? Peggy has always felt insecure about her feet, but some foot doctor tells her that her feet are powerful and very hot. Peggy actually begins to feel very confident about her feet and starts doing foot films of a particular variety. What she thinks is empowering is actually just dirty videos in disguise.
Your socks are for sale too. Peggy, they're foot fetish videos.
Oh my God.
Once Peggy finally realizes what's going on, she feels duped into believing her feet were beautiful and falls into a depression. Hank attempts to comfort her, but his words don't exactly help. But then we get one of the best Bobby moments in the entire show.
Mom, I'm fat, but big deal. I don't feel bad about it. So Bobby Hill's fat. Heh. He's also funny, he's nice, and if you don't mind, I think I'll go outside right now and squirt her with water. What are you gonna do?
That is some outstanding advice. And Peggy learns to take pride in her abnormal feet. Great episode, and I love the message. And we wrap up this season with another Peggy episode. The Hills go to a country music festival where we get a buttload of celebrity cameos. But the main one is Randy Travis. When Peggy suspects that he stole her song, she punches the daylights out of him. Everyone thinks she's gone off the deep end. But it turns out that he actually did steal Peggy's song. And even her life story.
What? I mean, I had big feet. We're talking like bozo size, folks.
Hank, of course, thinks Peggy is just being proud of herself, which just crushes her. With the help of the guys, this somehow culminates in Peggy almost drowning the guy in his own trailer. Thankfully, Hank manages to save Randy Travis. After Peggy apologizes with a brown Betty, and Randy Travis somehow takes credit for saving Hank from drowning, Hank realizes Peggy was right all along. Hank sticks up for Peggy and believes her. Yeah, Peggy can have an ego, but Hank is loyal to his wife above all else.
They ought to change the name to Apple Brown Peggy.
No, it's an Apple Brown Betty.
Talk about a season. Like neck and neck with season 3. Peggy recovers from her skydiving incident. We get to see Bobby and Connie grow in their relationship. And we get a hilarious two-parter that honestly might be Hank's funniest moment ever. Plus, Nancy finally ended things with John Redcorn and is finally being an honest woman with Dale, which is really nice to see. A majority of the characters had incredible growth in season 4. And the writing and humor are incredible. Like the show just continues to become funnier, and it goes to show how well written these characters truly are. Let's see if they can keep it up in season 5.
Is it you? Are you down on me? Go ahead, because you don't deserve to live, you worthless...
Oh, this episode has a very iconic moment for the show. Let me explain. In this one, Hank is trying to teach Luann about the civic duty that is voting. Due to Bobby saving a pig at a fair, the Hills are invited to meet Governor George Bush. Hank respects the guy and finally gets to shake his hand.
His handshake. It's limp.
This totally shatters Hank's reality. How can a Texas Republican have a limp handshake? Hank almost skips out on voting altogether, but has a change of heart. He needs to be a good role model to Luann after all. And at the end, he votes. We don't know for who, but it's most likely Bush. This is good social commentary about the trivial concerns of voters. It wasn't the issues that swayed Hank, but something as simple as a handshake. It might be silly, but people really can't be that simple-minded when it comes to forming an opinion about a candidate.
See that? Surprise, then disappointment.
Bobby starts working for Buck as his caddy, and the two become quick friends, almost to the point of a twisted father-son relationship. This is mostly due to how impressionable Bobby is. But for Hank, well, he's pretty damn jealous.
Just because you're his caddy does not give you the right to repeat it.
Take it easy, old top.
But it's just a matter of time until Bobby realizes that Buck is terrible. Bobby goes with Buck to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and quickly gets in over his head. Fortunately, Hank comes to the rescue and saves Bobby from a legitimately dangerous situation. It just goes to show that Hank isn't just a fuddy-duddy. He's a good man who usually knows best, especially when it comes to Buck.
On it now! Yeah, that's right!
Meanwhile, Peggy and men are caught up in this ridiculous competition over who can donate the most blood. They're trying to win like a coffee mug or something. Go figure. Bobby turns 13 and feels like a man. He goes off to visit his grandparents in Arizona for the summer. But once he comes back, we find that Joseph has had quite the growth spurt, even though he's younger than Bobby. Now Bobby is feeling insecure about being a little kid, while Joseph struggles with the problems of puberty.
I just can't stop thinking about him. I can't get girls out of my head. I just get out.
Bobby has a birthday party where the drama hits the fan. Connie kisses Joseph. Bobby punches Joseph. Joseph kisses men. And then the three kids have a huge fight and crash Dale's van. There are so many teen drama tropes at play here. It's quite the roller coaster.
Ow! Bobby! If my hand didn't hurt so much, I'd do it again. Oh, what the hell? Stop it!
At the end, Connie, Joseph, and Bobby chill out, and they don't rat on each other. It just goes to show that despite their weird love triangle, they all still care for each other. An awesome episode that's full of hilarious moments like Hank building a coffin.
Something at the party must have upset Joseph.
Well, John Redcorn is back, and this time, it's not for Nancy. It's Joseph. He wants Joseph to know more about his culture, but, can't.
See that now, but when it comes time to get him into college, let's see what box you check.
Meanwhile, Bobby is livid about the history behind Thanksgiving and starts to boycott it. John Redcorn makes a scene at the Thanksgiving party and obviously wants to tell Joseph the truth. At the end, Joseph eases up on John Redcorn.
I know you're not really a cannibal. My mom told me. And how we're all children of the earth, so in a weird way, we're related.
Also, John Redcorn finally gets some land back, and Bobby chills out on his moral grandstanding. A good episode, and it takes a big step forward when it comes to the hot mess that is Dale, Nancy, Joseph, and John Redcorn. Yeah, who's getting cucked now?
Hank? Oh boy.
Peggy gets to be a substitute geometry teacher for Arlen High, and one of her students is David Kalaiki Ali, the star football player for the school. He is failing the class, but has always gotten a pass on his grades so he can focus on football. When Peggy realizes this due to a lack of effort, she takes it quite personally and reasonably fails David. Now everybody hates Peggy for this, and the Booster Club tries to sweep for him, so David can keep playing football and take them to state. They sign him up for an internship at Strickland Propane, and now Hank has to teach the guy all about propane. Somehow this equates as credit for geometry? Sure, why not? And of course, David completely phones it in.
Thank God every day I get home that I didn't get exploded.
Yeah, feels dirty when it's your passion, huh, Hank? The Booster Club tries to sweep for David again and tell Peggy and Hank that David has learning disabilities, which is not true. David finds out, feels ashamed about this, and actually takes his studies seriously. He improves on his math, legitimately learns a thing or two about propane, and he gets to play football again. This is a great episode when it comes to displaying Hank's nepotism, but how he often will push back when another passion of his is used as a foil to display hypocrisy. Just wait till we get to the new cowboy on the block.
May God have mercy on me.
Ooh, this one gets dark. Cotton is on the verge of being destitute, and Hank and Peggy try to help out. But Cotton is being proud and stubborn. Hank gets Cotton a job at a restaurant, but he feels belittled there. Eventually, Cotton snaps when he's forbidden by his boss to march in the Veterans Day Parade.
You can't do that. I killed 50 men. That parade's for me.
Maybe you have to reevaluate whether you really want to clean up after my customers use the bathroom.
Cotton goes on a rampage, and things take a turn for the worse. He is considering taking his own life, so his family can get his life insurance policy. He's about to follow through, but Dee Dee gives him GH, and now he's stuck with the baby. Hank desperately wants to stop Cotton, and hears a gunshot.
Dad!
Just thought the boy had a favorite gun. Look at him. He loves to shoot.
Fortunately, Cotton is alive and finds new joy in seeing GH smile. Just look at that little guy. Cotton allows Hank to help him at the end. Knowing how rough things can get for actual veterans, this one hits hard, especially for a World War II vet. A bit of social commentary on how society mistreats vets. Bobby is chosen to become the new Longhorn mascot for his school's football team. He finds out, though, that there's a tradition where he gets beaten up by the opposing team. He, of course, runs away from this, but then makes amends by stealing the next team's mascot in return. Bobby Hillo's got the dillo. He takes his beating and becomes one with Arlen tradition.
What a great time to be a Longhorn.
Bill opens up his house to be a Christmas wonderland. He nails it at first, but he keeps the gimmick going well into the following year. A loser shows up named Wally, and he takes advantage of Bill's generosity. It gets so bad that Wally sells beer to Bobby and the kids, and Hank loses it.
You get the hell out of here! That does it. I've had about enough of this Christmas crap. Bill!
Bill eventually gives Wally some tough love, and the guy enlists into the army. Godspeed. A solid Bill episode, but not the best.
And you're not a jarhead, that's the Marine Corps. You're a grunt.
Hank's truck is on the verge of death, and he's in crushing denial. It gets so bad that Hank actually cries about his truck during a movie screening. Though Peggy thinks this has something to do with his dad. Maybe? I don't think so. But it's mainly saying goodbye to something he loves.
And there was water in the exhaust.
Bobby tries to help Hank by taking his truck to a mechanic shop, but it turns out he accidentally took his dad to a car dealership. This takes Hank off, and they start driving home until, oh no, they're stuck on the tracks.
Stop! Someone's on the tracks! Stop the train!
Hank rips into Bobby, and Bobby runs away during a storm. Hank now has to use the new truck to find Bobby, and realizes that the new truck is kind of amazing. At the end, Hank learns that Bobby loved his truck too, and that it's okay to move on. Sometimes you gotta end an old chapter in order to start a new.
Oh man, there's something in my eye.
Yeah, it's the new car smell. It's very strong.
Okay, so this episode has the biggest whoa moment in the entire series. You'll see. So, Hank, a very proud native Texan, makes a terrible discovery. He was born in New York.
Place of birth, New York, New York.
Hank confronts Cotton, and Cotton lies about his birth. However, his mother sets the record straight.
I was born in the ladies' room at Yankee Stadium?
Cotton, who has this crazy plan to kill Fidel Castro, uses Hank to drive him and his friends around to get what they need for the mission. This is done under the false pretense of making Hank a true Texan again. At the end, they dump Hank off at the Alamo, where Hank discovers that even New Yorkers gave their lives for Texas freedom.
These 32 flags honor the birthplaces of the Alamo defenders: Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, New York. New York?
Hank confronts Cotton again, and this time, he and his boys give up their mission. Hank accepts that he's not a native Texan, but he is a Texan. Oddly enough, Mike Judge came to dislike this episode, thinking it was close to jumping the shark. But personally, I like it. I thought the Alamo scene in particular was very powerful.
They were born across America, but they died Texas heroes.
Hank and the guys go to a hotel in Austin to celebrate Bill's birthday. And while there, Hank decides to join in on the fun and unintentionally moons Governor Ann Richards while using the elevator. Bill takes the fall for Hank, but strikes up quite the relationship with Governor Ann Richards, who plays herself, by the way. She was a kick-ass governor and has quite the legacy. And get this, she and Bill start dating, and it's going great until...
Hi, Bill.
Lenore.
She finally showed up. Lenore. She's envious of Bill's happiness, and now is out to steal him away, and the dumb bastard allows it. He ultimately gets dumped by Governor Richards, but she still gives Bill some words of advice.
Bill, when somebody's serving up humble pie, why do you keep going back for seconds?
With that, Bill is finally done with Lenore. Though I gotta say, it's a bit anticlimactic. I was hoping for a real showdown, like with Peggy and Leanne, but that wasn't the case here. Lenore felt more like an afterthought, and after hyping her up to this degree, I'm a little disappointed. It's not a bad episode by any means. It's actually really funny, but I think it could have been better. Oh yeah, that's right! Peggy and Bobby use charcoal, which, as you all know, is a big no-no. Don't worry, they quit the stuff.
You don't get that from a clean-burning fuel.
You don't get the rich, smoky flavor either.
Bobby gets a puppet and gets in character since said dummy is a jock. Hank doesn't like the dummy at first, but comes around to it since he can bond with Chip over sports. This gets awkward to say the least. Also, Dale is horrified by the dummy due to past trauma. Dale destroys Chip because that's what he does. But Hank tries to rebuild him because he's desperate for that connection again. Peggy shames Hank for ignoring Bobby, and he has a change of heart. He makes a Bobby dummy and basically tells Bobby he accepts him. Also, the ending makes me laugh hard. Good episode.
Look, Peggy. Look at me with my 2 sons.
And here we are, one of the best episodes in the entire show. Actually, it might be my favorite. Oh yeah! So there's a new girl working at Strickland Propane, and her name is Tammy. By happenstance, Peggy gets lunch with Tammy and is flattered by her praise, which, as we all know, is an easy way to win Peggy over.
Dang, I'm thirsty. Hey, Pierre, how about a couple of Diet Cokes?
Well, look who's talking French now.
Tammy ends up living with the Hills when Peggy discovers she's living out of her car. Hank objects at first, but then he starts to come around. She's clean, and she pays rent in cash. But Hank and Peggy are so sad that Tammy just can't seem to keep a gentleman caller for more than 1 hour. So, Hank decides to introduce Tammy to some of the most powerful men in Arlen.
As in the owner.
Oh, cool. Nice to meet you.
Meanwhile, Tammy treats Hank to a new hat and even gives Peggy a makeover. Everything is going great until Alabaster Jones arrives.
Pretty sweet little operation you got going on for a small town player.
Son of a...
Now, we've seen Hank shaken up before, but nothing like this. But who can blame him? Despite being angry with Tammy, Hank and Peggy help her out and even try to get her away from Alabaster, which leads to one of the funniest moments in the entire show.
All right, hang on. This is gonna get hairy. He ran a red. You can't do that.
Hank, he's a pimp. He doesn't care about the law. But at the end, Hank confronts Alabaster, and he backs off. That's right, Hank Hill stands on business, and he isn't going to let some punk from Oklahoma push him around. By the way, if you couldn't tell, that's Snoop Dogg.
The main Mac Daddy of Oklahoma City, Miss Tammy Duvall, works for me.
Why do I love this episode so much? Guys, it's the humor. It's just so funny. Seeing both Hank and Peggy be this oblivious is such a testament to their trust. But it also goes to show that they won't turn their backs on people who need their help. The jokes in this episode and the reveal are legit top-tier moments of the entire show. All in all, this episode is perfect when it comes to the best qualities of King of the Hill. A hilarious blend of comedy, character exploration, and breakdown of social conventions. Again, folks, this episode is a contender for the best episode in the entire series. But I guess we'll find out.
Alabaster's a little guy, but he'll mess you up.
No offense, but he's from Oklahoma.
Dale can no longer be an exterminator because of the poison he inhales. So now he has to get a white-collar job. He has to suffer the mundane life of office work. If anything, this episode feels like Office Space, to which, hey, Mike Judge created that. Dale hates it, but realizes he's great at firing people, which makes him go on a bit of a power trip.
But Dad! You keep this up, Joseph. You're fired from this family.
Dale!
At the end, he jumps into action to fight a bug infestation, and then returns back to exterminating, since he doesn't have to use poisons to kill pests anymore. He just does it the old-fashioned way, with his fist. This is a great Dale episode. Seeing him stuck in a corporate environment is hilarious. I kind of feel bad for the guy.
The cap stays.
Oh, not at Stick Tech.
So Luann is not a virgin, but after joining a born-again virgin church program, she wants to be made whole again. While there, Luann discovers that Peggy actually had sex before marriage, and Hank doesn't know about this. Do you guys recall the episode I Remember Mono? And how I said that a future episode causes issues for me with how that one went down? Well, here we are. Hank finds out the truth, and he's not happy about it.
He's gay now, if that makes you feel any better.
Turns out that Peggy's guy friend wanted to find out if he was gay, so he had sex with Peggy. And yeah, he's gay. Now, this was before Hank, of course, but she kept it from him out of shame, and Hank isn't taking it well.
You're the one who was always saying we should wait. Well, it's easy to wait on dinner when you've already had a little snack, isn't it, Peggy?
Also, Luann, after being baptized, thinks she's a virgin again and is now in a hurry with another virgin to get married so they can have sex. Peggy is against this, but Hank is for it. At the end, Luann chooses not to get married, and Peggy gets re-virginized. The two make up and they get busy from the looks of it. Let this be known that just because Hank isn't overtly sexual, it doesn't mean he doesn't enjoy sex either. He's attracted to Peggy, and this episode is proof of it.
I want you out of this robe so you don't catch a cold.
So it turns out that Bobby is allergic to Ladybird, and Hank builds a doghouse for her, but Ladybird does not want to use it. However, Bobby does.
I like the neighborhood. I won't have to change schools, and it's Connie adjacent.
Bobby's a big boy, Peggy. You can't hang on forever.
Time to move on, Mom.
Hank and Peggy try to fix the house so both Ladybird and Bobby can live there. But Bobby likes the doghouse too much and starts to fake it. It was only after he saw how far his parents were willing to go that he had a change of heart, and everything went back to normal. Another episode that shows how much Hank loves Ladybird. Oh, and Bobby too.
Oh, hey girl, welcome home. You too, boy.
Thank you, Dad.
Bobby's new teacher is an eco-freak, and they want to save the quarry from being drained in order to save some kind of itchy algae. Hank finds this to be dumb until he realizes that draining the quarry would reveal Sally, Boomhauer's old car. Turns out that Hank, Bill, and Dale trashed Sally by accident back in the day. Then they lied to Boomhauer about some Yankee stealing it, and are now terrified of Boomhauer discovering the truth. So now they're protesting the draining of the quarry.
Oh, hey, Boomhauer, we're just saving an endangered species.
Go away!
Oh, man, they don't fine, man. You know, they don't do my grocery shop my dang self, man.
Bobby finds out that Hank only cares because of covering things up, and he rats him out to Boomhauer. Even though he's upset, Boomhauer does a solid for Hank and saves Bobby from getting arrested. I like the backstory here, but that's about it for this one.
How long should we stay angry at my dad?
I thought maybe you're gonna let little bygones be bygones, man. About maybe 2 weeks.
This is Dale's funniest episode by a long shot. In this one, Nancy wants a facelift, and Dale tries to sue his cigarette company for disfiguring his wife? Okay. They call his bluff, countersue, and even bug a gift in order to get dirt on him. Dale sees this, though, and uses the bug to his advantage by doubling down on harassing Nancy.
My horrifyingly grotesque wife is leaving me because of my smoking.
Nancy eventually leaves Dale, and he realizes how badly he screwed up. He then goes to court, turns down a huge settlement, and uses the court as a way to show how much he loves Nancy and finds her beautiful.
She thinks she needs a facelift, but it couldn't be further from the truth.
It's so effective that it makes the company drop the case out of fear and confusion. This court scene is Dale's funniest moment in the entire show, and I love that he does right by Nancy. Great episode.
Are you a homosexual? No!
So, Hank has no ass.
What does that mean?
Mr. Hill, you have no ass.
He suffers from diminished gluteal syndrome and needs a prosthetic in order to do the lawnmower race. Hank is apprehensive at first, but finds catharsis in a DGS support group. Hank becomes so confident that he wants to race his mower as the diminished glutes, but the guys hate the idea. Hank does it anyway, and Dale tries to sabotage the race. He stabs his butt cheek. The guys show up though, and they help out.
Hank, take my ass.
This is a very silly episode. I mean, it has the iconic Hank butt shot, but it's a good episode when it comes to overcoming your vulnerability and taking pride in your deficiencies. Good stuff.
There's one thing I can do to help my son lead a happy, shame-free life, and that's to win the Durndal County lawnmower race.
And we end this season with a Bobby episode. While trying to get his bike back after being chased by high schoolers, Bobby gets dragged into Arlen High and pretends to be a student by claiming that he has a kidney issue, hence his small stature.
Like that kid on that old TV show?
Yes, exactly like that kid on that old TV show.
The students buy this and come to love Bobby as he wins them competitions so they can get No Doubt to play at their dance. They do find out he's lying, but by that point they're like, you know what? I like Kidney Boy. He's kind of cool. And yeah, that's the episode.
Kidney Boy is gone for good.
Season 5 was another big win for King of the Hill, and was one of their best seasons yet. At this point, I feel like seasons 3, 4, and 5 are all neck and neck, but season 5 slightly wins out as the best one so far. Why? Because every episode is good. There is not a single one that I consider average. They're all above average at least, with most of them being excellent. As far as developments go for overall continuity, there isn't much besides John Redcorn longing to be Joseph's father. Hank and Bobby have some excellent bonding episodes, but the greatest strength of season 5 is its humor. This is the funniest season of the show by a long shot, and that's saying something. And when it comes to an adult animated sitcom, it's important to be funny. The question is, can they keep this insane winning streak up in season 6? Well, let's find out.
You get the hell out of my hood. She's my hoe now.
Well, this just might be the most iconic episode in the entire show. In this one, Bobby is getting bullied and takes a woman's self-defense course. He is now drunk with power and will kick anyone in the balls who says otherwise, including Hank.
Pop, see?
You left yourself open, Dad.
But he finally meets his match with his mother, and she puts him in his place. Now, this episode is hilarious, but I wouldn't say it's the best in the show. Oh, Bobby, this is what happens when you're a little shit.
That's my purse. Hey!
That's right, Bobby. I believe you will find that I have no testicles. Where's your secret weapon now, huh?
She bluffing? Finish her!
Dale makes a fool of himself at the gun club, and in order to lift his spirits, Hank and the guys give him a fake mission. Of course, Dale blows it.
Briefcase.
What the hell are you doing?
Give it. Pocket sand.
Hank and the guys now go to the gun club to talk things out with Mad Dog, Dale's rival, but he holds them hostage. Now Dale has to rescue them, which he miraculously pulls off.
In about 2 minutes, a CIA SWAT team is gonna swarm this place like flies on Bill.
You're bluffing.
Dale, shut up or you're gonna get us killed.
You know, you'd be amazed how a few flowers could really brighten up this room.
This is just a fun Dale episode. We get Mr. Big and Pocket Sand. What more could you ask for?
Dang it, Dale. Mad Dog is not Mr. Big. I am Mr. Big.
No, you're not.
I am Mr. Big.
Oh, this episode is infamous. This is one of Peggy's biggest blunders. So, after a field trip to Mexico, due to her horrible Spanish, she accidentally brings a Mexican child home with her. Peggy then tries to return her, but the Mexican police understandably arrest Peggy for kidnapping.
I'm just here for the children.
Hay que llevarla al comandante.
I'm getting a commendation. Wait till Geiger hears about this. I would have gotten here earlier, but some of your roads are very bad.
Hank then tells Peggy to make her case in court, which just proves that she is an idiot and it was an accident.
Su Pudenor. Yo poder ver que usted ser caballo razonable. Yo estoy muy embarazada por lo que pasar por Lupe.
She's free. Not a great episode, but not the worst by any means. Also, Hank gets molested by a woman cop. Poor guy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light that so proudly...
Cotton sucks because he's cruel to Hank, but he's also envious. He doesn't like how much Hank loves Buck, and I mean it.
I'm promoting you to manager.
Oh, manager? Oh, Mr. Strickland, I love you.
Hank is helping Buck with Habitats for Humanity, and while having dinner at a newly renovated house, Hank tells Cotton he hates him, and Cotton just crashes out. The only man for the job who can negotiate a peace between Cotton and Hank is Jimmy Carter. Rest in peace.
Look, he was a baby once.
Everyone hated that baby.
Hated a baby?
It's an uphill battle, but Cotton and Hank make up, and, in their own way, say that they love one another. It's a very funny and sweet episode. And it goes to show that, yes, Cotton is awful, but deep down, way deep down, he does care for his son.
Boy, I love shooting a nail gun.
I love shooting a nail gun, too.
Con bribes Bobby to break up with Connie, and they both fake it so they can pocket the cash. Connie is so convincing that Con thinks she's miserable and tries to force Bobby and Connie back together, which ironically makes them break up.
She doesn't want to have to pick a medical school based on what clown college you get into.
Oh, stop it! You're killing her!
At the end, Connie and Bobby have an amicable breakup, but they're very mature about it. They still care for each other, but they know it's best to just be friends. Hey, I'm proud of you, Bobby. That took guts. I can't wait to see where you go from here.
We've still got 20 minutes left on the room. Maybe we could hold hands one last time?
Oh no, Bobby. Well, thanks to Bill, he fills Bobby with fear and insecurity after his breakup with Connie. And now Bobby wants to get back with her. Good job, Bill.
What are you doing? You're ruining my party.
What? You wouldn't even be having this party if it wasn't for me. You'd just be sitting alone going, dude, like, I'm so blah. Watch it. You're pulling off the wings.
After desperately spiraling to get Connie back, Boomhauer helps Bobby to pick up the ladies, but it doesn't go as planned. Bobby bounces back though, charming a girl with his humor, proving that he will love again. Good episode.
Whoa, Boomhauer, that's the women's changing room. The men's is over there. Dang, old man.
Hank has been living in self-inflicted disgrace ever since he lost the football game back in the day. Bobby finds out that's the reason why his dad is so uptight all the time, that God will punish Hank for being happy.
That's crazy. God wasn't punishing you. It was just a coincidence.
No, it wasn't. It was God.
Well, thanks to the guys, an essay was submitted by them to nominate Hank to carry the torch through Ireland for the Olympics. Hank is against it at first, but thanks to Bobby's pep talk, Hank goes through with it and blows it. But thanks to Dale lighting a cigarette with the flame, they're able to reignite the torch, and both Bobby and Hank pass on the original flame. A good episode when it comes to Hank, his guilt, and finding redemption.
For preserving the honor and integrity of the Olympic flame and all it represents, I hereby award this trophy to Bobby Hill.
This episode is unforgettable. Hank's potential client is a king of a Renaissance fair. Hank is skeptical at first, but the propane is used for this kick-ass dragon. While trying to win the king over, Peggy pushes back against the festival's immersion, which is just blatant sexism in disguise. Peggy tries to fight back and is punished. But then Hank challenges the king to defend Peggy's honor.
You are in for the joust of your life, mister. Yep, the joust of your life.
Poor Hank loses, but Peggy saves the day, plus puts the king in his spot. This episode fires on all cylinders. The premise is clever, the humor is on point. Peggy is actually in the right for once, and the celebrity voice is top-notch. Thanks to Alan Rickman. This is one of my favorite episodes in the entire series.
Department of Labor, OSHA, Texas Workforce Commission? Crap, I'm gonna lose my fare.
Connie is swayed to use her musical skills to play the fiddle and form a bluegrass band with Hank and the guys. God, I so badly want a full cover of this song.
Blue moon up, Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gonna prove untrue.
The band goes off to compete in a fiddle contest in Branson. All the while, Hank cares more about Connie and ignores Bobby in his comedy. Con finds out that Connie snuck out to the festival and tries to find her, but both Bobby and Connie had run off because they were sick of their dads. Con runs into Hank, and the two have a heart-to-heart about their parenting. That Con is too strict, and Hank is too indifferent.
Maybe one day you can be our opening act.
Hey, a good parenting episode. Again, I just wish we can get a full cover of that song. It is so good. You got some good pipes there, Boomhauer. Peggy falls for an online PhD scam and loses a bunch of money. She wants to get revenge on the con artist, voiced by Jeff Goldblum, along with a bunch of other suckers. How do they do this? By faking an underground gambling ring.
We're gonna con him! Con him good!
The con man does not fall for it though, and ends up taking even more money from Peggy and the other suckers. But, oh, it was a double scam the entire time. Boomhauer helped them to get the wall safe and stole back their money. Well played, Peggy. I'm glad she got a win here. She needed it after Lupe's revenge.
I covered that base too. Vizosa valet parked his car.
So?
The Econo Suites doesn't have valet parking.
Cotton's VFW is shutting down since he and the other World War II vets can't afford it. Hank suggests that they allow the Vietnam War vets to join, but Cotton just sees them as a bunch of crybabies.
The VFW stands for Veterans of Foreign Wars, not reefer-smoking losers.
After triggering the Vietnam vets at a grill out, Cotton and Hank have to run for their lives, but eventually get tracked down and surrounded by the vets. Cotton gives them props, which is always what they wanted.
Well, I gotta say, I'm surprised you fellas are as good as you is. Shoot, you captured Cotton Hill. The whole Nazi army couldn't do that.
King of the Hill does a great job talking about vets, how they can be hard asses, but that they have sacrificed a lot and deserve respect. Great social commentary in this one.
What did he say? Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Oh, Peggy, you were doing so well. So Peggy pretends to be a nun so she can teach at a Catholic school. She wings it when it comes to teaching Catholicism, but then she feels guilty and has a nightmare about her lies. Such an iconic scene.
That's a clean burning hell, I tell you what.
Peggy comes clean at the end and returns back to her old substitute teachings. Besides the hell scene, not much to praise in this one. Bill finds his military health records and thinks that he was the guinea pig for the military's failed Walrus Man experiment. Bill feels bad at first, but now believes he has an excuse for why his life is so miserable. But then he discovers that the experiment was fake. So yeah, you got no excuse now. So what does he do? He gets drunk and steals a tank.
Look out, world! Fat, drunk, hairy army guinea pig coming through!
The guys and him try to return the tank, but they get stuck on an artillery field, leading to the tank blowing up, and Bill along with it.
Bill, man!
He lives though, and his friends admire him for being a good man. A very wild episode. And it kind of pushes the suspension of disbelief, but I like the emotional beats. Hank starts to focus on Joseph and Dale on Bobby, creating a weird son swap. Dale then tells Joseph he was the son of aliens, and he takes off to go find them. Meanwhile, Bobby and Hank try to patch things up, but Bobby has to go save Joseph. At the end, Dale wants Joseph back, and comes up with this bizarre reason why Joseph is his son. Actually, Joseph comes up with the reason. The episode has its moments, but it's not the best in the season.
You can't have him! He's my son!
Nine Rivers is trying to recruit Hank as a member since they need a white guy in order to win over the PGA tours. Hank doesn't realize that he's being wined and dined, just so he can be a token white guy. But he eventually figures it out at the end.
Can I ask you one more question? What and what accessories do I sell for a living?
Tractors?
Con blows another chance to join Nine Rivers, but finds solace in playing golf with the rest of the guys of Rainy Street. A good episode about merit and avoiding people who only see you as meeting a quota.
You know, Ted, I'm a member of the PGA myself. The Propane Gas Association. Because I sell propane and propane accessories.
There's an Alamo beer shortage in Texas, so the guys go to Mexico to get some. Surprise! They all get food poisoning. Meanwhile, Peggy works at Alamo and finds out about the beer and how Alamo knows the beer is bad and is pushing it in Mexico instead of America. Peggy, who is sworn to company secrecy, jumps into action and tricks the Alamo board of directors by giving them the bad beer. They think it's the beer that was distributed in America, and finally issue a proper recall. All in all, a solid episode, and it goes to show how loyal and forgiving Hank is to his prized beer.
What else could have made us sick? Oh my God, the beer!
Luann joins a sorority and finds out that it's actually a cult. Peggy also joins, and both of them get starved and brainwashed. Hank and the guy save them at the end. How, you ask? Through the power of steak.
I think it starts with an R. Wait. It's Luann.
A good episode, and it goes to show how badly both Luann and Peggy want to be accepted by their peers. Also, Buck Strickland gets ambushed by a bunch of emus. Don't worry, he had it coming.
What?
Dale forbids his father from being invited to his renewed wedding vows. Why? Because he's a crazy womanizer who kissed Nancy during his wedding. However, Bug, Dale's dad, kissed Nancy in order to avoid being seen kissing a guy. Yep, he's gay, and Hank finds out too.
Are you gay? What? No, I sell propane.
Dale and his dad try to make up. Dale is against it, for it, and then angry again at Bug, thinking he's still a womanizer. And then believes Bug is a government agent. God, Dale.
Listen up, homosexuals and so-called bisexuals. You are being... Yeah!
At the end, Bug kisses his gay lover, Juan Pedro, and Dale finally realizes the truth. And for a bunch of conservative Texans, the neighborhood is very accepting of Dale's dad. Hey, good social commentary. The show does a good job tackling the topic. Also, Dale is really, really dumb, but even he is capable of change.
Why would I have a problem with it? John Redcorn's gay, and I've been friends with him for years.
Nancy needs Hank's help to set up a propane-powered hot tub for her anniversary gift to Dale. Afterwards, Hank starts having reoccurring dreams about him and Nancy being naked and grilling burgers. Peggy finds out and becomes extremely jealous. Dale, too. And also John Redcorn.
Say, is that a new suede vest?
Nancy used to like it when I kept the vest on during sex.
I love how John Redcorn told Dale about Hank's dreams. The irony.
What?
That's right. John Redcorn told me everything. He's a true friend, unlike you.
In order to save their marriage, Peggy wants to live out the fantasy together. They head to a nude beach, strip down, and get to grilling. When approached by a couple of random nude women, Hank starts talking to them about propane. Peggy gives up, thinking that Hank is bored with her. But it turns out it was propane that was turning him on. Yep.
I'd always thought of propane as a dignified lady, but she's not just clean burning. She can also be a dirty girl.
This is an incredibly funny episode and gives us such an insight into Hank's propane-powered psyche. Bill meets a woman who starts jogging down the alley. But naturally, Boomhauer steals her away. Boomhauer starts to fall for this woman, which never happens. But the woman eventually dumps him, sending him into a depressive nosedive. Now Bill is the one mocking Boomhauer, leaving Hank and Dale to pick up the pieces.
You know, my dang old Norelco died, and went out and get me some of them old AAAs, so I don't know.
At the end, Bill jumps into action and comes to Boomhauer's aid by giving him one of the best bits of advice when it comes to heartbreak.
Well, let me tell you something. All you can do is let it hit you and then try to find your legs.
I'm not gonna lie, this advice has actually helped me with my own life. Like, it's that good. For Boomhauer, he gets back on his feet and learns to be a better person when it comes to dating women and not treating them like notches on his belt. Now, we don't get many Boomhauer episodes in the series. There are only 2 that feature him directly, and then maybe 3 with him as a B-plot. But my God, this episode is incredible. I love the brotherly bond between Boomhauer and Bill at the end, showing that even if you're jealous, you still gotta stand by your friends.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Dang right. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
And that brings us to the season finale, which is technically a 2-parter, Returning Japanese. The Hills are going to Japan for a peace ceremony between the World War II vets and the Emperor of Japan. Cotton is going under the guise of apologizing to a woman whose husband he allegedly killed. Truth is, Cotton never killed the guy and just hooked up with the woman instead, which leads to a very big surprise.
Okay, here goes.
Whoa! Now, I typically don't care for shows when they do globetrotting, but it works here. Cotton has a lot of backstory with Japan. Plus, he's a dirty old man, so this checks out. Also, Hank getting 2 half-brothers in the same season is pretty hilarious. One observation though, I gotta point this out. Hank looks a whole lot more like his mom compared to his dad. And so does Junichiro, so how does that make sense? Like, it's not possible. Of course, I can suspend my disbelief, but just something I noticed. In part 2, Junichiro says that he renounces being a hill, and Cotton freaks out. He runs off to spit in the face of the Emperor, and now Hank and Junichiro have to stop him. Along the way, the two bond and find out that they have a lot in common. Plus, Junichiro learning that he's more of a hill than he realized. At the end, the boys stop Cotton, and Junichiro tells him he's proud to be a hill. Thank God, that was a close one. Overall, a great 2-parter that mixes things up, gives us a lot more lore and backstory, plus a heartfelt ending. Good stuff.
What did you just call me?
I called you father. There is no shame in being a hill.
Oh, also, Bobby met up with a Japanese girl and started to play DDR with her. Seriously, Bobby just has a way with the ladies, especially Asian girls. There's Connie, there's this girl from Japan, and then there's another Asian girl in season 13. I guess Bobby has a lot more in common with Cotton than we realized.
What? Stop the cab! Stop the cab!
Dad, what are you doing?
You wouldn't understand, boy. It's about love.
Season 6 was another excellent entry into the show's winning streak. There were some lackluster episodes, like Lupe's Revenge and Are You There, God? Both Peggy episodes. But we also have some great Peggy episodes, like Joust Like a Woman and Substitute Spanish Prisoner. We also finally get our true first Boomhauer episode, and it was excellent. And as far as overarching developments go, Hank gets 2 new siblings, Dale's dad is gay, and Bobby and Connie broke up. A very eventful season overall. Plus, it was extremely funny. Good work, Hank. Let's keep up that winning streak.
How much?
Half a mayonnaise jar.
Hank, you have half a mayonnaise jar?
We start off season 7 with Bobby getting back on the saddle and trying to flirt with a girl. He wants to take her to a concert, and surprise, Hank is all for it since he loves the band. Until he doesn't.
Bud, what are you doing?
Now Hank is being super strict, while the girl's parents are being very chill about rules to a reckless degree. They even have an unsupervised boy-girl sleepover, which freaks Bobby out. Thankfully, Hank puts a halt to the madness.
Oh, thank God.
You are busted, mister.
It's a good episode when it comes to discussing parenting. Sure, Hank can be strict, but he isn't void of emotions. Plus, being too chill can be a bad thing. Also, Hank's got the moves.
Then there was this god-awful hip shaking. It was like those lizards we saw on the Discovery Channel.
Bill becomes a competitive hot dog eater and wants to win the gold for fat Americans again. He's getting the praise, he's getting the girl. But then Dale gives him a reality check and smokes him.
See, it's nothing special. I can eat 3 at a time. Who cares?
Everyone is quick to support Dale, but he doesn't want it. He shares some tragic backstory and then even drops some sage advice.
Remember, Bill, just because you have their attention doesn't mean you have their respect.
So, Bill, I guess you're America's only hope. Are you in?
I am so in.
At the end, Bill comes to his senses and quits. Even Hank realizes what he's doing to Bill, and that America doesn't need to win every competition. Good episode, especially when it comes to Dale's wisdom, which is pretty rare.
I guess we can let Louse have a stupid wiener contest, can't we?
Oh, I don't like this one, folks. Connie's criminal cousin comes to town. Bobby falls for her. She tricks him into making meth.
Cough syrup? Drain cleaner? Didn't you watch that MTV special with Andy Dick? You're making methamphetamine.
Bobby, who thinks he's making candy for a science project, almost takes the fall, but Connie saves him, showing that even though they aren't dating, that she still has Bobby's back. Now, I like that part of the episode, but seeing Bobby get used by such a miserable character is hard to watch. Not the worst episode, but I don't care for it.
What the heck is wrong with you?
It was an accident.
Bobby takes home ec to Hank's dismay, but he quickly changes Hank's mind. He can cook incredible food, he can clean, he can do it all, and it's making Peggy jealous.
Bobby, put away your robot and go to bed. Your father's feeling ill. I think it was something he ate.
Peggy gets so jealous that she steals the Thanksgiving turkey and basically destroys it. Hank tells Peggy, though, that he doesn't love her for being a homemaker. He loves her because she's his wife. A great episode, and it's hilarious to see Bobby and Hank bond in the background, while Peggy just spirals in envy that her son is a threat. Such a funny dynamic.
Bobby, get in here, now.
What's up, Dad?
Son, do you think you could make this buttermilk-basted turkey?
In this one, Bobby is caught dancing with Ladybird, and Hank tells him to cut it out. However, Ladybird loves it, and eventually Hank loves it too. Hank and Bobby get super competitive and duke it out at a dog dancing competition. God bless you, Hank, but good luck when it comes to beating Bobby at dancing. At the end, Bobby and Hank chill out, and Ladybird still gets to dance. This is a great episode in demonstrating that Hank will change on something he looks down on if it overlaps with something he loves. In this case, Ladybird, because how could you say no to that precious face? Also, rip it, Bill. Bobby gets into growing roses and Hank is initially against it, but then he tries to support him anyway. However, he finds out that the world of competitive rose growing is very serious.
How dare you steal that boy's innocence? Now get out of this gardening section. You make me sick.
Seeing Hank get chewed out by a masculine man in a flower sweater is just too funny. It really puts a spin on the shades of gray when it comes to both masculinity and femininity. Hank gets so much into the competition that he starts to ignore Bobby, even dismisses his sentiment when it comes to finding beauty and imperfection. At the end, Hank chills out and even plants Bobby's roses in the yard, showing that Hank is proud of his son and accepts who he is. Another great addition to the Hank-Bobby finding a shared interest storyline.
But I didn't win.
Well, that's okay. The Cowboys don't win every year, but I'm still a big fan. And they have gun and drug problems.
Dale is being a little shit, accidentally gets his finger cut off by Hank. Now Hank has to go to anger management class where he meets a friend who dies from anger. Now Hank needs to really chill out, but Dale keeps antagonizing him. Hank rips into the guys in order to save their lives, showing that his anger can be bad, but not unjustified, especially when it comes to Dale. At the end of season 1, I said that Hank starts to chill out and not be as angry. And I know that this episode kind of pushes back against that sentiment, but I do stand by it. Like, yeah, Hank can get angry, and he yells every now and then, but compared to season 1, oh, he's really mellowed out. But I can't say the same for Chuck, though.
Chick man, Joni. I'm not a chick, I'm a dude.
Peggy gets a bookstore in order to join a snooty book club, but she's struggling to sell books. She teams up with Dale, though, and the store becomes a gun shop too, but you gotta buy a book if you want to buy a gun. Actually, I think you buy the book and then they give you the gun. That's how it works.
We sell books here. The guns are simply a promotional giveaway.
Yeah.
Peggy finally gets her chance to go to the book club meeting, but gets humiliated by the book club members who never cared about her to begin with. However, it turns out that the gun guys love the books, so Peggy gets her book club after all. I like this ending. It's sweet. And it goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover unless you're shooting it.
Excellent grouping, Colonel. Plus, those hollow points penetrated Shakespeare all the way into the so-called joyous comedies.
This is a really weird one. So Luann falls for a guy named Trip who owns a pig processing company. The guy is obsessed over Luann to a disturbing degree. Of course, Peggy was skeptical the entire time, but Luann wouldn't listen. Turns out, Trip wants to use Luann to live out his sick fantasy of being a family, just like the people in the Larson Pork Products ad. Like, yeah, the guy is totally messed up in the head. And it leads to a chase in the slaughterhouse, which does not end well for the guy. That is such a dark ending, especially for this show. Folks speculated about the episode being banned, but it never was confirmed. It did, however, get delayed for 2 years, but this is most likely due to schedule conflicts with the NFL. Definitely one of the show's strangest episodes.
That's the man in the ad!
Life is a series of compromises.
Dale was recommended by Hank to take care of a rat problem at the Megalomart. Turns out, it's not a rat, but Chuck Mangione. The guy was so sick of working with Megalomart that he decided to disappear and live off the store.
There were droppings all over the place.
Make those megalo chumps pick him up.
The entire time, Dale thought it was a person at the store, and he was right. Everyone else was wrong, but he has to keep it a secret. I never expected Chuck Mangione to get an episode, but it's fun. But hey, rest in peace, Chuck. You'll be missed.
What was that?
Muzak. Just Muzak.
Luann, who is sick of being ogled at, takes up boxing, and she thinks she's great at it. However, it's a scheme from Buck to charge guys to watch Luann bounce around the ring and pretend to be a boxer.
Hop like a bunny! Hop like a bunny! Oh, but you know, like Muhammad Ali said.
Luann thinks she's unbeatable and picks a fight with Frida Foreman, a legitimate boxing pro. Luann finds out that she was fooled from before and decides to do the fight anyway to take a dive and get paid. But halfway through, she decides to fight and give it her all. At the end, she finally gets some respect for showing her worth in the ring.
Man, she is tough! Stick and move! Use your left! Don't give up, Luann!
I like this episode. Luann really kicks some ass here. Well, yeah, she's ditzy and feels small at times, but she showed the world that she isn't just some pretty girl. Good stuff. Also, Hank getting into it with George Foreman over grills is freaking hilarious.
How'd you feel about carrying my grill in your shop?
Sorry, we have a strict policy about that. No novelty grills.
Novelty grill?
Joseph is falling into a bad crowd. John Redcorn says that Joseph needs to go on a vision quest. Meanwhile, Dale has a vision and thinks he's a Native American.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Dale then pushes Joseph to be one of the cool kids by killing a panda. Fortunately, he stopped and rejects the cool kids. This is an okay episode. Dale is being a shit, and Joseph can be whiny, but props to Bobby for being a good friend. Also, Bobby has a vision quest himself, and it's pretty damn on brand for him.
My mother-in-law.
Hank and Peggy are having marriage issues, especially when it comes to control. So they buy a motorbike and drive off to Sturgis. Along the way, Hank doesn't share the bike, which leads to Peggy blowing up on him.
Oh, yeah! Oh, well, you quit your whining, you old woman. I'm wearing a bra.
After losing his glasses, Hank needs to let Peggy drive the bike, which helps him to ease up and trust her. Hell, he even says he loves her.
I love you, Peggy.
Sandwich? I think there's one left in that saddlebag.
A good episode, and it does a great job at fleshing out Hank and Peggy's relationship and how they can overcome their differences.
Nice evasive maneuver, Peggy.
board games. More like bored games, am I right? Min, Nancy, and Peggy fight over winning a spot on the school board. It was a team effort at first, but then it devolved into fighting. Besides a handful of funny moments, I find this episode to be a bit dull. Not terrible, but not very good.
Uh-huh. Thank you. That was Bobby. He was testing the line. It works.
Bobby needs discipline and gets sent to a cadet school. Both Hank and Cotton think it will toughen him up. But surprise, the school has changed quite a bit since Cotton's days.
Colonel Hill, you do realize things have changed since your time here.
All right, you can email him to me.
Cotton freaks out and goes to the school to take command. He then tries to break Bobby's spirits and fails. So what does he do? He throws him into the hole.
Go and get your grow-up box.
Gang, gang.
But lo and behold, Bobby is tough, and he isn't fazed. Even Hank has a laugh at Cotton.
I don't get it. What's so funny?
I told you it wasn't easy. You didn't believe me, did you, Dad?
I guess he was just born a pile of mush.
I love this episode. It's one of the few times we really see Cotton get mean towards Bobby. But the boy is built like Teflon. He's resilient. Also, the times change, but it's for the best. Even Hank and Cotton share a sweet moment at the end. Well, in their own weird way.
You know, Colonel, all this time I've been talking to you, you didn't grant me permission to speak.
That's right. That's practically insubordination. You better drop and give me 20, boy.
Yes, sir.
Bobby tries to sell grills at Strickland Propane and is actually kind of good at it. Too bad he has no idea what he's talking about. And he's also lying to the customers too. Joe Jack's not helping either.
How many times do I have to tell you my sales come in at the end of the month?
Okay.
You got the stank on you and everybody can smell it.
Poor Hank is trying to teach Bobby the fundamentals, but since he's not making any sales, he gets lost in a poker game to Thatherton.
No! That's where them aces were hiding.
Hank, you stand there and look like a poker chip.
Eventually, a mob of angry customers storm Strickland to complain and demand refunds from Bobby. Hank ditches Thatherton and jumps in to save Bobby from the disaster. In the end, Hank makes a huge sale, and Bobby learns an important lesson. Oh, and that's right, a B-plot. Bill almost dies floating away on a weather balloon. Because why not?
Your turn.
Buck wants to be right with the Lord and finds an angel through Luann. She's recently been on a Bible binge and thinks that Buck is her disciple.
Hey, Uncle Hank, Aunt Peggy! Look who I saved!
Hallelujah!
Good Lord.
Of course, Buck is only doing this in order to get fresh with Luann. Hell, he even proposes to her, but he gets shot down.
She spurned me! I've been spurned!
At the end, Buck crashes out, but then he realizes that he's lucky to have Hank as a worker and also as a friend. The end. A good episode, but nothing incredible. I do want to point out, though, that both Boomhauer and Bill, two bachelors, show no interest in Luann, which, thank God, that would be creepy. Buck Strickland, however...
Yay! Fellowship hug!
Amen to that.
Bobby joins the organic gardening team at the school with the promise of getting enough crops to feed the football team. The gardening team is made up of a bunch of endearing side characters. Like this goth girl is great. I wish he could have been a recurring character like Buckley or Clark Peters, but oh well.
Mrs. Hill, Spencer told me to tell you there's some weird fungus on the turnips, and I saw some snails near the lettuce. I already stepped on one. It was pretty cool.
The garden starts to fail though, and Peggy, the teacher, uses pesticides without telling anyone and gets caught. Despite being discouraged, the team presses on and saves the garden. The football team, however, wants to destroy it, but Hank won't stand for that.
They're gonna harvest their vegetables, you guys are gonna eat them, and then you're gonna say thank you.
Again, Hank stands on business. If you work hard, he'll respect it, even if it's unorthodox. Though the guy loves plant husbandry, so it checks out here. Good episode. Also, shame on you, Peggy. Come on. Poison? Really?
I'm done with chemicals. I didn't even use any shampoo or soap or deodorant this morning. Smell me.
Bill gives the guys lice, and they have to shave their heads. After Hank shaved his head, he discovered that he had a tattoo that said Bill. We then get some amazing backstory on how Hank got drunk back in the day and loved Bill so much that he got a tattoo but couldn't remember it. Boomhauer did, though.
Bill?
Bill really was a different person back in the day, and this episode reminded Hank of that. Oh, by the way, Bill's in jail and wants to stay in jail because he's so sad about his actual life. But Hank breaks the law so he can talk to Bill. Hell, he even gets another Bill tattoo in order to show his love for the guy. It's a sweet episode. The backstory is the best part, but it does show the bond and loyalty between Hank and Bill.
To know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Bill, 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 Bill.
Oh, this episode. So Hank has to hire a repairman, and he's black. Ladybird attacks him, and the guy says it's because Ladybird is racist because Hank is racist. Now Hank is all messed up, trying to prove he isn't racist, but things just continue to spiral.
Ladybird, no, wait! Ladybird, drop it!
At the end, Hank discovers that Ladybird doesn't hate black people, she hates repairmen. Something about picking up on Hank's subconscious? It's a bit awkward and hard to believe. Lots of gaslighting in this one too, and moments that break my immersion. Definitely on the lower end of the ranking for this season.
Is Reverend Stroop still here? She's got to see this.
Let's go get her before they start another song.
Wait! Don't leave me! Help!
In this one, there's a pigeon infestation in the town, and Dale has to get help from another exterminator, Sheila. After working together, Nancy starts to become very jealous and even begins to fear that Dale might cheat on her with Sheila. Oh, how to stop this? What can Nancy... Oh, John Redcorn. Too bad it doesn't work.
Dale and I have so much fun together. The other day, as a practical joke, he put a dead possum in my igloo cooler. We laughed.
At the end, Dale rejects Sheila and tells her that he loves his wife, Nancy.
It's just us tonight.
Oh no, Missy, there are 3 people here tonight. You, me, and my wife.
This is such an excellent episode. It's such a twist to make Nancy the one on the receiving end. But Dale is a loyal husband. Yeah, he's not perfect, but he loves his wife. It's also hilarious that Nancy went to John freaking Redcorn to vent and get help. That's just too funny. Also, Luann turns 21 and Hank gets drunk.
How are we gonna drive if we can't drive?
Yeah, I know, it's terrible, but...
Well, folks, we get to the biggest retcon in the entire series. Maid in Arlen. Khan's mom comes to visit, and she's bored. As a retired maid, she starts to keep herself busy by cleaning for the neighbors. She eventually works for Bill, and the two fall in love together. Of course, this destroys Khan.
Anybody want to watch the game?
Khan tries to sabotage the relationship by lying to Bill about his mother dating an astronaut. Bill believes this because he's stupid, but then confesses his love to Leoma anyway.
Okay, time's a wasting.
Bill?
Whoa, hey, Bill actually got a woman. Sure, she's pretty unorthodox, but they're happy. However, it wasn't meant to last. By next season, she was inexplicably gone. Apparently, the writers realized that Bill is only entertaining when he's suffering, so no Leoma. They don't even give a reason why, she's just gone. But I do agree this was for the best. I want Bill to be happy at the end of the show. But an essential part of his character is his despair. Without it, there's no Bill. Maybe he'll find someone at the next series finale for the show. Well, hopefully. A great episode though. Seeing Con squirm in misery is hilarious.
She nearly caused me to hit the guardrail driving home.
Feeling dizzy and short of breath. I think I'm having a stroke.
Bobby gets these tarot cards, I think, and then joins a group of nerdy guys who are into the occult. Hank thinks Bobby is playing cards the entire time, like poker cards, but it's far creepier. These guys want Bobby to drink dog blood in order to join their coven.
Okay, this group of guys I hang with, we're doing a ceremony tonight, and they want me to drink the dog blood.
At the end, Bobby realizes that these guys are losers and walks away. Thank God. Bobby is a dork, but he's far more charming and likable than these losers. A good way to grow Bobby's character and show the audience that even he has his limits.
My dad was right about you guys. Under these cool robes and hats, you're all just a bunch of losers.
And that's a wrap on Season 7. And yeah, another great one. We did have a few lackluster episodes with racist dog, bad girls, and board games. But the majority of the episodes were very good. Especially Get Your Freak Off, Night and Deity, and An Officer and a Gentle Boy. As far as continuity goes, the biggest one was Bill finally finding a love interest. But ironically, that got the axe. Besides some backstory and character growth, there isn't much this season that really pushes the overarching needle. But hey, that's okay. It's an episodic show after all. And a good chunk of the episodes were hilarious, clever, and heartfelt. That being said, I do think, however, that Season 6 is marginally better, but not by much. In my eyes, Seasons 3 to 7 so far are goated. And I'm surprised to see the winning streak still continue. Let's see if they can keep it up in Season 8. We kick off Season 8 with an elusive Boomhauer episode. Again, we don't get many of those, but this one is very good. So it turns out that Boomhauer has a brother named Patch, and he's marrying Boomhauer's old high school sweetheart who he broke up with years ago. Hank and Peggy are very biased, and kind of do Boomhauer dirty. They think he'll be upset, but he tries to be supportive. However, Boomhauer knows his brother Patch, and the guy is a total womanizer.
Talking about me out here, kitty, Patch party, man. Dadgum, find you a place to sit, darling.
Due to some misunderstandings, Hank thinks Boomhauer is trying to sabotage the wedding, but Patch is the real scumbag. At the end, Catherine confesses her love for Boomhauer, thinking he was trying to win over her love through strippers, but then Patch said it was him who did it. This doesn't go so well.
Man, now I'm talking about I don't want to hear it. Now take your hired floozies and get the hell out.
Catherine dumps Patch and shares a loving moment with Boomhauer. Hank says sorry to Boomhauer too. And Boomhauer even says he wants Hank to be his best man if he ever gets married. A good ending and a great episode. Boomhauer is a very three-dimensional, complicated character. He struggles with commitment, but still longs for a meaningful connection. Also, Hank was a bit too judgy here, but realizes it and makes things right. Terrific episode.
I'll give Patch the happy ending he deserves, I tell you what. I'm about to bust.
Another iconic episode. So Bobby goes to a Christian youth group, but they act like a bunch of skateboarding punks. This surprises Hank, and now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Bobby is being a Christian, but not in a traditional sense. At the end, a fellow Christian father tells the youth pastor that he needs to respect Hank's wishes to raise his son as he pleases. Hank also shares with Bobby that he does not want him to throw away his faith, like a fad, which, hey, that's fair. Overall, a great episode. And as someone who grew up Christian, it's very relatable. I remember going to the Christian bookstore and seeing all of the Christian rock and roll bands at the time, like Newsboys. For those who know, you know. A new neighbor moves to Rainy Street, and it's this washed-up Cowboys player named Big Willie Lane. At first, Hank and the guys are swept off their feet and don't see how much of a jerk the guy is. However, Con does.
Please tell me you're not going to run over here and blame Willie every time a phone call gets disconnected.
I am not lying.
It gets to a point where Hank can no longer excuse the guy's behavior, and now he's on Willie's receiving end. Even the cops ignore Hank. But thanks to him getting punched in the face, Hank now has proof that Willie assaulted him. Willie is forced to move, and peace returns to Rainy Street. This is a good episode in discussing Hank's nepotism, but when it clashes with his other values, he finally jumps into action.
You know, it's this big ugly thing over there across
Mister, you are out of control and it's time you get in line.
Hank wants Bobby to take testosterone in order to jumpstart his puberty. The doctor says that's crazy for a young guy, but that for older men, well, that's a different story. Hank turns it down, but Peggy secretly drugs him. Peggy, you're insane!
He is so energetic and confident and happy and in shape and oh, Shug, he's having an affair.
But you can't argue with the results. Things start to backfire, though, as Hank experiences hormonal mood swings and Peggy has to come clean. Of course, this was all right before a charity-driven bull run. So now Hank has to do that without his testosterone. He faces his fears, though. And you want to know what's better than testosterone? Yeah, adrenaline. This is a really entertaining episode. And it's funny to see Hank be so positive. But it makes me sad because it sounds like there was something to the treatment if it was done in moderation. Oh well. Oh, this is a very strange one. Okay, so Peggy ends up tutoring the children for the actor who plays Monsignor Martinez. She flies down to Mexico and starts to believe the guy has a crush on her. Peggy mistakenly thinks the guy's wife is dead, and she's on the verge of a lusty affair. Of course, she calls Nancy for advice.
All of a sudden, you can't remember your husband's name. Your body goes limp, and then you were pulled down by the undertow of passion.
I will never drown because I am wearing the best life preserver there is, my marriage to Hank.
But it turns out that the wife is alive, and everyone laughs at Peggy for being so naive. A lot of this stems, though, from Peggy feeling so isolated from Hank, and how he struggles with showing affection. At the end, though, Hank surprises Peggy by building him and her sinks, showing that he does love her and missed her. He just has a very different way of showing it. Now, I love the stuff about Hank's love languages, but everything else, kind of feels like a fanfic to me.
And I am afraid you cannot have me, Eduardo, for I have given my heart to another, Hank Hill.
Oh, this one, The Hill residence has mold, and they get kicked out of their home due to insurance reasons. After getting the runaround, Hank finds out that his house is just being used as a way for these mold guys to have an excuse to overcharge for their worthless services. They then use Bill's feet to test the other guy's home, which makes him give up. That's the story. All in all, an underwhelming episode.
Forget the toys. The insurance company will pay for everything. No.
Hank needs to drive some furniture to his mom's house in Arizona and decides to rent a big-ass truck for the ride. He brings Bobby along, but the guys sneak into the back too. Hank and Bobby are having a great time, but then get a dose of reality from real truckers who say that they're just playing pretend. Things get worse when Hank takes a nap due to exhaustion. And then the guys somehow end up on top of a mountain. Thanks to Bobby's pep talk, the guys pull together and are able to get the truck down the hill, proving their merit and even earning the respect of the other truckers. It's a good bonding episode for Bobby and Hank, and even goes to show that even though they are very different, they both share the same sense of self-determination. Also, this You Say Run edit of this scene is goated.
Shove some of that cologne and get yourself out of that tunnel and into some rain, woman, man!
Bobby overhears Hank and Peggy talking about money and mistakenly believes that Hank makes $1,000 a day. We're rich! Bobby goes on a spending spree with Hank's credit card, but eventually learns the truth. Bobby then starts to work hard, but Hank also learns to enjoy things, that it's okay to have fun with your money. It's a cute and fun episode, but Bobby's daydream is the real standout moment. Peggy creates art out of propane tanks and calls them probots. However, her art is rejected by the city's zoning board, but an art critic falls in love with her creations. Of course, this fans Peggy's ego, making her think she's a brilliant artist. In reality, she discovers the real attraction to her art is feeling sorry for her, and how she's simple-minded like Jimmy Witchard.
Of course, we are here to honor another exciting new voice of outsider art, Jimmy Witchard.
Hey, Peggy!
At the end, Peggy is depressed about her art, but a bunch of folks tell her that they love her art, and it makes them feel hopeful. And that's it. That's the episode. Another entry into the Peggy is Naive files, but at least this one has a happy ending. Ooh, this one's annoying. So a new guy joins Strickland Propane, and he starts making dirty jokes at work. Hank hates this, but Buck lets it fly. It gets so bad that Hank has to file a complaint, and he's told that he might be a victim of sexual harassment.
Mr. Hill, I believe we have a strong case for a lawsuit based on male sexual harassment.
Male sexual harassment? Ugh.
The guy goes too far, though, and Hank washes his mouth out with soap. Buck then realizes that no one is happy at work, and then fires the guy. The end. This guy was a real prick, and I'm never a fan of watching Hank suffer a fool. Not the best episode. Remember before how I said that Luann quitting hair and going to school would eventually be undermined? Well, here we are. And I guess I'm willing to forgive it since this episode is hilarious. So in this one, Luann quits college and immediately passes hair school. Kind of bizarre considering how much she struggled before, but hey, I guess Bill was just that good of a teacher.
Maybe I can live the dreams that you're too old to live.
You can.
Bill and Luann then get hired to work at a sexy hair salon, and they feel like outcasts. In order to fit in, they copy the other workers. And this leads to Bill pretending to be gay, which, you know what? That's pretty funny.
Are you homosexual?
I'm just trying to act more like Rico.
Me too.
Okay, give me the sign if I start acting not gay.
Bill eventually blows his cover because boobs.
It's a shame you're gay.
I'm not gay!
Luann then turns her back on Bill, which Hank is not happy about. At the end, she quits too, and gets a job over at Jack's instead, which is weird because I thought that Jack ran away, but okay. Overall, a very funny episode, but I think Luann should have stayed at Hottie's. Like, yeah, she's friends with Bill, I guess, even though he's really more of Hank's friend. Then again, he did help her out at the start, and she did throw him under the bus, so I'm conflicted. Regardless, the scene with Hank and Bill is the best moment in the entire episode.
I can't keep living like this, Hank! You've got a wife and a family at home, and I've got nothing!
Hank and the guys try to teach Bobby about self-reliance while camping. Sadly, the hippies are back, and Bobby succumbs to their nonsense. They tell him, "We gave you soup, bro, so we're taking your dad's truck." Yeah, that's a fair trade. At the end, they drive the hippies away by closing down their amenities, and they get the truck back. Bobby also learns the lesson of taking care of himself. It's an okay episode, but nothing memorable. Like, it has a solid lesson, but that's about it. But hey, at least we get to see Appleseed again.
Welcome home, friend.
Bobby, back in the tent. Go away and put on some clothes.
Hey, this isn't Kenko's, man.
Well, another meh episode. Peggy becomes the new cheerleading coach since the old one only cared about dance routines instead of pumping up the crowds for football. It works out well at first, but then Peggy gets desperate for new material. This culminates with the cheerleading team beating the hell out of Bobby in a leprechaun outfit. Peggy gets fired for committing a hate crime against Irish people, and the cheerleading team goes back to their old routine. It sucks ass, but Connie, a cheerleader, takes charge to pump up the crowd. The end. The lesson? Peggy was right? Well, that's rare. Yeah, certainly not the best of this season. And it left me a bit confused at the end.
Okay, Joe Rita, who's next?
The tornadoes? How are you going to kill a tornado?
Shoot it.
Dale finds out that a famous NASCAR driver, John Force, needs a kidney transplant, and Dale's a match. Dale, however, has a long list of demands in order to agree. Dale gives Hank power of attorney and goes under. Surprise! John no longer needs the kidney, but a little boy does. And Hank makes the tough call to proceed with the surgery so the kid can live. Dale is not happy about this.
It's happening! The harvest has begun! How could you let this happen to me, Hank?
He tries to run off with his kidney, but he eventually does the right thing of giving it to the boy. Yes, Dale can be a little shit at times, but he does have a good heart. Also, for a guy who loves conspiracy theories, he's a very trusting person, especially when it comes to Hank. There's a flood in Ireland, and the town takes shelter. Bill is depressed, but starts to go on a power trip while at the shelter, since everyone thinks he's in charge. Meanwhile, Hank had to make the tough call to flood a portion of the town in order to save the entire city. The folks in the shelter are not happy about that, and Bill just keeps fanning the flames.
Parents, tell your children they can sleep soundly tonight. Shelter leader Dotrieve has locked up the Ireland flooder.
This episode plays out a bit like Lord of the Flies, where everyone loses their minds. But at the end, Bill gives in and sets everyone free. Not gonna lie, this is not my favorite episode. I hate it when Bill's a jerk, and he's pretty bad here. Also, the gaslighting is off the charts for Hank. He's the only one speaking any sense. I know that's the joke, but I don't find it funny. Not that good of an episode.
It seems that we're all out of cinnamon sticky buns. Well, we had plenty, but Hank ate them. That's right.
Dale starts his own home security business while Cotton becomes a volunteer police officer, I think. He doesn't have a gun, but he does have a whip.
They better be ready to talk to me and my partner, Sergeant Whippy.
Dale gets jealous of Cotton, and they both team up to find out who's drinking Hank's grape juice. But the entire time, Dale is actually trying to turn the neighborhood against Cotton. This ends up with Cotton getting put into senior daycare, which just crushes his spirits.
Oh. Come on, Dad. You can finish that tomorrow.
Dale ultimately feels guilty and tries to kill Cotton with a pillow. But the pillow smells a lot like Con's hair. Con's the one drinking the juice! And even more.
You look as sexy to me as propane tank. I tell you what. I promise never to do it again.
A rare moment where Cotton actually helps out Hank. Now the plot is all over the place in this one, but it's fun. A solid episode for the season. Bobby is taking Texas history, but the new school books barely talk about the Alamo. Hank is pissed and teams up with another concerned parent in order to put on a proper play to showcase the history behind the Alamo. However, the other parent starts to let the power of directing go to his head and shoves a bunch of revisionist history into the play.
What the hell are you doing to our Alamo? You've got William B. Travis in a dress.
Hank ultimately gives up, but not before telling the audience the facts.
Even though they were undertrained, outnumbered, and completely surrounded, they fought on and died for what they believed in.
Bobby stands by his dad and fails class, since he wrote about the Alamo in his book, but Hank respects him for it. Another solid episode, and I think it did a good job tackling the topic of revisionist history.
We're all damned. Don't go looking for your opium, Davy. Travis smoked it all up.
Luann wants to be taken more seriously, damn it! While Hank is upset that propane can't compete during a grill-off at the Texas State Fair. Hank wants to protest by using propane and teams up with Luann to find other like-minded supporters. Instead, she finds moral grandstanding college students who only want to impress her.
Charcoal's murder!
Oh, that's so good.
Dude, things that are murder is my thing.
Hank scolds Luann, and then she climbs into Big Tex in order to continue her protest. Hank realizes that he needs to treat Luann like an adult, which is all she ever wanted. It's not the best Luann-Hank episode, but it's okay, I guess. I'm all for Luann growing more as a person, especially with her agency. But it did not feel too earned here. Like she had to be talked down, and that's kind of selfish.
Even though I still think what you're doing is asinine, if you come down here, we can talk about it, like adults.
Bobby joins a school trivia league and kills it when it comes to TV and movie questions. The pressure picks up though, and Bobby starts to panic due to how much the team depends on him. Eventually, Bobby quits the team because of stress, but Hank tells him he should follow through since it's the right thing to do. He does, but it helps that Hank shows more interest in helping Bobby out along the way. Also, the ending here is pretty dang sweet.
The big match is tomorrow. I don't know if I could get into game shape by then.
You can handle this, Bobby, and I'll help you.
Once more, a solid episode. But I'm starting to notice that more episodes are beginning to fall into this category, though. As a man in his mid-30s, this episode speaks to me. So Hank pulls his back and is now on workers' comp. He hates this. He loves his work. And he's so desperate to fix his back that he goes to yoga. Needless to say, he hates the yoga teacher, but you can't argue with the results.
I'm better. I can finally quit this nonsense.
One can't leave yoga, Hank. Yoga.
Yeah. Everything is one way, then it's the opposite.
However, a workers' comp worker catches Hank walking just fine and thinks he's faking it. Hank now has to prove his innocence, and he does it in the most Hank Hill way possible.
Let me ask you, what healthy person would voluntarily spend 5 minutes with this joker? If I wasn't in horrible pain, wouldn't I have kicked this guy's ass?
It's nice to see Hank accept yoga because, yeah, it really does help. But this episode feels like it's retreading the butt plants episode. Like, it's okay, but that episode is much better. Con finally snaps when Connie is rejected from a summer program since she's Asian. Just too many Asian applicants. Con then goes full redneck and drags men along for the ride. This is a full-blown identity crisis. Con always dunked on the guys for being rednecks, but now he's addicted to the lifestyle. Also, we finally get to meet Lucky, Luann's future husband.
And don't you know I slipped on pee-pee and broke 2 vertebrae which had to be fused together? I'm in constant pain, but by God, I got me a $53,000 settlement.
But Connie is tough. She stays the course with her studies. And the Hills start to become more concerned. Things get so bad that Con and men almost lose their house. But Hank talks some sense into Con.
Even when you and Min went off the deep end, Connie never complained and she never stopped trying. You couldn't drag that little girl down into the muck with you.
This is a great episode. First off, we learn the difference between rednecks and white trash. That's a redneck, that's white trash. Also, after 8 seasons of the show, I can totally believe that Con is fed up with how difficult his life is. Say what you want about the guy, but the dude is a hard worker, and it can be discouraging when you do all the right things and still lose. That being said, Connie is tough, and as long as she's still standing, so will Min and Con. I wonder how that will play out in season 14. And the final episode of the season is Talking Shop. For a finale, the stakes aren't too high. Bobby becomes a student peer counselor in order to hook up with girls. He's not supposed to give advice, but he does so anyway, and it eventually backfires with this girl having an obsessed crush over him.
This is for you. I'm your Stacy in a bottle. You gotta rub me the right way.
Let's not make a scene.
Meanwhile, Hank thinks Bobby is taking auto shop and is excited to work on a clunker with him as a project. Surprise, Hank! Bobby is lying, and eventually gets found out when the girl eggs his house for ignoring her. They talk things out at the end, and the girl drops this legendary line on Bobby.
I was wondering, though, what was it about me that you found so irresistible?
I think it was the power.
The power? That's it?
I don't know what else it could have been.
Overall, a solid episode, but nothing incredible. Bobby can be a little liar at times, though. But also, he's a dumb kid, so we'll let it slide. And that is a wrap on Season 8. And the verdict? Well, to be honest, I'm starting to notice a drop-off in quality. No, that's not to say it was a bad season, because it wasn't. We had some really good episodes like Reborn to be Wild and Redneck on Rainy Street. But there were a lot more underwhelming episodes this time around, such as Mold Rush, Cheer Factor, and That's What She Said. As far as developments go, Lucky finally showed up. We get some Boomhauer lore as well, which I'm always a fan of, but that's about it. The majority of the episodes were good, but at least 1/3 aren't the best. Folks, could this be the beginning of the decline? I guess we'll find out in Season 9. We start off Season 9 with what I consider one of the best episodes of the season, and one of Peggy's best episodes ever. A rover runs through it. In this one, the Hills go to Montana to visit the Platters Ranch, but primarily Peggy's mom. Turns out she is a real hard ass, and blames Peggy that the family is losing the farm. Why? Because she did not marry some other farmer's son and went off to be a teacher instead. A Hollywood celebrity who represents all of the other celebrities leaving California in order to get away from it all, but at the same time, kind of bringing it all along with them. He also won't let the Platters cows cross the river on his property because of fishing.
But someday, our children will ask us, where are the trees?
What they'll ask is, where's the goddamn steak?
At the end, Peggy uses her book smarts to find out that there's a city ordinance that through Main Street in town. The ranch is saved, but Peggy's mom does not care and is still overly critical.
You were just fixing the mess you made in the first place. And half them cattle in the drive wasn't branded yet. We could have lost them to rustlers.
This episode helps to recontextualize Peggy as a character. Why is she so insecure? Why is she signs of obliviousness? Well, blame her mother, a lady who has apparently belittled her entire life. Sounds like she would get along great with Cotton. Interestingly enough, Peggy's mom was retconned from previous episodes. She made like 2 appearances before and looked very different. But to be fair, she wasn't that significant. So I'm okay with the changes. It was a vast improvement and helped to explore Peggy's character. The ending is great too. Where Peggy is upset about the point of the trip, Hank gestures towards Bobby, a boy who was initially indifferent to the ranch, but through Peggy's mentoring had now become an outstanding cowboy. It just goes to show that both Hank and Peggy are not their parents, and have done an amazing job raising their boy. Miss Wakefield is one of the most hated episodes in the entire show. But you know what? I've seen worse. Yeah, I'm standing on business here. That being said, it has its issues. In this episode, an old woman by the name of Miss Wakefield has returned to her old home, which just so happens to be the Hills house. She wants to die in the house.
I promise not to be a nuisance.
The Hills try to get her out of their home. But the rest of the neighborhood thinks that Hank is cruel for not granting her request. It gets to the point where it feels like a slasher film, with Miss Wakefield trying to break into the home.
I told you not to hang up on me.
Eventually, Hank gives in, but Miss Wakefield feels guilty and gives up. Now, I can understand why folks dislike this episode. The neighborhood is overly critical of Hank. Miss Wakefield is an unlikable character, and the story itself seems a bit out there. That being said, I do laugh at the scenes where she's trying to break in. This little old lady haunting the Hills makes me laugh.
Don't tell Dad.
In my opinion, there are far worse episodes in the series, and we'll unfortunately be seeing them soon enough. Cotton gets Topsy's funeral money. By the way, rest in peace, Topsy. And decides to blow the money in Mexico. While there, he buys into a timeshare against Hank's wishes.
I'm in!
Hank then has to try and get Cotton out of the timeshare since he can't afford it. And that's really about it. A funny episode, but nothing really beyond that, except for another moment where Hank comes to Cotton's rescue. Also, poor Bill. Hank's yard keeps getting compliments, and Peggy wants a part of the action. She now sucks at gardening, which is a bit of a contradiction to previous episodes, but hey, who cares? So she then settles on getting a garden gnome instead. Hank despises this gnome, and then Bobby accidentally breaks the gnome, and Hank uses that chance to destroy it.
Bobby, we are never to speak of this again.
Hank eventually confesses to Peggy what happened, but she blames Bobby. Hank goes out to get a new gnome, and Peggy forgives him and mainly Bobby. She also decides to keep the gnome out of the yard for now. That's really about it. Nothing really significant in this one, folks, but hey, still pretty damn funny. Dale crashes out after realizing he was wrong about the JFK assassination and goes full Patriot instead. Helldivers approved. Hank gets his new license, but it says he's female, and now the slow march of bureaucracy prevents him from correcting the error.
F? That's female.
Now, it's no secret that Dale can be a little shit, but he is downright terrible to Hank on this one. He even calls the FBI on him, leading to Hank saying that Dale is no longer his friend. At the end, Nancy tells Dale that he's being awful, and that Hank has always been a good friend. He has a change of heart, and helps Hank to fix his license. All in all, a solid episode. But my God, Dale, you went a bit far in this one. Behold, one of the worst episodes in the entire series, the Patriot Act. Hank finds out that he and the family can pet sit for military folks while they're on active duty. He was hoping for a dog, but instead gets a cat, and misery ensues.
Dang it!
I really don't like this one. I'm not a fan of seeing the Hills suffer, especially when the episode's antagonist is annoying, which is absolutely the case here. And no, I'm not talking about the cat. Well, not entirely. Like the cat is miserable, but it's the vet who sucks the most. He just takes the Hills on a ride and uses up their vacation fund. Things only turn around when Hank threatens to tell the vet to buy new expensive equipment for his patients or something. I don't know, it's a weird ending. But hey, at least Bill has a fun B-plot. Good on you, Bill.
Wow.
Speaking of misery, Enrique gets an episode. Yeah, remember him? That guy that works with Hank at Strickland Propane? Everyone loves Enrique. Out of the blue, Enrique becomes obsessed with Hank and his family and starts to come over uninvited to their house to an uncomfortable degree.
That's funny, y'all. This is a good time.
Turns out that Enrique is having issues with his marriage, and that somehow this is Hank's problem now? Well, sure. The solution? Kick him out. And that's it. Now, I find the lesson here to be fair, because this should not be Hank's problem. But this episode just feels like another reinterpretation of Miss Wakefield, but worse. At least she's kind of fun. And by the way, the show covering new characters like Enrique is a sign that they're starting to run out of ideas. Hank finds out that he missed an insurance payment and freaks out. He locks down the house, and he and Bobby are anxious to the point of breaking. Peggy and Luann are stuck overnight at a rest stop until Hank can tell them they're insured again. Bill and Boomhauer start deep frying everything, and Dale becomes a beekeeper. At the end, the bois hits the fan, and Hank needs to jump into action to save the guys. He tells Bobby they'll be okay. And that's about it. It's kind of a meh episode that feels like it's just a string of random misadventures from the gang. And even then, it kind of feels like the main lesson is retreading on the episode from before, being I can say it right, folks. Millennium. Keep this in the cut. Do not delete any of it. Hillennium. Boom. Got it. First try. But yeah, this episode is not nearly as good as that one. But hey, at least we get to see Boomhauer and Bill have some fun together. We don't get that too often.
Burning! Oh, chocolate!
The old groundskeeper at Tom Landry, Smitty, is about to get fired since he's failing to take care of the field. Hank feels bad since he did a good job in the past and is so close to retirement. So the guys decide to take care of the field instead in secret. Smitty gets arrogant for the work though, and the guys eventually get caught. Now Smitty is back to doing the field himself, and he might blow it for the football team since the field is poorly kept.
Rock salt?
Plenty of it.
No!
At the end, a certain character comes back to the show and uses his big-ass truck to tear up the field, allowing the football team to have an excuse to move the game, and also allowing Smitty to finally retire. It's funny to see Lucky come back from being a side character to now being the new love interest for Luann. We'll talk more about this later on in the video.
I love you!
And plus, I got me some of that.
Peggy and Luann join a women's roller derby team, I guess? The owners of the team are a bunch of sexist jerks. I'm looking at you, lame Pratley. And Peggy wants to overthrow them. They concoct a plan to buy out their team and then quit. There's also some lesson about financial literacy and, I guess, accountability and debt. But it's nothing to write home about. Also, Bobby gets a corn chip fresh off the line. Thanks, Lucky. So yeah, there's that.
Oh, my God.
John Radcorn wants to make it big with his band, Big Mountain Fudge Cake. But they can't get hired because they suck ass. John Radcorn has the idea of opening a casino in order to host himself. But he gets tricked by some loan sharks and shut down. On the verge of desperation, he accepts a gig at a family event. But Lucky and Elvin ditch him. Dale gives John Radcorn a pep talk, and he proves himself to be a good children's singer, which launches his new career in child entertainment.
There's a hole in the tank where the fish should go.
This episode had some decent development for Radcorn, with how the guy is kind of miserable with his lack of fulfillment, and even has dark thoughts because of it. But hey, good on you, John Radcorn, with turning the lemons into lemonade. Dale does not like that Joseph doesn't respect him. While mourning his issue, he went to a bar for a smoke and was told to leave since he can't smoke inside. Dale defies the bartender and smokes anyway, becoming the smoking bandit.
See you in the history books, people.
Joseph becomes infatuated with this smoking rebel, which makes Dale feel like a hero. Eventually, Hank wants to catch this damn bandit in order to stop him from poorly influencing Joseph and Bobby. Whoops, he finds out it's Dale. But Hank allows him to save some face in front of Joseph. Once more, I'm not the biggest fan of Joseph-adjacent episodes, but this one is funny at least. Nancy gets replaced at work by an actual meteorologist and becomes desperate to be relevant again. Going to the greatest brain trust that ever lived, she gets help from Dale and Peggy, and they all decide to report on the scene for a forest fire.
The forecast for my career? Ha ha ha! You said it!
Nancy kind of pulls it off, actually, and gets promoted to newscaster. So hey, good job. A solid episode overall, plus it has one of my favorite Peggy jokes in the entire series.
Here to cover El Fuego de Wild. Perfect.
Bobby actually makes a sports team for once, and it's for track. Hank is surprised by this, but is excited nonetheless. Until he realizes that Bobby is being used to shame the other teammates into action.
Winning is the carrot and Bobby is the stick.
The coach thinks that what he's doing is revolutionary, while Hank sees it as disgusting. But Bobby doesn't care. He's loving it. In the end, Bobby is the only available athlete and has to give it his all. And hey, they win, showing that it's better to take pride in your efforts instead of being some kind of beating stick. Too bad they kind of pedal backwards on this episode in the future with the baseball episode. You'll see.
You did it! That's how you motivate a team.
And finally, we got It Ain't Over Till the Fat Neighbor Sings. In this one, we got Bill lasering in on a new hyperfixation. A male choir. It's a group called the Harmonaholics, and they are insanely demanding. It gets so bad that Bill almost goes AWOL from the army, which is a huge no-no. Hank comes to the rescue. But it's Dale who is the standout in this episode with his legendary dress down.
Look at you! You're part of a 12-headed jackass!
Well, it finally happened. The first season that feels like a significant downgrade from the previous. Considering the show has been going on for 9 seasons at this point, hey, not bad at all. And for what it's worth, it's not like the show is unwatchable by any means. We get some funny and entertaining moments, but nothing that I would consider superior to previous seasons. We're also a bit light on character development, except for John Redcorn and his new career. But is this a first sign of a steady decline? Well, let's find out.
This is where the drum solo usually goes.
Hank finds out that Boomhauer and Dale have been going on trips without Bill because he assumes that they want to avoid him. But he realizes that he is the one they are trying to avoid. The guys then go on a boat trip together, and Hank tries to ease up and not be too much of a control freak. This works out until it doesn't.
Fellas, how are we gonna get back in the boat?
Fortunately for the guys, there's an oil leak, and Dale has a cigarette under his hat. They light it on fire, and they are seen and rescued. The moral of the story? Hank can benefit from relaxing, but he's also usually right. This is a fun episode, but a firefighting we will go is much better.
I sure hope they have cigarettes in hell.
Peggy gets a job at the Arlen Bystander, but has a household tips column. She's getting her tips from men, but eventually runs out. She then decides to make up her own, and she accidentally recommends mixing ammonia with bleach, which is not a good idea.
Peggy, that's the recipe for mustard gas.
They're able to stop this disaster by collecting the papers, and Peggy confesses her blunder, but the paper keeps her on anyway. It's an okay episode, but nothing too memorable except for the mustard gas scare. Bill decides to open up his home as a halfway house for alcoholics because he's lonely and wants the company. However, he gets taken advantage of by the guy who's running the program. Hank then helps to relocate the guys to a house in the same neighborhood as the director. Also, Bobby teaches Peggy how to ride a bike.
That's mine over there.
It's an okay Bill episode, but nothing especially memorable. Peggy finds out that Arlen used to be famous back in the 1800s as a prostitute town. This naturally disgusts Hank, and he wants to hide the town's former shame. A new city manager wants to push this discovery as a new way to bring tourists to Arlen by opening Arlen's Museum of Prostitution. This backfires when it's revealed how sleazy the museum actually is. Plus, the city manager wants to host the Texas Adult Video Awards in Arlen.
Adult video? Oh, God.
At the end, Hank, Peggy, and Bobby, while leaving town, help some motorists in distress. And it turns out that one of them is an adult film star who was being set to pasture. She laments over her career a bit and fear for her future, but Hank shares with her the story about Arlen's founding mothers and how the ladies who established the town were able to move on from prostitution and embrace new opportunities. The town decides to scrap the video awards and also the museum and go back to its status quo. It's one of the better episodes of the season, with a good message about acknowledging your past, but how you can still change your future. Oh, I love this one. Bobby goes to clown school at a local community college, and his teacher is a pretentious know-it-all who treats comedy like it's mathematics. Bobby changes his own sense of humor and decides to show off his stuff at the school's talent show, which just mortifies Hank. Pip, 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 pip. Flouncier, Flouncier! Hank, who is not the biggest fan of Bobby's clowning, tells him to go back to his old routine, or else he'll be labeled a freak. That the professor's sense of humor is weird and uncomfortable. Fortunately, Bobby makes the switch and saves himself from being a fool. I like what this episode has to say about comedy. The more you overthink it, the less funny it becomes. That comedy itself cannot be explained, and trying to do so makes it pretentious and unfunny.
The old pencil in the can bit. Always funny. Don't know why.
Con gets shamed by Ted Wasana-san that he's not a true Laotian because he has become too American. In order to gain Ted's favor back, Con forsakes his suburban ways and even trains as a soldier who will be sent back to Laos to fight the government? Yeah, it's a bit out there.
You are a disgrace, especially you.
At the end, Con quits and tells Ted that he likes his life and won't be ashamed of it. Kind of a good moment for Con, giving Ted a piece of his mind. Too bad he goes back to groveling towards Ted later on in the show. Also, Hank and the guys get to enjoy the new neighborhood pool, one that they helped to build at Con's house.
I guess I'm just growing up.
Hank and his local baseball team have a perfect season, and they decide to raise money for Tom Landry's baseball team by playing against the Ace and his Spades. It's kind of like a baseball version of the Harlem Globetrotters. Hank gets the brilliant idea that beating the Ace would be more exhilarating for him for some reason. This backfires tremendously. The Ace sees Hank and his team as bad sports. He keeps the charity check and then he takes off. Hank tries to make up, gets mocked, and then he and the team start to harass the Ace into submission. That's the episode. Yeah, this is a strange one. Hank and everyone else are being really stupid here. Why did they think that this was a good idea? I know they were being arrogant, but this was downright foolish. Not your best moment, Hank.
Maybe we played too seriously?
Bobby becomes the understudy for a guy who picks up poop for a living. It's a great job, and Bobby is learning a lot about entrepreneurship. But Hank is concerned that Bobby is not a good fit for it, as it disgusts him.
You pick up poop?
At the end, Hank convinces the poop man that he can live a life like this since he's enchanting. But Bobby won't get the same grace since he's not as blessed when it comes to looks or charm. I contest that. I think Bobby is very charming. So the poop man takes a fall in order to convince Bobby that his job is not as glorious as he imagined. An entertaining episode, but I don't like the lesson. Like, yeah, I get it. Take honor in your work. But there's nothing wrong with working dirty jobs, especially ones that pay you well. Con leverages his house and uses the money to buy a car wash since he wants a turnkey operation. He also teams up with Buck Strickland as a business partner. Since Buck wants the car wash, since a lot of pretty girls hang out there, Buck makes Hank work at the car wash, and Con works him to the bone. Ultimately, Hank threatens to quit, which makes Buck reconsider. It's not the most pleasant episode. Like, Con is a real ass in this one. But it's kind of interesting how often Hank has threatened to quit Strickland Propane, which usually ends with Buck having a change of heart. I think that deep down, Hank is sick of Buck, but he's far too patient and caring to really do anything about it. And I think Buck knows that. It makes me wonder what happens between these two in season 14. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Strickland Propane is stuck in a price war with its competitors. But Buck has the brilliant idea of hiring the guys from American Chopper to promote them at a propane expo. The Chopper guys don't really have anything to do, as they did not bring their bikes, so naturally, a fight breaks out. Later on, Hank tells all of the owners of the propane stores to stop the price war, which then backfires and leads to a cartel of price gouging. Eventually, the propane commissioner finds out and tells Hank he needs to wear a wire in order to implicate Buck and the other owners. How does he get out of this one? Well, the American Chopper guys show up, they apologize for the fight, and they use their bikes to drown out the noise so Hank can tell Buck and the other owners that he's bugged. They then cease the price gouging and go back to the price war. It's a weird episode to say the least. I like the world building with the other propane stores, but the American Chopper cast feels very shoehorned in. Not one of their better celebrity cameos. And believe it or not, there's another episode that's even worse. You'll see in season 11. As a guy who went to a mega church while growing up, this episode resonates with me. Church hopping starts with the Hills leaving their church because they lost their seats in their church to another family. Fed up, they tried some new churches and settled on a mega church. For those who don't know, these things are real, and the episode did its homework.
It's TV the way I always dreamed TV could be.
Peggy, of course, volunteers to help the pastor and be his personal assistant, which goes about as well as you would expect. Hank gets caught up in a men's group, and now his entire life is built around church. Gets to the point where he leaves church, but then gets freaked out at the notion of being an atheist.
You and I and our son will live the barren, empty lives of secular humanists.
Dad!
At the end, they go back to their original church, and they get their seats back too. Kind of an underwhelming conclusion. All in all, this episode gets some points for being uniquely relatable, and it also has some funny moments. That Passion of the Christ scene? Yeah, I know it's up. So for a season 10 episode? Not bad.
You can blame it all on me.
Well, Buck got kicked out of his favorite strip club, and he's bummed out. After becoming inspired by a quirky ice cream shop, Buck decides to make Strickland Propane super fun by forcing the employees to dress in costumes and have creepy office sleepovers and completely disregard the serious aspects of running a business altogether. The workers hate it. And it gets to the point where Hank has to reunite Buck with a strip club just so they can get back to work.
I'm the one you should ban from jug stores, not Buck.
Then you're banished too!
We're starting to get more Buck episodes, which, hey, I don't hate, but they can be a hit or miss. Buck is a lot like Cotton, where he is reckless and a womanizer. But where Cotton is cruel, Buck is just plain selfish. Well, hold on, I guess Cotton is selfish too. But at least Buck's selfishness seems to be more on accident than anything. God, Hank needs some better role models. Thank goodness for Tom Landry. Bobby and Joseph try to get a job, but once they see a bunch of cool older guys begging for money instead of working, they decide to join them. And of course, Hank quickly finds out. Hank wants Bobby to take pride in his work, and not to be a bum who relies on the charity of others. Bobby eventually realizes this on his own. He gets a job and calls out the other bums for being fake.
They're just posers. Lazy posers.
It's an average episode. Though it feels like it's retreading the ending of Rich Hank, Poor Hank, so it loses points for that. Hopefully, the next episode is better. If there is an episode of King of the Hill that comes close to being almost unwatchable, this is it. Hank's bully. Behold, the most annoying character in the entire show, Caleb. God, I wish Cotton could have screamed at this child. He would have put him in his place. A new family moves to the neighborhood, and they have a 10-year-old son named Caleb. He's a little shit who runs rampant, causing trouble. He calls Hank names. He messes with Hank's tools, even his yard. Hank tries to discipline Caleb by keeping his bike, but then his parents and the cops show up to get the bike back. Hank ultimately has to use Bobby to fight fire with fire and harass Caleb's parents into submission.
There goes your basket.
Caleb's parents finally discipline him at the end, and I assume they move away because we never see them again, thank God. So, why do I hate this episode? Because it is miserable. Worse than Enrique. Worse than Miss Wakefield. It's even worse than the freaking cat. At least for Enrique and Miss Wakefield, they have a reason behind their motivations. And the cat is just being a cat. But Caleb? Oh, this is unchecked malice. And seeing his parents enable it drives me up a wall. Yeah, he's a kid, I get it, but I don't care, he sucks. Even with the Peggy Dale taxidermy B-plot, this episode is just not funny. Just lots of gaslighting, torture, and misery, while Hank has to take it. I guess this episode is a commentary about bad parenting? I don't really care though, it does not hit for me. When I rewatch the series, I skip this episode virtually every time. I like to see Hank overcome challenges, like in The New Cowboy on the Block. But that episode is way more funny, way more entertaining, and way more interesting, as it explores Hank's nepotism. For Hank's bully, it's the opposite. And where's the fun in that?
You need to learn some manners.
And to finish this season off, we have edumacating Lucky. Lucky wants to get his GED and asks Peggy to help him out. Needless to say, Peggy does not like Lucky. But she's also an educator, so she has a bit of an obligation here. This takes a nosedive when she realizes that Lucky is getting his GED not to get a job, but in order to be worthy enough to marry Luann.
Good enough for what?
Good enough to ask Luann to marry me.
What happens next is another one of Peggy's worst moments ever. She purposely sabotages Lucky and his tutoring. Why? Well, she does not want Lucky to marry Luann, because she fears it will drag her back to the trailer park. Lucky is crestfallen when he discovers that he failed. But then to everyone's shock, Luann announces that she's pregnant. Lucky is overjoyed and ready to be a father, but he refuses to marry her. According to his family's arbitrary code, he isn't worthy enough to marry Luann unless he has his GED. Of course, this makes everyone crash out. And it gets even worse when Hank finds out that Peggy deliberately sabotaged Lucky's efforts.
You did what?
Yeah, I was wrong. I get it.
So what do? Well, an old-fashioned shotgun wedding. Lucky and Luann are now engaged. That's a wrap on the season.
Welcome to the family, Lucky.
Season 10 was unfortunately another decline for the show. A lot of average episodes, but nothing outstanding. I do like Hank's on board, and Portrait of the Artist as a young clown. But then we got some stinkers too. Plus, the worst episode in the series so far thanks to Hank's bully. The most significant push of the needle, though, was Luann getting pregnant, and Lucky proposing to her. But that's about it. That being said, I know quite a few people who see this development as unfortunate, as they don't care for Lucky as a character. We'll explore this a bit more in the next season, and hopefully, things will get better from here on out in Season 11. Season 11 starts off very strong with one of Peggy's best episodes in the entire series, the Peggy Horror Picture Show. Peggy, who has always struggled feeling feminine, especially due to her large feet, runs into Carolyn, a woman who comes to admire Peggy.
You and me, Peggy, what do you say?
Yes.
Great! Just bring your own eyelashes.
I always do.
It's so sweet because Peggy and Carolyn really click. And Hank is so happy to see Peggy having such a good time with her new friend. But it all falls apart when Carolyn finds out Peggy is actually a biological woman and not a fellow drag queen.
I imagine this is what it looks like when you're stabbed in the stomach at several different angles, huh?
Yeah, stabbing.
It's a good premise for an episode. Peggy discovers that Carolyn is a man and feels mortified by the revelation that she could only relate to a woman who just so happens to be a man. Of course, Hank is incredibly dense and can't connect the dots that Carolyn is actually a drag queen.
Isn't this something you should be talking about with your girlfriends? You know, like that Carolyn.
Hank, are you even listening to me?
At the end, Carolyn confronts Peggy and brings her to a clothes exchange with a bunch of other drag queens. They love her wardrobe, and Carolyn tells Peggy that drag queens model themselves after powerful women who they admire.
You, my dear, are simply Peggy.
Peggy. That does make sense.
Girl, you are fierce. Deal with it.
This is a great episode. It's really ahead of its time. This actually kind of reminds me of Peggy's Pageant Fever, but somehow feels far more humanizing. We get to explore Peggy's insecurities, as she has always felt less dainty and girly compared to others like Nancy. She finally found a kindred spirit in Carolyn, which, yeah, is ironic, because Carolyn is a drag queen. But I find the conclusion incredibly sweet and empowering for Peggy. Carolyn is genuine in her admiration of Peggy and proves that femininity can take many forms. A snake that Lucky gives Bobby goes down the toilet and is now on the loose in the sewers of Arlen. The city's animal control feel that they don't get paid enough to do the job and use the city's fear to approve sweeping bond measures that give them lots of money and perks to the job. Dale is also hired in order to hunt the snake, and he gets caught up with the animal control guys too.
As a matter of fact, you are exactly what we're looking for.
Go on home, make love to your wife, and then come back here ready to be a hero.
But she's at work. I'll figure it out.
Hank gets sick of all of the bureaucratic nonsense, and Dale and the other animal control guys finally kill the snake. I guess the lesson here is to be mindful of local government pork barrel politics? Sure, why not?
Good. Hey, if Bobby asks, we let Josh go on a farm.
After speaking to a genealogist, Bill decides to hold a family reunion and cooks up a magnificent barbecue with the help of his friends. Unfortunately, only his cousin Gilbert shows up. He tells Bill that they are the last remaining members of the Dautrive family line, but that their legacy will live on in some monthly poetry article. After Hank brings some leftover ribs to work, Buck Strickland wants to invest in Bill's family recipe, so Bill gets to work to sell it. Even Bobby, who was reluctant to help with food prep at first, finds a deep appreciation for the craft. However, Gilbert shows back up and shames Bill for trying to sell the family's secret recipe. Yeah, the irony, right?
What you have done with your streetwalker's gold, eh? Bought more of these double-stuffed chocolate sandwich cookies?
The ending is frustrating because Bill said he can't sell the sauce unless Gilbert approves it, and he doesn't. So it's kind of dead in the water. But Bill does pass the recipe on to Bobby to use, which helps him to feel some semblance of legacy. Hey, it'd be cool if Bobby is using the sauce in season 14, since he's a cook now.
There's no reason you can't make it and give it away too.
That'd be great, but I'm not a Dautrive.
Bobby, trust me, I'd be honored.
Luann is once again mourning for the things she never had due to her rough upbringing. This time around, it's prom. While venting about this, her client, a kid named Kevin, asks Luann to go to prom with him, and she says yes. Of course, this comes after Lucky being dismissive of Luann since he keeps leaving her out of his guy plans like stomping.
If you go to that prom, well, that does it.
Well, if you go stumping, then that does it!
Lucky's friends decide to take action and start to bully Kevin, but they gotta go through Peggy first. You know, it's pretty funny that Elvin is legitimately scared of Peggy, and it's happened more than once.
Aunt Peggy! Elvin and Muddaber are making trouble!
Not in my house. Not unless you want some of this.
At the end, Lucky realizes that he has been neglectful towards Luann and takes off to go make things right. And leaves the guys behind. Lucky stops Elvin and Muddaber from hurting Kevin. He also apologizes to Luann, and the two then dance together at the prom. A good growth episode for Lucky, and it shows that, despite being a moron, he really does care for Luann.
I did a lot of thinking out in those woods, Luann, and I came to realize that you are my stump.
Oh, Lucky.
In my opinion, this is as close as the show got to truly jumping the shark. So it turns out that Hank is the cousin of the musician Dusty Hill of ZZ Top. Hank has kept this a secret because he's not proud of it. But now Dusty and his co-musicians are filming a reality show in Arlen. The producer of the show wants to amp things up and realizes that bullying Hank is great for ratings.
There's your act break, people. And your bus side, your grocery separator. This is our new job. Pissing off Hank Hill.
At the end, Cotton gives Dusty his prize car, which really hurts Hank's feelings. And then they trash it at a demolition derby. Dusty almost dies during the derby, but Hank rescues him. The two make up, but Hank says he does not want to see Dusty ever again, and Dusty agrees. Personally, this episode feels like a fanfic. A celebrity is Hank's cousin and was always there in the past? Yeah, that's hard to believe. But at least the episode is entertaining though. Though it does get annoying too. Especially with how everyone picks on Hank, including his friends.
No!
Peggy gets fired from the Arlen Bystander and gets hired as a realtor instead. Meanwhile, Hank is gifted a set of golf clubs that were supposedly used as murder weapons. Does this go anywhere? Not really. That's really about it. That's the episode. This is a boring episode, and I don't quite understand why the writers went with this change for Peggy. Maybe I'm missing some social commentary here about realtors? I don't know, but this episode is forgettable to me.
King me.
King me.
King me.
As As we all know, Bill struggles when it comes to women. But there's a certain character who has been pining for Bill for a while. Reverend Stroop. Hell, he had a crush on her in her very first episode. And she was showing interest in Bill during the Hermanaholics episode.
I shouldn't be climbing ladders. Oops.
Well, in this one, the two finally start dating, but have to do it under the table because the church might not approve. Eventually, everyone finds out, and Stroop quits the church so she can move in with Bill. Now, you would think that Bill would love this, since he's always lonely. But now that the forbidden love was no longer forbidden, well, he got bored.
Not having to sneak around or worry what people think is much more relaxing. Almost boring, in fact.
Bill now wants to break up with Stroop, but he's afraid to be honest with her. After a pep talk from Hank, Bill finds the courage to speak up. I gotta say though, this advice from Hank is really good.
Bill, this is ridiculous. You can't spend the rest of your life with someone just because you're afraid to be honest with them.
But honesty's hard.
I know, but it's the right thing to do.
The two break up, and that's it. Personally, this episode makes me not pity Bill too much. Yeah, life sucks, and you don't want to be lonely. But you keep sabotaging relationships that could work out. Now, Stroop is nowhere near a perfect person, like her leading a creepy group prayer on Hank's lawn when she thinks he's a racist. But she's still definitely out of Bill's league. So, good on her for jumping ship. Okay, folks, this one is hilarious. So Bobby's school has a new class called Virtual PE. That's basically just playing video games instead of gym. And Hank disapproves of it. He tells Bobby to do the presidential fitness test instead. Some gamers at the school, though, become infatuated with Hank and make a game about him and Strickland Propane. Buck tells Hank to play the game in order to see if they can sue the dudes for copyright infringement. Hank starts playing the game begrudgingly at first, but then he really gets hooked on it.
A manager mode, huh? I didn't notice that before. That's kind of interesting.
In fact, Hank becomes so hooked on the game that he completely ignores all of Bobby's progress and training for the presidential fitness exam. He is now vicariously living his dreams through the game and is full-blown addicted. It gets so bad that Peggy had to drop this legendary line on Hank.
I married a man, Hank, not a gamer.
Peggy talked to the game developers and found out that she can destroy the game. After humiliating Hank with her own admin character, she pulls the plug, and Hank gets back to normal. He also supports Bobby on his test, and Bobby does a great job. Not outstanding, but hey, progress is progress. Now, I know I complain at times about the cast acting out of character at times, and Hank playing video games falls into that arena. But it works so well due to Hank's desire to be the best. Assistant manager? Regional manager? Yeah, I totally understand why he got addicted. Good on him for quitting and getting back to supporting Bobby. Peggy gets caught up in a pyramid scheme. Again! She did it because she thought it would open doors for her as a realtor, but it backfires. Man, those Wasana songs are really jerks. Dale is also confronted by the real Rusty Shackelford, and he wants his name back.
Dale Gribble?
Maybe. Who's asking?
Rusty Shackelford.
What?
At the end, Dale and Peggy team up to disappear themselves in order to skip town. It fails, but the attempt shows how good the Cozy Kitchen products actually are. Okay, sure. The stunt is enough to get Peggy out of her contract. This episode's got some funny moments, but it's not the best of the season. Nancy's hair is falling out, and it's due to genetics. The only way to stop it? To sleep with John Redcorn again.
Nancy.
John Redcorn?
Shame on you, John Redcorn. Shame on you. Because, folks, he is 100% for it. And now Nancy is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Save her hair by rekindling a past fling and cheating on Dale all over again, or stay loyal to Dale and lose all of your hair. Fortunately, she makes the right call. This episode sucks because it retroactively damages the relationship between Dale and John Redcorn. Like, I know they're not friends really, but John Redcorn quit healing Nancy because he said that Dale was a good man. Sure, he wants to be Joseph's full-time dad, and he worries about his upbringing, but to see him want to sleep with Nancy again, it's just really disappointing to see. Bill has to lose weight for a military fitness exam and goes off the deep end when he opens a home gym and becomes friends with a bunch of gym bros. Bill gets buff and starts to become a real beef-headed jerk.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
It gets so bad that Hank and the others stop hanging out with Bill, which makes Bill really angry. And how does Bill work through these emotions? By working out, of course, to the point of failure. Bill is hurt, and Hank and the guys come to the rescue. They're able to get rid of the gym bros, and Bill goes back to normal and loses all of his muscles. For the record, there are Bill episodes where he goes on a power trip, like the flood episode, and I'm not usually the biggest fan of that dynamic, but it works here. It makes sense why Bill would get full of himself. He's in a beefy echo chamber, but the resolution helps him to see the light. Also, this episode is hilarious. I love the gym bros. They crack me up.
Yeah! Yeah! Here comes Jack! Yeah!
Lucky's PP money funds are running low.
Where's the rest? The money.
Luann.
Where is the rest?
And Luann panics that they can't afford her dream wedding. Lucky gets a job with Dale, and okay, follow me here. Ready? He hurts his back, wants to sue Dale, but he has nothing, and somehow Lucky's lawyer takes aim at Strickland Propane instead. Yeah.
How can you possibly sue Strickland? Because it was you, as a Strickland Propane employee, who set this tragic chain of events in motion.
Hank, of course, is disgusted by this and tells Lucky that suing innocent people is wrong. Lucky has a change of heart and tries to make lawyer Johnson drop the case, but he said he can't due to malpractice. So now they have to convince the lawyer that Lucky was faking. Sadly, it does not work, and then Lucky gets the idea to get injured in the lawyer's office instead, and that he's responsible for the injuries. The two settled, and Lucky gets enough money for a down payment for a house and money for the wedding. Believe it or not, but this was going to be the finale of the show. The staff were told that the show was canceled, and they decided to make Lucky's wedding suit the show's finale. That's why we see so many characters from previous episodes at the wedding, like Patch, Tammy, and hell, even Hank's half-brother Junichiro was there. They even have a conclusion where the guys talk about what a year it's been, and how some episodes weren't even canon. Fortunately, Fox changed its mind, and the show was put back into production. So they changed the end of Lucky's wedding suit so it doesn't come across as conclusive for the series. Now, it's not an incredible episode, but there's character growth for Lucky taking responsibility, and also a very sweet moment between Hank and Luann. He even walks her down the aisle, which really just goes to show that Hank has become Luann's true dad. Season 11 was an improvement over Season 10, but it's still a downgrade compared to Seasons 1 to 9. That being said, there are some top-tier episodes here. The Peggy Horror Picture Show, Blood and Sauce, and Bill, Bulk, and the Body Buddies. Actually, like 1/4 of the episodes from this season are Bill episodes, and 2 of them are very good. But then we got some lackluster episodes like Peggy's Gone to Ponce and Glenn Peggy, Glenn Ross. Both Peggy episodes. Oh lord. For pushing continuity, we get a huge development with Lucky and Luann getting married. It was so significant that it was almost the show's finale. But Fox decided to keep the lights on. Was this for the best? Well, let's find out. Well, we're back to over 20 episodes. We kick season 12 off with one of the most sacred traditions in Southern culture, college football. Bobby gets interested in watching football, and Hank is thrilled. They take him to a football game for the Longhorns, but the seats suck. Bobby sneaks into a skybox, which is a no-no, but the guys stay there anyway because it rocks. And Hank wants Bobby to love football.
And if we lose, Bobby'll hate football and live an unfulfilling life. And then he will die.
Man, Hank, you've really thought this through.
Turns out that the skybox belongs to the Huskers coach, or at least like a previous coach. And they call the skybox fair play. Hank gives them a really bad play, but it actually helped them to win the game. And Hank is in absolute shock about this.
Nebraska wins! Nebraska wins!
The gang then escapes the stadium incognito, because if they get caught, they actually might get killed by the Texan fans. At the end, Hank laments about the loss, but Bobby says he wants to keep watching football, so that's a win for Hank. It's a good bonding episode between the two, and it really resonates with college football culture. Good episode. Bobby begins protesting the vending machines at school in order to win over a girl who is super liberal. It gets so bad that they do a walkout into the town, but Hank talks the kids down.
Walk out!
Oh my God, Bobby! Are you leading a walkout?
That's right. People, we're out of here.
Walk out! Walk out!
That's it. That's the episode. It's below average and not that good. Bobby is picked to lead the boys for their Powder Puff football game, but he's really not into it. He sees it as beneath him, but Hank is all about it. Kind of a funny twist, all things considered, but that's just the power of football.
I want to live!
You're right, he is funny.
Told you, I want to live. Good one, Bobby.
Due to some angry PTA parents, the Powder Puff cheerleaders get scrapped for being sexist. But Bobby and the guys show up to the game anyway and do their routine.
Shake it, but don't break it. Tell your mama 9 months to make it.
It's kind of funny that no one gives a crap about the girls playing football, but only care about the boys doing cheerleading. A double standard for sure. But as someone who saw his school doing Powder Puff back in the day, it's accurate. Now, I consider this an unofficial Boomhauer episode. Bobby, Connie, and Joseph get summer passes to a water park, but the surfing jerk won't let them on the surfing ride. Hank says that Boomhauer was a surfing legend and should talk to the guy. But Boomhauer just humiliates himself instead.
You show 'em how we do it in Ireland, Mr. Boomhauer.
Boomhauer then has a bit of an existential crisis, but realizes that he can ultimately adapt, beating that surfer jerk by literally beating him. It's a good episode about getting older, but that does not mean you have to become a relic. Like the kid said.
New wave, man, you know. Can't beat it, man.
Yeah, can't beat the wave, brah. Beat the surfer.
Beat the surfer.
Also, Bill decides to wave to people off the side of the road because he loves the attention, but it almost kills him. Well, it finally happened. Cotton died. While at a hibachi restaurant, Cotton has a war flashback and injures himself. The doctor said his injuries are terminal, but Hank's not taking it seriously. He finally does and wants to get some closure with Cotton, but of course Cotton messes with him instead.
You finished?
And this is where we see Peggy's finest moment in the entire show. As much as some folks hate Peggy, cannot deny how incredible she was when she finally gave Cotton a piece of her mind. Talk about badass.
In fact, I hope you do go on living forever as the unhappy person you are in the hell you have created here on Earth. I hope you live forever. I really do.
Do you now?
And I don't blame Peggy for not telling Hank the truth about his final words. It's better for Hank to have some closure than to live with Cotton's spiteful farewell. Believe it or not, this will not be the last time we see the Colonel. And I hope that's also the case in season 14 as well, with the return of GH. I bet he'll have a lot of questions for Hank about Cotton and what he was like. That will be an interesting conversation if it happens. This is a brilliant episode. You would think that Hank would hate organic markets, to which he kind of does, but he hates bad meat even more. Hank agrees to work at a co-op run by a bunch of hippies so he can get access to farm-to-table meat, and it blows his mind. It is so much better than the crap from Megalomart.
So, is it good? The suspense is killing me.
It's the best steak I have ever eaten.
Also, we see the return of Appleseed, who's pretty damn hilarious. Hank even says like, "Hey, Appleseed." And Appleseed's like, "How do you know my name?"
Appleseed?
How do you know my name?
Sadly, the store gets bought out. But Hank and Appleseed take some cows and chickens to a farm so they can live a good life before they get slaughtered. Honestly, this is a very on-theme episode for Hank. Sure, hippies suck, but sometimes that organic food of theirs, especially the meat, is superior to big brand garbage.
Hank, if this is food, what have we been eating?
A top-tier episode of the season for sure. Bobby wants to put on a fair for the school, but some diversity counselor starts hosting a class to tell the kids about their racist past.
What is our heritage? I forget.
Well, let's see. We're English and Irish, and I think your great-grandfather was German.
Stop. Just stop.
It gets so bad that the kids switch the fair out for a diversity seminar, which is just ass. But thankfully, Hank talks some sense back into Bobby.
I'm supposed to be opening the wound so that it can heal.
That is ridiculous. If a wound is closed, it's already healing.
Yeah.
We also got a B-plot with Lucky being stupid and refusing to go to the hospital after his injury. Once more, his dumbass code in action. Min and Con finally get the chance to join Nine Rivers Country Club, but Min has to help their skeet shooting team win first. In order to get practice, she joins Dale's gun club. Initially, she thinks they're kind of dumb, and as a means to an ends. But it's actually really sweet to watch her slowly bond with the guys. They all really admire her. However, she eventually has to tell them all the truth. That she only joined the Arling Gun Club to get practice, so she could represent Nine Rivers. Of course, this upsets Dale and the rest of the club. You know, for a gun club, these guys really suck at shooting. Min wins the competition, but Dale and the guys show up to Nine Rivers with their guns, I guess to crash the party? Thank God it did not get violent. Min vouches for the guys with their guest passes. And finally, Con and Min get to join Nine Rivers Country Club officially. Wow, closure. This was a cute episode for Min and Dale. I did not expect them to have this kind of chemistry, but they really pulled it off. Too bad this is the only time we really get to see them highlighted in an episode together. Dale wants to do a basket weaving class and brings Hank along with him. Dale sucks at it, but Hank is amazing, making Dale jealous.
The guy can't weave. There, I said it.
Hank?
Yeah, I'd rather use a sack than one of Dale's baskets. A sack!
Hank feels bad for Dale, and the basket instructor makes up some phony extermination problem in order to make Dale feel better. He even gets some praise from the other classmates. It must have been a slow day in the writer's room, because I really don't get what they were going for in this one. A very forgettable episode overall. Lady Bird has become erratic and even bit Hank, so he gets the help of an off-brand dog whisperer. Yeah, this really dates the episode, but hey, South Park did it too. The guy gives Hank a bunch of spiritual lip service and says that Lady Bird wants to feel a sense of belonging by visiting an old person's home. She gets off leash and Hank's scared that she might bite someone. Animal control gets called, and Hank needs to find Lady Bird before she gets put down. Thankfully, he finds her, and it turns out that she's going deaf, and that's why she's been acting up. She's not a bad dog, just an old one.
No, this dog wouldn't harm anyone. Look at her.
Oh, it's going to be so sad seeing Lady Bird gone in the new season. I wonder if they'll talk about that, or if we'll even get a flashback of Hank saying goodbye to Lady Bird. Not gonna lie, if they do that, I'm going to cry. Trans fats get banned in Arlen, along with a handful of other foods. So Buck decides to open up a Sugarfoot's food truck to sell all of the delicious illegal foods. Meanwhile, Bill welcomes the ban and starts embracing a trans fat-free diet without any regards for his actual health. Then a turf war starts up between Sugarfoot's and a rival food truck, and Hank believes he's on the side of justice at first, until he has an insightful dream.
But I thought you'd be proud.
We're not.
Crouch, 2 o'clock high!
The ban is lifted due to hypocrisy from the council members, and trans fats are back on the menu. It's a fun episode, but the concept is pretty damn silly. By some miracle, Bill goes on an incredibly successful blind date and gets together with a woman who has 2 kids. One of these kids look a whole lot like Joseph, and Dale finally realizes that Kate must be his daughter.
Joseph and Kate share paternal DNA. They have the same father.
Oh, God. Dale, so this means...
Precisely. Kate is my daughter.
Huh?
While he's right about one thing, Kate and Joseph share the same father, and it sure as hell isn't Dale. But Dale thinks it is. He kind of gives up doing anything with this information until he gets upset that Bill will be raising Kate since things are getting serious with Bill and Kate's mom, Charlene. So what does Dale do? He asks John Redcorn to seduce Charlene.
Well, see you later, John. Redcorn! Of course!
I'm sorry?
John Redcorn, I bet you could romance a woman out of a relationship with a giant doofus.
God, the irony. And it gets even better when Nancy finds out that John was cheating on her back in the day, making for a very interesting conversation between these three.
Dale never cheated on you.
Of course not, the alien.
Never? John Redcorn, you're saying Dale didn't cheat on me even once?
I'm not sure why John Redcorn would have that information, but no.
At the end, John Redcorn takes in Charlene and her kids, which is an interesting development, and one that I bet they'll scrap in season 14. That being said, the dynamics in this episode are hilarious, and are a great twist to Dale, Nancy, and the John Redcorn love triangle. Great episode. Hank finds out that he has been getting ripped off by his trusted car salesman for years, and he is pissed. He wants to raise public awareness, and these dudes at the print shop say they will help Hank out.
I want to join your fight.
Well, all right. You can meet me at the car lot at 5 a.m.
5 a.m.? Okay.
Geez, what is it with Hank and blowing things up? Well, he gets the blame, but the car guy lets him off, knowing that Hank would fight him every step of the way to prove his innocence. Kind of an underwhelming episode. This is a weird one. So Enrique asks Hank to get to know his daughter so he can do a speech about her for her quinceanera. Is this a thing? Look, I tried Googling it. I couldn't get any answers. I don't know. I'm a white boy. What do I know?
Mexicans have 15, Jews have 13, rich girls have sweet 16. Everyone has some crazy day except for Christian boy.
Your baptism was amazing.
So I've heard.
Meanwhile, Peggy brings a bunch of her hipster clients to Enrique's neighborhood, which makes the rent skyrocket in price. This is bad for Enrique because now his rent is too expensive, and now he has to move. In order to stop this, the rednecks show up to drive the cool renters away and save Enrique's house. Okay, 2 things here. 1, thanks a lot, Peggy. 2, the premise of this episode feels very odd. Why would Enrique ask Hank, of all people, to do this? It just seems so weird to me. And I don't think Hank would want to waste his time talking to a random kid of his coworker. Like, maybe I'm missing something here, but not a good episode in my eyes. Peggy becomes obsessed with keeping the family in contact with each other after she was shamed for not knowing where Bobby was during a school assembly. It gets to the point where Peggy is so overbearing that Hank and Bobby start to avoid her. This leads to them missing a family portrait appointment for their Christmas card.
I'm so sorry. I do not know how this could have happened. They should be here.
That is your picture. Goodbye.
Hank and Bobby try to set things right, and Peggy realizes that her boys love her. And that's all that matters. A below-average episode, but hey, it's got a cute ending.
You are a wonderful husband and a wonderful son. And we are a wonderful family. And I don't need a picture to prove it.
Con's father-in-law is visiting him, and he hates Con. Always talking down to him and making him feel small. Con finds an outlet via karaoke and becomes a bit of a town celebrity, boosting his confidence.
And find a place that's safe and warm.
Con's father-in-law upstages Con at karaoke and makes him crash out. Min talks to her dad and begs him to be nice to Con, but he does this in the meanest way possible.
You are a loser, a nothing. I am better than you in every way and can crush you whenever the mood strikes me.
I feel like this guy would get along well with Cotton. The karaoke is fun in this episode, but that's about it. Another Peggy blunder. She gets the idea of putting on a show in order to sell a house. Yeah, that's the premise. After hosting the show successfully, a person makes an offer on her house, and she says yes. This really ticks Hank off, and they purposely sabotage the house so it doesn't pass inspection. Aw, poor Hank. Again, kind of a forgettable episode. And I'm not really a fan of Peggy being a realtor.
Sizemore Realty, this is Peggy Hill speaking, but you can call me your realtor.
Joseph gets an offer to play football at this snooty school, and Dale says yes, even though Joseph doesn't want to. Dale also gets caught up in the luxury, but eventually thinks he's not good enough to raise Joseph. So he tries to give him away to a rich family instead. Naturally, Joseph comes home and goes back to Tom Landry. Again, kind of an underwhelming episode, but the Doors scene is pretty hilarious.
I miss you, Dad!
You'll forget me soon enough.
I can't remember what you look like!
These two are so stupid. There is no doubt that Joseph is Dale's son. Now, I know it's hard to feel any sympathy for Peggy, but I really feel for her in this one. So it's Peggy's birthday, and apparently her birthday parties are a disaster every year. For this year, it's a disco-themed murder mystery party, and it's on a train. But it all blows up in her face. The mystery was ruined. The food went bad. They can't drink on the train due to some stupid law. How can it get any worse? Oh, I see it got better. So yeah, Peggy and Hank do the nasty on the train. But Con sees the evidence of lovemaking on the bathroom mirror and wants to find out who did it. And if Hank gets found out, the strict train conductor can apparently give Strickland Propane a propane death sentence? I guess. I don't quite follow. I guess the guy is just that powerful. Hank and Peggy are able to cover for it, but everyone gets thrown off the train. Peggy has a cry at the end, that her birthdays always suck, and she thinks that her birthday isn't worth celebrating ever again. But then they find a bar and they disco it up. There's even a nice moment between Lucky and Peggy at the end too. Again, I know that Peggy is not everyone's favorite, but it's good to see her get a win every now and then.
You really enjoyed yourself this evening, didn't you, Aunt Peggy?
Oh, you know.
Good for you.
Okay, follow me on this one. It's a ride. Dale wants to work at Hooters so he can be fired for sex discrimination and sue them. But they call his bluff, so now he works there. Hank gets an autograph, but it's fake, and while returning it, bumps into a guy who he thinks stole his wallet.
Hey, you, get back here! Give me that wallet!
Okay.
I ought to tear your head off. Yeah, you better run.
Hank tries to return the wallet, but the guy snaps and attacks Hank and the other guys. He's actually really sad and kind of pathetic. They go to Hooters or Bazungas or whatever it's called, since it's a public setting. Dale gets assaulted by the guy, and the Hooter girls, who once hated him, actually stand up for Dale. There's also this C-plot where Bobby hangs out with the school police officer.
You got him, Officer Brown. You set up the wrong guy, boyos.
This is a very busy episode, but there's honestly not much substance to it. Some funny jokes here and there, but besides Dale working at Hooters, it's pretty average. Bobby and Hank are working on a boat together for some kind of river boat parade. While working on it in the garage, a bat appears and it freaks Hank out. Bobby wants to get back to work, but Hank is afraid. So Bobby just starts doing everything on his own. Hank tries to face his fears at the end, and kind of does when he jumps into action to save Bobby and his boat.
What are you doing? We're sinking.
Not yet. Come on, Bobby, you've worked too hard to just give up. We can save it.
It's a good bonding moment for Hank and Bobby, but there are superior episodes in this category. Also, Peggy is reading smut books.
Mary Allison was shy, reserved, naive in the ways of love. That was about to change. Oh.
Luann's father finally makes an appearance and visits the Hills home. Up to this point, he was only mentioned in regards to getting stabbed by Luann's mom with a fork, and allegedly works on an oil rig. Folks, he never worked on an oil rig.
The truth is, Hoyt just got out of prison.
What? No!
Now we're a normal family.
So Hoyt here just got out of prison, and he begins to drag the family down into the mud, especially Lucky, who ends up taking the fall for him when he walked out on his tab. All the while, Luann is none the wiser. It gets so bad that Hoyt nearly throws Luann under the bus for some illegal drugs that he was arrested for possessing. Lucky almost takes the fall for Hoyt again, but Hank talks him out of it.
You're not getting out of this, Hoyt. You're in too deep. Lucky, there's no reason to take the rap for him now.
But Hoyt at least does something right, and Lucky walks free. Luann is still ignorant to it, which I find a little conflicting. This episode reminds me of Leanne's saga, when we met Luann's mom all the way back in season 2. It was important for Luann's growth as a character, to see head on that her mother was not a good person. There was no reason to hide her away from the truth, and she was stronger for knowing it. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about them keeping her completely in the dark in regards to her dad. But hey, big props to Hank on this one though. He was really watching out for Luann, and especially Lucky. He's given the guy some solid life advice, so he can be a better father to his own child. And I find that to be very noble.
Oil is very important to America.
Even more important than propane?
Yes, Luann. Oil is even more important than propane.
Season 12 was a marginal improvement over the previous seasons, but it's not nearly as good as seasons 1 to 8. Without a doubt, the most significant development in this season was the death of Cotton, and that was a very good episode. There's also a handful of subpar episodes too, but the good outweighs the bad. But that leads us to season 13. Time to see if they can stick the landing with the show's original conclusion.
We might need more food. We've got company.
Before we start, I want to mention that this season was aired out of order, but I'm going to present it as it was intended. That means To Sirloin with Love is the actual finale and not just another manic con day. Got it? Good? Alright, let's go. So Bill has a medical scare, and a doctor heavily implies that he has diabetes, which Bill takes at face value. He feels so hopeless that he gets a wheelchair, but then ends up joining a wheelchair rugby team. Bill starts to get in shape, gain more confidence, and completely gets his blood sugar under control. But then it's revealed that he can still walk.
Need to make room for more beer.
Bro?
Bill crashes out for a bit, as is tradition, but then realizes that he was able to change his life for the better. He then kicks his doctor's ass. Now, I feel that this episode is kind of retreading the bodybuilder episode, but it's not nearly as funny or interesting. A below-average start to the season. Oh, an environmental episode. Bobby and Joseph are tasked with planting trees for their science class, which Hank contests at first, but he eventually agrees to help them. Buck gets caught dumping old propane tanks, and he has to save face so he won't be exposed by the Arlen bystander. Hank helps by launching new eco-friendly initiatives at work, like recycling and carpooling. Dale then helps Buck with carbon offsets, but he phones it in. Then there's some Save the Earth concert, but they host it in some other forest and take credit for the trees. All in all, Buck is a scumbag, and the final message is bittersweet.
Don't let people who take shortcuts or only do something because it's fashionable discourage you.
I won't.
Ooh, this is a fun one. So Ted Wasana-san builds a mock mansion on Rainy Street. It's a cheap, massive, gaudy house that almost collapses onto Bill's house during a massive storm. So what do? Well, they tear it down. A very simple story, but it's a lot of fun. A Donna episode? Ooh, that's how you know we're running out of ideas. Donna is in control of Strickland Propane's new MySpace page in order to bring in more business. MySpace, God, I'm feeling old. She floods the page with inappropriate videos and posts, much to Hank's dismay. The two get into an argument, which leads to Hank calling Donna an idiot. She calls for a flash mob to attack Hank. But when they mistakenly attack Buck instead, she gets fired on the spot. This doesn't stop Donna, though.
Do not buy from Strickland! Their propane is bad!
Turn it off!
She still has control of the account and is going ballistic with it. But after being confronted by Hank and the team in person, Donna admits she just wanted a chance to show off her creativity. They reach an understanding, Donna fixes the website to be all business, and yep, conflict is resolved. You know, it's kind of wild that King of the Hill ended right before the social media boom. But now it most likely will be tackling it in the new season. Hopefully it's better than this episode, though.
That must be Hank! Get him!
Bobby's failing school, and the school staff, who are under pressure from the No Child Left Behind program, decide to make Bobby and a bunch of the other students special needs in order to brush their scores under the rug. The special needs kids go on a field trip, get into trouble, and it all blows up in Principal Moss's face. Now, I think he got fired or like some kind of temporary suspension. Whatever. An underwhelming episode overall, nothing special here.
Nibble, where you go, kids?
Peggy, Dale, and Min want to make money on the stock market, but keep blowing it. They decide to see what the everyman is buying and follow Bill. They then invest in the things he buys, which is like lots of junk food and cat toys. Bill realizes he's being watched, and in typical Bill fashion, gets really full of himself. Until he starts to crack under the pressure. Dale, Min, and Peggy stop researching him, and Bill crashes out and loses all of his money on the stock market. He has to declare bankruptcy, but he seems chill with it. Also, folks at the end want to know how bankruptcy works, so Bill is happy about that. All in all, another average episode with a sprinkle of novelty due to the Jim Cramer satire here.
But I made so much money for my friends that I didn't make.
We're still not 100% certain that was our Bill.
Hey, it's the return of the Order of the Straight Arrow, but this time there are some newcomers. A guy named Wesley and his two boys join the troop, but they are total wussies. No roughhousing, no sugar, no fun. And Bobby even gets chewed out by the guy for playing with his Game Boy.
How could you expose the troop to this garbage? You're a bad influence, Bobby, and I won't have that here.
Hey, back off, Wesley.
Hank and the guys have a camp out in the library, but they distract Wesley so the troop can have some real fun. Wesley's boys are so overstimulated that they run off into the forest, and Hank and the troop have to find them. By using their scout knowledge, they find the boys, but then Wesley chews Hank out. Apparently, his boys have medical conditions that Hank did not know about.
Oh, so you think you know what's best for my kids? Robin has ADHD and Carrie's hyperglycemic.
Which, is actually kind of fair. Even if it seems over the top, it isn't up to Hank to decide what's best for these kids. Hank feels bad, but the other boys had fun and want to know more. It's a sweet ending, but the episode itself is just average to me. Also, the guys get pepper sprayed.
Excuse me.
Ooh, this is a big episode. Luann is going to have her baby, and Lucky's sister is there for the occasion. Myrna is a super disciplined modern mother and starts to criticize Peggy's more old-fashioned style of raising a newborn. Peggy tells Luann she should take drugs for giving birth, while Myrna says it needs to be all natural.
Why can't Luann just give birth in a goddamn hospital like everyone else?
You are preaching to the choir, Hank.
After much back and forth, Luann finally decides to stand up for herself and wants to be taken to the hospital to give birth to her baby. It isn't Myrna's way or Peggy's way, it's her way. There, she shares another sweet moment with Hank about childhood and taking responsibility for her kid.
Maybe it's about time you started thinking for yourself.
Sometimes I can't tell the difference between thinking and being quiet, but I'll try.
If Hank and Peggy end up taking care of Gracie in the new seasons, I'm gonna laugh so hard, especially if she moves into Hank's den. Also, say hello to Gracie, the newest member of the family. This was a great episode when it comes to Luann and her agency, something she has been working on throughout the entire run of the show. Good episode.
And I bet these little ones would like some juice.
They aren't allowed to drink juice. They'll have water and read a book.
Those kids ain't right.
It was only a matter of time until Buck pushed Hank too far, and it finally happens in this episode. Buck is being inducted into the Hall of Flame, which is considered one of the highest honors of propane. Hank and co. are invited to a convention for the occasion, and Hank is worried that he has to babysit Buck. But surprise, he's actually behaving himself. Until he meets his bastard son.
Who are you?
Sir, I waited all my life to meet you. I'm your bastard son.
The two start to party hard to the point where they disrespect the propane blazer. And that was a bridge too far for Hank. It gets so bad that Hank gets wasted and just rips into Buck while introducing him on stage.
Hell, I am gonna say what I have been wanting to say. Buck Strickland is a monster.
This gets Hank into big trouble. But then Peggy tells Buck he owes it to Hank to make things right. And he does, by trying to frame the propane head honchos themselves with hookers. Buck finally puts some respect on Hank's name by giving him a blazer, and personally thanking him for what he's done for propane and for Buck personally, which, hey, about time. A good episode, and that's a wrap on Buck Strickland, unless something happens in season 14.
All of propane owes you a debt. Most importantly, I owe you a debt.
Hank and Peggy go on a date night, and it's super adorable. Like they haven't had any romance in a while, and some off-brand Olive Garden just blows their mind.
Complimentary salad and breadsticks? Hank, did you call ahead and set this up?
I wish I could take credit. This place just seems to specialize in class.
Bobby is jealous, but he's told he needs to be more independent. Peggy and Hank have so much fun that they forget about Bobby and feel awful about it. Now they're locked in a competition to win back Bobby's love, to which he takes advantage of.
Well, all right. Morning, Bobby.
Morning, Father.
It ends with Hank and Peggy realizing they've been played and turn the tables on Bobby by smothering him with their attention. He learns his lesson and healthy boundaries are established. Now, I like this episode, but Bobby is a little inconsistent here. There are times where Bobby is super independent and hangs out with his friends and does his own thing completely outside of the family. But then there are times where it feels like he regresses and acts like such a needy little kid who is overly reliant on his parents.
You sure love your parents, dude. You're gay.
Another closure episode. Well, kind of. Hank and the boys have been living in shame ever since they lost the big football game back in the day. But now they get the chance to reclaim their lost title with a rematch. While practicing, Hank breaks his nose and has to get plastic surgery in order to fix it. After the surgery, he's too afraid to play football, presumably because he's afraid to break his nose again. However, it's a bit more deep than that. The poor guy's afraid to face his past, but he overcomes his fears and they win the game.
Everyone was counting on me and I blew it. If I lose this game again, it's forever.
Nothing is forever. I used to have a penis.
What's so great about this episode is how it shows the other team just living a normal life, which implies that if Hank and the guys won the game, nothing really would have changed.
I wouldn't trust this guy with your money. He'll just lose it because he's a loser. He's a big baby loser.
Bobby wants to pick up girls and goes to a cotillion class to do so. He meets a girl there named Michael Savage, and Peggy becomes infatuated with Michael's cool mom, Kat. Bobby and Peggy are invited to Michael's very sophisticated birthday party and go overboard trying to be cool and hip. It, of course, backfires. After Peggy and Bobby discover Kat's secret room of the trendiest clothes and tech, she admits that she hates her life, but now feels free. And that's the A-plot, there you go. For Hank with the B-plot, he falls in love with a meatloaf sandwich, but he hates the restaurant's shared seating policy. Dude, just get it to go and just stand in the corner and wait. But I will say though, that sandwich does look good. Nancy gets the chance to be a newscaster in Dallas, and it unleashes her ruthless personality. that she'll do whatever it takes to be at the top. Hubris gets the better of her, though, as she makes a drunk fool of herself during the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Hey, goat.
Nancy, of course, is fired, but she gets another chance at Channel 84. She nearly succumbs to her old manipulative ways, thinking of ways she can squash the competition, but gives up since Dale and Joseph need her. Peggy and Hank come to the realization that Nancy needs Dale more than Dale needs Nancy.
Dale and all his nonsense keeps Nancy so busy she doesn't have the time or energy to be like she was in Dallas.
Now, I personally don't agree with this sentiment, knowing how helpless Dale is, but whatever. It's just a below-average episode. It's just not that much fun watching Nancy make an ass of herself. Oh, this one ticks me off. Thanks to Lucky, Bobby becomes a born-again Christian and goes off the deep end, calling everyone a sinner and a fornicator. Meanwhile, Hank and the guys are in a competition with Milton Street on who can have the most impressive 4th of July party. Hank and the guys make an amazing Uncle Sam replica that Bobby, who sees it as a false idol, takes it upon himself to destroy. Now, Hank thinks that the guys at Milton Street did this, and this leads to a neighborhood war.
Load up them dang old fruit, man. Now, fire.
Bobby confesses his sins and puts an end to the war. And that's it. Now let me tell you why I don't like this episode. First off, we've done the Christian thing with Bobby before with Reborn to be Wild. And that was a much better episode. Next, I don't like seeing Bobby go radical like this. Yes, I know it's social commentary, and that Bobby gets carried away at times. But this is him at his worst. He's smug, he's fearful, he's just wholly unpleasant. It's a pass for me on this one, folks.
Get out of here, Bobby. If those kids could read, they'd be very upset.
Get another closure episode. Hank has been charged with the duty of flushing Cotton's ashes down a toilet. Hank's kind of okay with this because he hopes that along the way he can learn more about his father. For Bill and Dale, well, they're having a nasty friend fight. The particular toilet Cotton wants to be flushed down is at this military bar, but the barkeeper says that he's sick of people flushing ashes down his toilet since it breaks the pipes. Boomhauer, being a good friend, tells Dale and Bill to pull it together for Hank, since he needs them, and they make up. Bill then helps to distract the bar by getting into a fight over which war was the greatest war. That's a great scene.
Grenada, them medical students was trapped.
Come on, you guys. Remember the rules.
Not my rules.
Hell with the rules.
I can't read.
At the end, Cotton is flushed, but Hank feels like he still doesn't know much about his father. But he realizes that the same way Cotton had good friends, Hank too has great pals, and that's enough to make Hank feel closer to his dad. Also, unlike Cotton towards Hank, Hank wants to be open to his son. It's a great episode and a wonderful send-off to Cotton. Burn in hell, Colonel. Maybe we'll see you again in season 14. Bobby wants to play baseball again. He likes wearing like the uniforms and strutting around. But Hank is ready to throw in the towel. However, a new coach supports Bobby, and Bobby actually gains some confidence and improves. Hank is surprised, but the coach scolds Hank, saying he should have been more supportive. For Bill, he once again goes off the deep end and becomes a volunteer for the baseball league. And let me tell you, folks, he is insufferable on this one.
You think I'm unfair, Hank? Just be glad I'm allowing you contact with Bobby at all.
Hank tries to volunteer just so he can support his son, but he keeps getting shamed at every turn. Even when he's called into the game to play as a catcher, he hits a kid in the head by accident, and now everyone hates him for it. Well, I say accident. It wasn't an accident. He hit him, but hey, it puts some hair in your chest. At the end, Bobby gets lit up during a game to the point where he wants to quit, but the coach won't let him. Hank steps in and steals Bobby away so he doesn't have to flounder anymore. Folks, I do not like this one for a few reasons. 1, it's weird to see Bobby care so much about sports. 2, it's weird to see Hank not want to support Bobby even if he's bad at the game. 3, Bill never gets comeuppance for being a jerk, nor does he learn a lesson. Look, I understand the fatigue that Hank must feel trying to support Bobby for years, and to see him fail time and time again. Now, an episode where he accepts that Bobby isn't cut out for sports would have been much better. But seeing him quit on Bobby is kind of a downer. Not a good one, folks.
Whew, that must be what it feels like in baseball hell.
Luann is getting tired just being a wife and mother and wants to go back to work. She gets the chance to launch the Manja Babies as a line of DVDs via John Redcorn. Remember how he works in child entertainment? It goes pretty well at first, but the novelty of her act wears off quickly. Luann gets desperate and steals an absolutely insane story idea from Dale in order to stay relevant. Needless to say, Dale is now out for revenge.
These babies are dirty from the inside out.
What?
At the end, Hank tells Luann she's a mother first and foremost, and she should focus on that. The end. Yeah, but, really, Hank's not wrong here. You got priorities, Luann.
You're a mom now. I mean, I'm a dad first, no matter what.
Uh-Oh Canada is often considered the worst episode in the entire series, and I can understand why. In this one, Boomhauer does a house swap with a family from Canada for the summer. The Canadians turn out to be extremely passive-aggressive, and this turns the rest of Rainy Street sour. It gets so bad that they have a drunk driving mower contest, and it ends with both Hank and the Canadian getting arrested for DUIs.
.085.
0.09. Huh. You win, Canada.
Now Hank can get out of jail thanks to Buck, so I guess Buck is still in the show. But the Canadian is screwed. However, the rest of Rainy Street realize that they're Americans, and that helping people out is what Americans do. So they sell this kick-ass Alamo beer keg and use it to barter with a lawyer who can get the Canadian out of jail. Of course, he's not thankful for it either. Now, there's a fun B-plot with Boomhauer dating this French-Canadian girl, and he learns to speak her language perfectly.
Vous ne pouvez me partir, mon cher.
Chérie, non nous pas. Nous avons encore cette nuit.
We also learn in this episode that Boomhauer's first name is Jeffrey.
Hello, Jeff. Oh my, it's the 15th already?
How about that? Fun fact, Jeffrey is Bobby's middle name. Now, the problem with this episode is just the premise itself. Like, yeah, Texans dealing with Canadians sounds fun, but the cultural dissonance doesn't hit for me. Lord forgive me, but I don't see the visitors being Canadian as a problem. However, them being assholes, that is the problem. And just like with Hank's bully or the Patriot Act, we are dealing with a miserable antagonist for no conceivable reason. And it's not very fun to watch. It's just frustrating. It's a bad episode, but I would not say it's the worst in the entire series. I think you all know who wins that title. Unless... Once again, Bobby is desperate to find a date and somehow becomes a plaything for these 3 older girls, and he loves it. Naturally, Hank hates it and thinks Bobby is not acting like a man. It reaches a fever pitch when Bobby sneaks off with the girls to go under the bleachers. Hank finds Bobby upset because he realized he was just a toy to these girls. He then sees the girls getting hassled by some older dudes, and he intervenes. It's funny because you would think these guys would be nasty, but they're like the complete opposite and even respect Bobby.
While they're beating on me, make a break for your bikes.
Wow. Kid's a noble little dude. True.
It's an okay episode, but I prefer Bobby Love much more. If anything, this episode is kind of retreading that territory. So it turns out that Tilly dumped Gary, and this surprises the entire family. I'm so sorry, Gary. You were too good for her. Tilly quickly remarries a guy named Chuck. Not Chuck Mangione, some other Chuck. And this puts Hank on edge. He thinks his mom is acting erratic. And it gets worse when Chuck and Tilly show up to their house in an RV. Looks like there's trouble in paradise.
Well, now we can drive to Hearst Castle.
Are you kidding? The Exxon Valdez here only gets 3 feet per gallon.
Chuck and Tilly get into a fight. She takes off with the RV. Now Hank and Chuck have to go find her. They eventually do, but now she has to rescue them. The ultimate lesson here for Hank is to trust his mother and how she wants to live life even if she makes mistakes. That she only has so much time left, and she's not going to be afraid of it. It's a good lesson, I guess, but Tilly isn't that exciting of a character unless Cotton's involved or Gary.
I ever tell you about the time she tried to poison me with a baked chicken?
It was chicken almondine.
It was cyanide, woman!
Just another average episode, which seems to be the running theme for the season. Actually, there's a lot more below average episodes, if anything. Speaking of below average, that brings us to the worst episode of the entire season. Bill gathers moss. Yeah, the writers were really running out of ideas when they decided to make Principal Moss the focus of an episode. So Bill is lonely and wants a roommate. With Hank's help, they settle, against Bill's wishes, on Principal Moss. Moss, thus far, has been a decent side character, and he has his moments here and there. But in this one, he is god-awful.
That one went in my beer!
That's the kind of thing, if you're trying to do it, you just couldn't.
Oh.
Bill and Moss constantly fight, and they get so bad that Bill tries to kick him out and replace him with another roommate candidate, Katie. She moves in, but immediately, I'm talking like on the spot, sleeps with Moss. Katie then says Moss should stay, and then another guy moves in, her ex-husband. He's like some angry Russian guy who sells bootleg goods with Moss's help.
This Katie's house. I have many boxes for her.
It's my house.
Go away, Yankee Doodle. We'll call you if we need you.
It's a slog. Moss is just as messy as Bill, but 100 times more arrogant and selfish. At the end, Bill fights fire with fire and invites Octavio and his brothers to move in with them. It gets so bad that it leads to a fight, and it ends with Moss moving out. Now, I know Bill's suffering is one of the key aspects to his character, but this went too far. Moss is miserable. There's nothing redeeming about his character. He's wholly unpleasant, and I know that's the point, but it's not funny or entertaining to me. It's just sad.
I'm putting my foot down. Yuri, Carl, I want you both out. Katie, I still want to live with you, but you need a better attitude.
Joseph's girlfriend wants to go all the way with him, and Joseph is scared to do it. He needs his father's advice. Unfortunately, Dale believes he has dementia and is in a mental institution, and he's now having trouble getting out of it.
You can't leave until we establish if you're a threat to others!
I'm only a threat to you!
At the end, Dale is able to give his fatherly advice to Joseph, and he turns Lori down. Not a very memorable episode in my opinion. It's convoluted and bizarre to say the least.
My dad is not crazy!
Yeah, he is, according to the state of Texas.
Min is leaving town and asks Hank to keep an eye on Con. Turns out, Con suffers from manic depression and ends up going off his meds due to Hank's misplaced advice. Now, Con has become super productive and agrees to help Hank build some kind of super robot grill for the Stroll extravaganza. It goes well at first. Con is even bonding a little with the guys until, whoops, Con suddenly sinks into an extreme bout of depression. After some failed attempts at cheering Con up, Hank, thanks to Octavio, is able to get some new meds for Con, which evens out his mood and allows him to finish the grill in time for the event. Not a bad Con episode at all.
Sadness covers me like a blanket. Tuck me in, let me die.
And that brings us to the final episode of the original run, To Sirloin with Love. In this episode, Bobby joins a meat examination team at a local community college. Hank is pumped for this since Bobby has joined a team and he's doing something that he holds in high esteem, talking about meat.
I have been waiting 13 years for you to ask that. Absolutely.
Hank and Bobby are really connecting over this, but then Bobby messes up during a competition and his team rips into him. Also, they're kind of freaks. Bobby quits the team and it devastates Hank. But he decides to still go to the upcoming competition despite Bobby's attendance. It's then that Peggy has another great moment and tells Bobby what this situation really is about.
This isn't about you being on a team. It isn't even about beef. What your father cares about is that you two finally have something in common.
While on the way to the competition, Hank and the team get sabotaged by the opposing team. But Bobby is able to arrive on time and one-mans the event. He wins it for the team. And then we get our closing scene for the original run of the show. Con and Men are easing up on Connie's studies. Lucky and Luann are happily raising Gracie. And we finally find out about Boomhauer's job. He's a freaking Texas Ranger. How about that? But above all, Hank and Bobby finally found a common interest to share. Despite Hank's discomfort around the boy throughout the series, he always loved Bobby. But the challenge was just discovering that common thread. God bless steak though, what can it solve? And with that, the show ends on a shot of the same water tower from the pilot's opening scene. A true love letter to the salt of the earth of the American people. So, Season 13 was unfortunately a downgrade, and is the worst season out of the original run. But it's understandable. You can tell they were running out of ideas. I mean, Donna and Principal Moss getting an episode? Yeah, the writing was on the wall. But we also had a handful of great episodes too. Serves Me Right, Bois My Nose, and of course, To Sirloin with Love. And that's the most important thing to me. They stuck the landing with Hank and Bobby. And the two finally connected over a shared interest and bond with one another. That Hank was proud of his boy. That's how the show started, and that's how it ended. Yeah, the bad episodes in Season 13 were really bad. But the season accomplished its main objective with the finale, which is much, much more meaningful than Luann's wedding. And now we stand on the precipice of Season 14. At the time of writing this script, I have not watched the new season, but I do know about a handful of updates. Bobby is an accomplished chef. Hank and Peggy moved to Saudi Arabia for a bit, and were able to make enough money over there to retire and return to Texas. Bill is really fat. Yes, the animation does concern me. But I haven't been this excited for a new season of a show since Samurai Jack. But yeah, hopefully Season 14 is better than that. Well, let's find out.
Honey, you do not need to get up at the crack of dawn every morning.
Peggy, I didn't retire to sleep my life away like some Nepo baby.
And that leads us to the most interesting season in the entire video. Season 14. The last time King of the Hill aired with a new episode was in 2010, so it's been over 15 years. Also, we got a time jump. I'll discuss that more here in a bit. But I'm not gonna lie, I was very concerned going into this season. Don't get me wrong, I was very hyped too, but in a cautiously optimistic way. Would the writing be strong? Will the animation be good? Will this feel like King of the Hill? Well, let's get into it. Here we are, our first scene to take us back into the world of King of the Hill. And we're opening with a narrow urethra joke. Classic. Hank and Peggy returned to Arlen after years of being in Saudi Arabia. Hank got a job with Aramco and oversaw their propane. They were there for years and were able to make enough money to retire and return to Arlen. Bobby, who's 21 years old, is now a co-owner and chef of a German-Japanese fusion restaurant, but also works under Chain and Ted Wasanasong.
Welcome to Robota Chain, a traditional Japanese barbecue. I'm your chef, Bobby Hill.
This is the first thing I want to point out. In the original run of the show, it was mainly episodic. This season, however, is more story-driven. How can Hank and Peggy get acclimated to all of the changes in Arlen? What do they do in retirement? Everything is different. Did they make a mistake coming back?
It's gonna be okay, Peggy. America is still the best goddamn country on earth.
For Bobby, it's about him running the restaurant while trying to balance a social life. We even see that Bobby's still quite the ladies' man. After a one-night stand with a college student he met at his restaurant, Bobby runs into Connie for the first time in years. I have some thoughts about Connie, but we'll get back to that here in a moment. For now, let me give you a quick speed run of where we stand with our beloved characters. Boomhauer has a girlfriend now, who we never actually see this season, and she has a kid. Bill got really fat, but somehow pulled it together. Dale was briefly the mayor of Arlen. Nancy and John Radcorn are running a YouTube channel where they sell homes, I think? Joseph and Bobby are roommates, and Joseph works as a construction worker. Hey, good continuity.
Construction is a dream job!
This is why they tell us to stay in school.
I'm a little disappointed we don't get to see much of Con and Min. We actually don't get an episode featuring the both of them until episode 8. For Connie, she's going to an engineering school, and she's dating Chain. I have some complex feelings on this development, but I'll explain that too here in a bit. We got some new characters too, like Brian and Emilio, but no episodes that feature them as leads, which, makes sense considering the show wants to focus on the original characters first and foremost. But I really like Emilio in particular. He's a great supporting character for Bobby. So yeah, that's a quick contextual rundown of where we stand. And I'm cool with it for the most part. But I want to know more about Boomhauer's girlfriend. That's kind of a big deal. But I bet we'll find out more in season 15. Episode 1 mainly serves the purpose of just getting our boots on the ground. We're basically walking in the shoes of both Hank and Peggy. At the end, they're on the verge of wanting to go back to Saudi Arabia. But a nice little chat with some Girl Scouts gave them a change of heart.
Yeah, we do. They're just called Caramel Delights now. It's more respectful to people from Samoa.
That's a good change.
Yeah, it's nice to be nice.
Hey, a good episode. They got things off the ground well enough. But it's the ending that really makes it great. Hank and Peggy hold hands, and they realize that, while sometimes challenging and confusing, change can be good. That's a really nice sentiment, and goes to show that while it may look a little different, the heart of the show is still there. So much of the original show was Hank growing with the times while Bobby served as the conduit for said changes. Bobby loves boy bands. Bobby is playing with freaky cards. Bobby is dancing with dogs. Hank is the old school, and Bobby is the new. But that was my biggest concern about this season. Bobby is a man now. He isn't some silly, whimsical boy running around in a cape. The best part of the show that was arguably its backbone, the dynamic between Hank and Bobby, may no longer be what it used to be. Will this be the case or not for season 14? Only one way to find out. Also, Bill, good lord, man. I knew it was bad, but I did not think it would be this bad.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's been hard with you and Peggy gone, Hank. I might have let myself go a little.
Hank has a lot of free time now and gets into homebrewing. Also, hey Chuck, and Snoop Dogg too. Bobby takes Hank to task and calls him out for having plain beer. Eventually, they agree to throw down at a beer competition to see who's best.
Because it doesn't matter who wins, we all love each other so much.
Also, there's this B-plot about Boomhauer's stepson, I guess, and how he drinks non-alcoholic beer because he wants to be more like Boomhauer. I like this setup, as it's a whole new dynamic for Boomhauer to explore, but I honestly found it kind of underwhelming. What can you really say about this kid? What's his name, Luke Jr.? He's kind of a loner. Apparently he has anxiety and just wants to be like his not stepdad. He doesn't really leave much of a strong impression on me, not compared to the kids of the original run, like Bobby, Joseph, and Connie. Hell, even side characters like Dooley. At least the gag where he knocks himself out by trying to crush the beer can on his forehead was funny though, I guess. At the end, Hank and Bobby come to an understanding and both pull out of the contest. I like this line from Bobby in particular.
Different beer, but the hops fell out of the same tree.
He's an idiot too!
Also, oh my god, Peggy drops an F-bomb? Well, that's a first. I guess it's funny maybe for the shock value, but I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like bad words like that in King of the Hill. At home, they both try each other's beers and don't care for them. Hank thinks Bobby's beer is too fruity, and Bobby thinks that Hank's beer is too boring. But they both share a mutual respect for the craft, which is what matters most. Lots of subtext for this episode. Hank being plain, Bobby being different, the old school versus the new, father versus son. Good story on paper, but I'll admit, I thought this episode was a bit boring. It wasn't very funny to me. Also, I was expecting Hank and Bobby to be a lot more competitive, like how they were in Dances with Dogs. That episode was much more funny and entertaining to me. Personally, I wish Hank was more threatened by Bobby, that he's scared of Bobby's experience and knowledge when it comes to something as precious to him as beer. Also, give me some more trash talking. Hank and Bobby can be very competitive, so I was expecting more of that here, but felt disappointed. However, I do like the scene between Dale and Joseph, though. He takes after his dad, no questions there. All in all, a good story with lots of potential, but it lacks energy. It feels flat. Also, I hate this side view of Dale's face. I don't want to see his beady little eyes this often. In the original, seeing his eyes was kind of a treat, but now it's too frequent and it looks weird. Again, as far as the episode goes, I get that Bobby is a young man now, so he isn't as immature as he used to be. That's a good thing. It shows that Hank's lessons really did affect Bobby in a positive way. The new dynamic between him and Hank is an interesting conflict to explore, but for some reason, this episode just wasn't very engaging to me. I think the ending would have been much more rewarding if the judge had critiqued Bobby's beer first and sung its praises, leaving Bobby to feel all smug about himself. Then once the judge moved on to Hank and gave him such a poor review despite his efforts, I wish that was when Bobby had a change of heart and decided to pull out of the competition. But hey, maybe that's just me. All in all, this was an episode I wanted to like a lot more than I actually did.
If I was the judge, all three of us would have been the winners.
Hank, Peggy, Dale, and Nancy are going to eat at Bobby's restaurant, but Bobby hasn't told his dad yet that he cooks with charcoal instead of propane. During a quick tour of the place, Bobby finally tells Hank the truth.
I use charcoal to cook, not propane.
There we go.
What? Not gonna lie, I was expecting a much more emotional reaction. Not even a single wah. Hank, Peggy, Nancy, and Dale then take off to the George W. Bush Museum, where they run into a bunch of strangers who are just as unhinged as Dale when it comes to conspiracies. Definitely some apt social commentary there.
I heard on Newsmax that Chief Justice William Rehnquist was actually a Russian double agent.
But not for Russia. He was working for the Vatican. You can read all about it in my Substack.
Meanwhile, Bobby is trying to get some authentic charcoal, but he's being called a cultural appropriator since he's a white boy. Hell, even the Germans are ticked off at him, though some more than others.
Are you any relation to Cotton Hill? He machine-gunned my grandfather.
So he was one of the 50 men?
At the end, Bobby cooks up a meal to prove his worth. That this food is authentic to himself and isn't some attempt to steal from the Japanese or German people. Folks come around, and while hesitant at first, even Hank can respect the strong moral values behind Bobby's pursuit of historical authenticity.
Recent events have made me understand why you value historical accuracy and authenticity. Well, the consensus here is that everyone loves the food. That includes me.
Another okay episode. Definitely an improvement over the last one. It is wild to see Hank eat a meal cooked by charcoal. But he loves Bobby more than he hates charcoal, which is a heartwarming sentiment for these two as father and son. Also, I think Hank going to this museum answers our question when it comes to who he voted for during the 2000 election.
So many jobs created with one pen stroke.
I appreciate the social commentary about how people have become just as crazy as Dale in regards to politics. Like, that speaks volumes. But just like the last episode, this one too lacks energy. The overall tone of the show just feels more jaded, while the performances feel less emotive. Again, I thought Hank would have been outraged by Bobby using charcoal, but he was a lot more reserved than I expected. Not a bad episode, but not a great one either. I see what they're trying to do on the writing side of things, but it's lacking that je ne sais quoi from the original at the moment.
You can't play 2 race cards!
Híjole, the cojones on this guy.
Like we saw at the beginning of Beer Story, Hank is bored with retirement and joins Boomhauer on his chore chimp appointments. It's like the show's version of TaskRabbit. I like this setup, but I find its execution a bit lacking. So Hank loves staying busy as a handyman, but Boomhauer is chatting with clients like some borderline therapist. Boomhauer accidentally gets a concussion by Hank while cleaning the gutters, and now Hank is the only one who can fulfill the appointments. Where Boomhauer shines with small talk, Hank does not.
Part of me regrets having kids. Is that normal?
So the interesting thing about these curtain rods is...
Meanwhile, Bobby is struggling with his emotions when it comes to Connie. Surprisingly, she's dating Jane. But the two meet up for what Bobby thought was a date. They have a sweet moment where they sing karaoke together, which is a homage to Love Hurts and So Does Art. While the moment is brief and maybe playing to my nostalgia, I thought it was really cute. However, Bobby finds out that Connie wanted to set him up with her roommate, but Bobby turns her down. Sometimes the dialogue feels really unnatural to me, like the roommate saying,
"Hey, you husky boy, you trying to eat?
What?
Wanna bang?"
Really threw me for a loop. But hey, maybe it's just me, but it does come across as very out of pocket. Despite completing the job perfectly fine, Hank finds out that he got a bad rating and feels conflicted. He goes back and opens up to his clients about raising Bobby and the struggles he and Peggy faced, especially Peggy.
Well, our son Bobby, he wouldn't latch on either. It was really hard on Peggy.
These clients then share the story on YouTube, to Hank and Peggy's dismay. But Peggy is more upset that Hank isn't being open to her about his feelings. Hank finally speaks up and shares how he feels lost in his retirement. But Peggy can relate. It's a sweet moment between the two, since they're both type A personalities. They need work to feel fulfilled.
So what do?
I think we talk about it, and we work through it. Together, Hank.
For Bobby, Connie visits his apartment, saying that she was hoping her roommate would hit it off with Bobby so they all could hang out again. But both of them agreed that they just want to be friends. Another sweet moment, seeing these three reunite on the balcony.
I really want us to be friends, you know?
That's what I want too.
Yeah?
Yep.
This episode is okay. Once more, I see the blueprints here. I see what the writers are trying to do with advancing the relationship between Bobby and Connie. How Hank and Peggy feel empty without purpose. That works. But just like episodes 2 and 3, there's a vitality that's missing here. Maybe it's because these new storylines can be so unrelated to each other. Bobby's life in Dallas has very little to do with Hank and Peggy's life back in Arlen. And that separation is definitely highlighted in this episode. That being said, I really do wonder if it is Kid Bobby. Adult Bobby, understandably, is a lot more restrained, while both Peggy and Hank have no jobs or a kid to raise. It just feels more empty. But hey, it's kind of a story-driven show now, so maybe that's the point? Hopefully, because when I watched this episode for the first time, I was starting to have my doubts about season 14.
Hank shared that Peggy had trouble breastfeeding.
Well, it turns out that Hank fell in love with soccer while in Saudi Arabia. Why? It started with the groundskeeping and snowballed from there. To which, hey, I can believe that. However, he wants to keep this a secret from the guys, but Dale looks into things. Now he believes that Hank is a Manchurian candidate, aka someone who was brainwashed to act on the behalf of a secret political agenda.
The Manchurian candidate and his potentially complicit wife are wide awake, betraying our country, probably up for morning prayer or talking to their Saudi handlers.
Dale and Bill are now trying to spy on Hank to see what he's up to. Meanwhile, Peggy is turned on by Hank being a ref and keeping it a secret. They get sexy with each other like 3 times in this episode. Like, my God, these two get it on more in this episode than the entire run of the original show. Attaboy, Hank. For Bobby, he's trying to get a new car. But Connie is worried that Bobby is too nice and will get ripped off, to which he did. And he bought a horse or something? Wait, did he even buy the car at all?
No, get him out of here. Oh, I love you, horse.
This Bobby plot is really weird. I get it, he's nice and a bit of a pushover. But a horse? I think Bobby isn't getting enough credit here. But don't worry, John Redcorn helps out, but mainly because he wants to spend time with Joseph. It's kind of sweet to see John Redcorn wanting to connect with Joseph like this. But I wish we could have seen Joseph bond with the horse a little more. It might have been cool to see him naturally taking care of the horse and riding it, other than just, I don't know, giving it a nuzzle.
I'll take the horse to my land.
Hank gets kidnapped and interrogated by Dale, but confesses, quote-unquote, to being a double agent. Of course, Dale buys it. Hank misses his game, though, and sees how Texans just don't care about playing soccer the right way. Kind of a bummer of an ending for his reffing hobby.
Not to mention he missed about 5 offsides calls.
So I'm happy to say that this episode was an improvement. Bobby's B-plot wasn't very good, but seeing Dale back to his old shenanigans was fun. I always enjoy seeing Dale and Bill team up. They're such idiots. I will say, though, I'm a little confused by Boomhauer's characterization in this new season. One moment he seems much more open and emotionally honest. Another, he seems so stoic and detached. Like really, you're just going to throw a fit and stare at your phone when you're meant to referee a game? I know Boomhauer doesn't like soccer, but come on, dude. I guess we had to get Hank in the game somehow. Overall, though, this was a step in the right direction, and I'm happy to say that the next episode is even better.
What the?
Peggy is feeling empty and having trouble finding work. For Bill, it turns out that he became friends with a black barber shop, but has been lying to them the entire time about his life. That he's married to Peggy and projects all of his issues onto Hank.
But pretending to be married to Peggy gave me the confidence to make new friends.
Okay, now this feels much more like a return to form. I 100% can see Bill doing this, especially with how much he worships Peggy. It's funny to see that some things never change. Meanwhile, after filming an audition tape for a new show called King of the Grill, Bobby hires Dale to catch a rat that's infiltrated the kitchen. He also finds out that Connie is into this thing called ethical non-monogamy. Here, she can explain it.
Each of us is allowed to do what we want, whenever we want, with total freedom, as long as we get approval from our partner every step of the way.
So yeah, Connie is hooking up with Shane just for sex and nothing else, which comes as a surprise to me. Like in the original show, Connie never liked Shane, especially because her parents were pushing her so hard to date him. And the show doesn't give us a reason why she likes him now, except for getting some dick. It's very disappointing. I was expecting a lot more from Connie. Also, Willow, a new girl that Bobby hooked up with, drops this line on Connie.
It's just some BS college girls say to get side dick.
Excuse me?
For Peggy, she's flattered by Bill at first, but then tells him to pull the plug. He does, by telling the barbershop that Peggy died and holds a funeral for her. Peggy goes to confront Bill, but she's touched by his words.
That's why I'll always love you, Peggy.
At the end, the rat is caught, and Bobby, Willow, and Connie have an awkward friendship thing going on. Though also, Bobby still has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to Connie dating Shane. Hey, I don't blame him.
Have you ever heard of slut shaming? It is the single worst thing anyone can do to someone.
So, this episode was an improvement. The Bill story was on point, and it did a really good job of combing his obsessions over Peggy into a heartfelt conclusion. Like the guy really admires her, but to an uncomfortable degree. For Bobby and Connie, it feels strange. I could accept that Connie maybe succumbed to pressure from her parents and started to date Shane for that reason. I could even accept that she started using Shane only for sex as some act of rebellion. But I don't get it. She doesn't even seem to enjoy his company. Like she said herself, they don't have anything in common. Are there that few options for Connie? It seems shallow for her character, and it seems like it serves the purpose of just making Bobby feel small. But hey, at least Bobby has a girlfriend now, and that goes in a very interesting direction.
You want to come see this? This is so weird and hot.
Bobby gets tickets to take his dad to the Cowboys fantasy camp. After attending the funeral of a man who reminds him of his own father, he really wants to spend some quality time with his pop. And I think that's super sweet. But this new girlfriend, Willow, comes along for the ride.
Of course I want you there.
Oh, good. Because I don't want to leave you for even a minute.
Meanwhile, Peggy opens a public bookcase outside her home because she misses being in touch with the community. It works out well at first, until she finds out that the books she bought from an estate sale are full of bed bugs.
Now what you're about to see is incredibly disturbing.
At the cowboy camp, Bobby and Hank hit it off at first. Like, I'm so proud of Bobby playing catch with his dad. But then Willow starts to crush it, and Hank and her actually start to bond instead. Hank and Bobby have a nice chat though, with Hank saying how proud he is of Bobby's hard work at the restaurant. Okay, try to follow me on this next part, okay? Hank and Bobby try to meet Jerry Jones in his office, but then see Willow instead taking a dump on his desk. Why? Because she believes her dad being fired by Jerry Jones was the reason he drank himself to death. Man, the humor in this new season is a lot raunchier than what I'm used to for the original King of the Hill. There's a lot more sound effects for bodily movements and characters dropping F-bombs left and right. Now, don't get me wrong, it can still be funny, but it seems a little more crude than what I expected. Bobby tells his dad he's gonna break up with Willow, but also that he still has feelings for Connie. Also, Peggy solves her bed bug book problem by burning the books.
Look at it this way. You definitely brought the neighborhood together.
Another good episode for the season. I was surprised how much I liked Willow. I was expecting her to be a snobbish and annoying vegan, but she was chill and very supportive of Bobby. It was also great to see Bobby and Hank bond together. Like, this is the kid who would rather play with troll dolls instead of playing football. So he's really come a long way. And for Peggy, this checks out as your typical Peggy gets in over her head kind of story. Good stuff. These last few episodes feel more like the original King of the Hill. I just wish we could have had Willow for another episode. Also, rest in peace to Johnny Hardwick. You were a legend, dude. Hey, Con and Min are in this one. And yeah, let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Con has a new voice actor. It used to be Toby Huss, but now it's Robbie Shang. A lot of people dislike this new voice, and I get it. It's very different. Con's original voice was more emotive and higher pitched, and this new voice doesn't hit the same inflections. That being said, I understand why Con's original voice was replaced. Again, not as good, but it works.
I guess we beat you guys in marriage too. Haha!
So Hank finds out that Min and Con are divorced, but they're keeping it a secret. Why? Because divorce is a shameful thing in the Asian country club community. So now Hank is sworn to secrecy, but he eventually breaks and tells Peggy the truth. Now the two are seeing who can be more trustworthy with this sensitive information.
Fine. I will keep their secret. In fact, let's see who will be the best liar at the party. Spoiler alert, it will be me.
For Bobby, he is catering for Con and Min's 30th wedding anniversary party, and he's not having a good time seeing Connie on Chain's arm. Don't worry, Bobby. Joseph's there for you.
I just know I'd hate myself if I had to watch that rich D-bag snuggle up with my crush all night.
Shut up, get back out there, and stop eating all the food.
By the way, Joseph has been amazing this entire season. They nail his character, his voice, his dialogue. I wasn't expecting him to be a frontrunner, but I'm here for it.
Don't eat all the food. Don't grind on the hot old widows. Why am I even here?
Bobby finds out from Hank that Con and Min are divorced. He finds Connie to talk about it, but due to a mishap of Dale's recording equipment, he unknowingly spills the beans in front of the entire party.
Why is everyone looking at us, and why are we on TV? Oh.
Min then confesses, and Con feels terrible. Good thing Bill is there to cheer him up. It's funny, Bill was banned from the party because he dated Con's mother from before. Like, I was not expecting a Leoma reference, but here we are.
Everyone knows that me and Min are divorced. At least the worst part is over.
It gets much, much worse.
At the end, Connie breaks up with Chain. Bobby is there to comfort her, and the two share a sweet moment together. Maybe Connie was with Chain for her parents' sake? I'm not sure. What frustrates me, though, about Connie so far is that I feel like there could be some interesting internal conflict that her character could be undergoing. Reasons we could explore as to why she's making these choices. But she just sort of feels like a prop to Bobby's story. I hope we can get a little more development from her moving forward. We don't even know why Con and Ming got divorced, but I hope we find out in season 15. All in all, a great episode. I love the story and developments here. And yeah, the second half of the season so far has been much better than the first.
I could really just use a hug.
Well, I brought that too.
Oh, here we go. The return of GH. Look at him, he's a teen now. That doesn't make sense with the time skip, but who cares? I thought it would have been closer to like 9 or 10. So Hank, GH, and to my surprise, Junichiro gets settlement money from Cotton's Shin Jelly's company. It was advertised as having the ability to regrow shin bones, but it was obviously a scam. Dee Dee asks Hank to watch GH because he needs a good male role model. GH wants to go to a men's camp, and Hank goes with him. Yes, it's one of those nonsense Andrew Tate men's camps.
Family, faith, finances, and fitness. Don't worry, we've all been there.
At first, things were going very well. Hank thinks this camp is teaching important values about masculinity, only for him to realize how toxic the teachings actually are. Many of the guys there have been hurt by females and blame them for their problems. Hank tries to talk some sense into GH, but he gets some trauma thrown back into his face instead.
You ain't my daddy.
You're just a weak sissy with a fat neck. A stupid soy boy.
Fortunately, Hank was able to get through to GH and the other guys, and they quit the camp. The guy running it was a hypocrite and needed his mommy to foot the bill.
You really paid for everything?
Of course I did.
I like this ending for Hank and GH, but I'm a little surprised all of the other guys decided to quit. I find it a little hard to believe that none of them would double down when they get called out by Hank. But hey, I'm just glad that Hank was able to open GH's eyes, and the two became a little closer for it. This is my favorite episode of the entire season. When I heard that the show was getting another season with a time skip, Hank getting to know GH was what I looked forward to the most. Would GH be more like Hank or more like Cotton? And using a men's camp as a framing device to talk about Cotton's toxic masculinity was genius. It's very clear that Hank does not want GH to become Cotton when he grows up. That Hank must be the positive role model and be the man that GH looks up to. Good stuff. I just wish GH could have hung around the house for a bit longer.
I gotta stay alive so good Hank doesn't come out as terrible as you did.
Too bad, old man.
Meanwhile, we got a B plot with Peggy hurting her leg and going to Dallas for an MRI. She keeps having panic attacks in small confined spaces and stays with Bobby while trying to follow through with an appointment. We even see her having fun with Bobby and Joseph while she's staying with them. You just got pegged. Eventually, Bobby realizes that Peggy's panic attacks are psychosomatic, and she feels more at peace when he's by her side. He shows up to her appointment and support, and she's finally able to go through with the MRI. There's usually so much more emphasis on Bobby's connection with Hank, so it's sweet to see a touching moment between Bobby and Peggy. Also, we get this reference at the end.
There's some scar tissue in her groin area, like she was kicked by a 12-year-old some time ago.
That's my purse! Hey!
And we end this season with stonks. Hank and Peggy have some extra money, and Peggy uses her share of the Hill Family Inc. to launch a feral hog hunting company called Boar No More. Hank is skeptical and believes in the slow and steady approach instead. In order to talk some sense into the situation, he goes to his old boss, Buck Strickland.
It makes my blood boil to think a simple, honest man like you almost got fleeced. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time for my sponge bath.
I was surprised to see Buck so healthy and active. I mean, he's old, but I thought he'd be fat and saggy and miserable. But he's doing well. Well, physically. He's still a jerk who jumps at fast money.
Here's your celery stalk juice, Mr. Strickland.
The company gets bought out, and the stock goes through the roof. Hank gets FOMO and goes against his instincts. He buys the stock. and then a minute later, it crashes. I've been there, Hank. Fortunately, Peggy sold her stock at the top, so they were able to at least break even. That was a close one. They almost lost their nest egg. You know, actually, the more I think about it, it is possible that Peggy selling her shares was the reason that started the sell-off. Good job, Peggy. For Bobby, he goes on a first date with Connie to an orchestra, but they fall asleep. They're all tired from pulling all-nighters. For their next date, they go to a trampoline park, but it results in Connie dislocating her shoulder. While in the hospital, Bobby wonders if he only has feelings for Connie because of the relationship they shared as kids, as he doesn't really know the new adult Connie. Luckily, she feels the same way, and the two agree to get to know each other more. I like that their story actually does have a thematic tie to Hank and Peggy's story, with taking the slow and steady method. A lot of the episodes in this season have like subtext that connect the A plot with the B plot. It's pretty clever, I'll give them that.
That sounds like a date. Oh, ow. Oh, sorry.
At the end, Hank traps a ton of feral hogs with the help of Peggy and the guys. With John Redcorn's land now free of feral hogs, he can steadily grow his red corn business, to which Hank and Peggy agree to invest in. Now, I want to take a quick moment to acknowledge the actor for John Redcorn, Jonathan Joss, who was tragically murdered only a few months ago. Rest in peace, Jonathan. You'll be missed. You know, it's sad how many of the original voice actors are now gone. If you're wondering where Luann and Lucky are, both of their voice actors, Brittany Murphy and Tom Petty, have passed away too. Now, we do see a picture of the two in the Hills living room throughout the show, which is a sweet tribute. From what I read, the writers have written them out of the show. But it still remains to be seen what happens to Gracie. Sorry, a quick tangent, but I wanted to bring that up. Rest in peace to them all. As far as episode 10 goes, I liked it. I dig the feral hog storyline, since they're a legit problem in Texas. It also works well with the stock FOMO and Mr. Strickland showing back up. It really gives me vibes to the original show, so well done. As far as Bobby and Connie go, I like the direction they took them in. It makes sense that they would be a little lost after being out of touch for so long. Now, I'm not quite sure how many years it's been, but long enough from the sounds of it. Overall, a good episode, but for a finale for a semi-story-driven season, it's a little weak. Like, this does not feel like a season finale to me. It just feels like a run-of-the-mill episode. To be honest, I suspect that Hulu ordered 20 episodes, and Disney and Hulu split the episodes into 2 seasons. They did the same thing for Futurama, so it makes sense they would do the same for King of the Hill.
So what do you say? How about picking up all my circuits for 20 episodes?
With an option for 20 more!
So, what are my overall thoughts about Season 14 of King of the Hill? I liked it. I don't love it, but I like it. At the time of writing this video, I've watched the new season about 3 times. I definitely think that the second half of the season is superior to the first though the first episode is very good. The second half was just funnier, and I was a lot more engaged with the stories. I looked to see how many old writers returned, and it was Greg Daniels, Mike Judge, and Norm Hiscock. 7 of the 10 episodes were written by new people, which isn't a bad thing, just something I noticed. But like I said earlier, what I consider the best part of King of the Hill has fundamentally changed. Bobby is an adult now. Sure, he and his dad still get into it with the beer competition and the charcoal, but Hank is now talking to his son as a man. Don't get me wrong, it feels so cathartic to see Hank treat Bobby with respect and to be proud of him. But season 14 is now lacking the tentpole character dynamic that made seasons 1 to 13 so memorable. In addition, Hank is no longer working at Strickland, and Luann and Lucky are out of the picture. So is Ladybird. It's entirely possible that the empty nest feeling is on purpose, and if so, okay, but where are you going with it? I think that's why episode 9 was so special to me. We got to see GH, but Hank was fathering a teenager again. That being said, GH is very different compared to Bobby as a teen. GH seems to be a typical, insecure, moody teenager. Whereas Bobby was a dork, outgoing, whimsical, and spoke what was on his heart and mind. For Hank, he was the straight man, old school, traditional, and someone who struggled to share his innermost feelings. That was the best part of the show. But it's not the same anymore. Luann and Bobby added so much levity to the show with their silly antics and personalities. One of those characters is gone now, while the other is more grounded as an adult. So yeah, there's a zany vacuum here, and Bill and Dale can only do so much. We also no longer have those stand-ins as a generational foil to Hank being a boomer. I miss that. That's why I hoped that GH would stay longer with Hank and Peggy, or that Gracie would eventually arrive. We need a young blood to add some liveliness to the show, because as it stands, it's a bit too serious and stale in my opinion. And in my opinion, not as funny. I like seeing Hank and Peggy struggling to find fulfillment in retirement. I like seeing Bobby grow as a young man and contend with his work and relationships. We have good material here. It's just missing some ingredients from the previous seasons, and it's noticeable to me. As far as the animation goes, it's serviceable, but it's definitely more stiff and not nearly as emotive. Like, compare an episode from season 14 to season 3, and you will notice the difference. Now, it's not a deal breaker by any means. The writing is what matters most, but it does bum me out. There are so many wonderfully animated scenes in the original show, and I don't see season 14 coming close to those same heights. I really was convinced that the new season was puppet animation, but according to one of the directors who worked on the show, it was, in fact, traditional animation done with Toon Boom Harmony. While that is the case, the animation techniques still look like they use a lot of tweening and shortcuts that visually remind me of puppet animation, resulting in a lot of the movements looking stiff and less emotive. No doubt, Hulu gave the animators an extremely tight budget, so I don't fault them for working with the limited time and resources they had. That being said, a majority of people won't care or even notice, but it's a downgrade to me. So, in summary, season 14 is solid, and it gets the job done. As with any adaptation, there have been some growing pains, but the spirit of the original show is still there, and I am very interested to see where the story goes. Yes, I have my criticisms, but I do appreciate that there is still so much love and consideration from the writers and artists to honor these characters and the core themes of this show. I am very hopeful that the show will continue to improve in season 15. Will we find out why Men and Con got divorced? Will we see Hank get a new dog? Will Bobby and Connie make it as a couple? Or will they break up again? Will Bobby become the new king of the grill? I imagine we'll find out in 2026, and I'm looking forward to it.
Promise me you won't leave again.
Not unless we can take Texas with us.
And that leads us to the final ranking for the entire show, all 269 episodes. And we're gonna do it from worst to best. For the record, it was challenging to rank season 14 alongside the rest of the series. In a way, it feels like a different show. Plus, the old seasons have the advantage of nostalgia. I'm also viewing the new season with a more critical lens. Now, I would not be surprised if my opinions about season 14 change over time, especially once season 15 arrives. But for the time being, I feel confident about the final ranking, and I can't wait to see everyone agree with me. Here we go. Hank's Bully, Bill Gathers Moss, Bad News Bill, The Patriot Act, Lost in MySpace, Glenn Peggy, Glenn Ross, Enrique Salable Differences, Born Again on the 4th of July, Lady and Gentrification, Uh-Oh, Canada, Bobby Ray, Dreamweaver, Earthy Girls Are Easy, The Honeymooners, After the Mold Rush, Nancy Does Dallas, Manger Baby Einstein, Uncool Customer, The Accidental Terrorist, Miss Wakefield, Peggy's Gone to Pots, Hair Today, Gone Tomorrow, Hank's Bad Hair Day, The Passion of the Retrieve, 6 Characters in Search of a House, Bad Girls, What You Gonna Do, Cheer Factor, The Courtship of Joseph's Father, Board Games, That's What She Said, Jumping Crack Bass, When Joseph Met Lori and Made Out With Her in the Janitor's Closet, The Year of Washing Dangerously, Pour Some Sugar on Con, The Powder Puff Boys, behind closed doors. You gotta believe in moderation. Sleight of Hank, Bill's house, junkie business, straight as an arrow. It came from the garage. No Bobby left behind. Hank's got the willies. The boy can't help it. A bill full of dollars. Serp Hunt, 24-hour propane people. Arlen City Bomber, Talking Shop, Mutual of Omabois, Lupe's Revenge, The Beer Story, Tears of an Inflatable Clown, Cops and Robert, Peggy's Pageant Fever, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret Hill, Chore Money, Chore Problems, Peggy's Fanfare, The Company Man, Hank Gets Dusted, Order of the Arrow, Hank Fixes Everything, Après Hunk Le Deluge, Bobby Gets Grilled, Lucky's Wedding Suit, Orange You Sad, I Did Say Banana, Flirting with the Master, Racist Dog, Edumacating Lucky, Dale to the Chief, Dia Bill Ikshak, Cicine Napa Un King of the Hill, Halloween, 3 coaches and a Bobby, Vision Quest, Girl, You'll Be a Giant Soon, Beer and Loathing, New Ref in Town, Hank's Back, Fish and Wildlife, Deconstructing Henri, Of Mice and Little Green Men, Arrowhead, King of the Anthill, Take Me Out of the Ball Game, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Alamo, Rodeo Days, Bobby on Track, Dog Gone Crazy, Peggy the Boggle Champ, I Never Promised You an Organic Garden, Bystand Me, Full Metal Dust Jacket, Pygmalion, 'Twas the Nut Before Christmas, The Texas Panhandler, Dale Be Not Proud, Spin the Choice, A Sounder Investment, The Miseducation of Bobby Hill, Stress for Success, Life, A Loser's Manual, Master of Puppets, Meet the Manger Babies, Smoking and the Bandit, Caretaking Care of Business, Rich Hank, Poor Hank, Trans-Fascism, Escape from Party Island, West East Side Story, Old Glory, Dogdale Afternoon, The Good Buck, Harlot Town, The Wedding of Bobby Hill, Death in Texas, Dale Tech, Just Another Manic Con Day, Any Given Hill Day, Hank's Cowboy Movie, Church Hopping, Business is Picking Up, Made in Arlen, It Ain't Over Till the Fat Neighbor Sings, Tanking It to the Streets, Megalodale, Pilot, It's Not Easy Being Green, 3 Days of the Condo, The Son That Got Away, Snow Job, The Final Shinsult, Flush with Power, Hank's Dirty Laundry, Plastic White Female, Traffic Jam, Red Corn Gambles with His Future, To Spank with Love, Return of the King, A Man Without a Country Club, Gone with the Windstorm, The Perils of Polling, What Makes Bobby Run, Kidney Boy and Hamster Girl, A Love Story, Hillenium, The Texas Skill Saw Massacre, Hank's Backstory, Fun with Jane and Jane, Bobby Slam, Be True to Your Fool, Death Buys a Timeshare, Square-Footed Monster, Hank's Choice, Moving On Up, I Remember Mono, I'm with Cupid, The Substitute Spanish Prisoner, Hank's On Board, Conscious Uncoupling, Little Horrors of Shop, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Clown, The Bluegrass is Always Greener, Queasy Rider, Luann Gets Lucky, The Men Who Knew Too Much, Peggy's Fade Outs, Yard She Blows, The Witches of East Arlen, Square Peg, High Anxiety, What Happens at the National Propane Gas Convention in Memphis, Stays at the National Propane Gas Convention in Memphis, Hank's Unmentionable Problem, Lucky C, Monkey Do, Luann Saga, Whoa, My Nose, Grand Theft Arlen, Happy Hanksgiving, Transnational Amusements presents Peggy's Magic Sex Feet, Not in My Backhoe, No Hank Left Behind, To Kill a Ladybird, Dances with Dogs, Pregnant Paws, Texas City Twister, Shins of the Father, Propane Boom, Peggy Hill, The Decline and Fall, Yankee Hanky, Strangeness on a Train, Now Who's the Dummy, Husky Bobby, Next of Shen, When Cotton Comes Marching Home, Peggy Makes the Big Leagues, Peggy's Headache, Bill of Sales, Revenge of the Lutefisk, Jumvetti presents Return to La Grunta, The Buck Stops Here, Father of the Bribe, Unfortunate Son, The Incredible Hank, Bills Are Made to Be Broken, The Exterminator, Soldier of Misfortune, Peggy's Turtle Song, Love Hurts and So Does Art, How to Fire a Rifle Without Really Trying, The Fat and the Furious, 3 Men and a Bastard, Torch Song Hilogy, A Beer Can Named Desire, Serves Me Right for Giving General George S. Patton the bathroom key, Sweet Smell of Excess, The Man Who Shot Kane Skretterberg, 4-Wave Intersection, Blood and Sauce, Good Hill Hunting, Life in the Fast Lane, Bobby Saga, The Sun Also Roses, The Redneck of Raimi Street, Naked Ambition, Raise the Stakes, My Hair Lady, Living on Reds, Vitamin C, and Propane, Bill, Bulk, and the Body Buddies, New Cowboy on the Block, Death Picks Cotton, Chasing Bobby, Keeping Up with Our Joneses, The Father, the Son, and the JC, The Trouble with Gribbles, Boxing Luann, 9 Pretty Darn Angry Men, Won't You Pee My Neighbor, Pretty Pretty Dresses, The Peggy Horror Picture Show, Patch Boomhauer, Hank and the Great Glass Elevator, An Officer and a Gentle Boy, Meet the Propaniacs, and They Call It Bobby Love, Bobby Goes Nuts, Returning Japanese, Part 1, The Unbearable Blindness of Laying, My Own Private Rodeo, Goodbye Normal Jeans, A Rover Runs Through It, Get Your Freak Off, Luann Virgin 2.0, Returning Japanese, Part 2, Hanky Panky, Wings of the Dope, Cotton's Plot, Reborn to be Wild, Night and Deity, I Don't Wanna Wait for Our Lives to Be Over, Suge Knight, To Sirloin with Love, Leanne Saga, Joust Like a Woman, A Firefighting We Will Go, Propane Boom 2, Death of a Propane Salesman, Aisle 8A, As Old as the Hills, Dang Old Love, Nancy Boys, and number 1, Oh Yeah!
I am the Mac Daddy of Heimlich County. I play it straight up, yo.
In conclusion, King of the Hill stands out as one of the greatest adult animated series of all time, and for good reason. It has iconic characters, hilarious writing, heartfelt stories, nuanced social commentary, unique character designs. But above all else, what stands out the most to me about King of the Hill is the show's capacity for kindness. Hank is a good man. Sure, he can be rough around the edges, a bit dated with his views and traditions. And obviously, he can be very uncomfortable when it comes to things he doesn't quite understand. You know, like Bobby. But the beauty of the show that sets it apart from others is the kindness of its characters and their ability to grow. For those who don't know, Hank Hill is based on a real person. Well, more like a group of people. According to Mike Judge, one of the creators of the show, a storm knocked down a part of his fence while he was living in Texas back in the day. But his neighbors came to the rescue and helped him to repair his fence.
Comes over and he goes, yeah, that's not going to work. You're going to have to take that post out. It's rotted. And I said, oh, okay. Then the other guy comes, Ron comes over. He's like, yeah, I got some concrete. And then the other guy, and after, like, I'd just woken up, like, the guy comes over with a wheelbarrow. Another guy has concrete and hose. And this guy, he goes, well, I've got a couple fence posts in my garage. Like, he already had them.
It's that kind of kindness and compassion that truly represents Hank Hill, and also the people of Arlen. Just average good folks working their 8 to 5s, having beer in the alley, and just living life. Hank isn't some redneck bigot. His father kind of is, but not Hank. He cares about integrity, hard work, and can be very caring. He went above and beyond to make sure Bill did not kill himself. He provided a home for his niece. Hell, he even confronted a pimp in order to save a woman who lied to him and his wife. Why? Because it was the right thing to do. Hank, Peggy, Bobby, and the majority of the cast are very good people who care for each other and their fellow neighbors. There's layers to these characters. There's kindness. There's sincerity. And that's what makes them stand out to me. Plus, it can be very relatable. As a kid, I never thought I would care about grilling meats and watching football. But my God, something changes inside of you during your mid-30s. I'll tell you what. Also, I know some folks will complain about topical subjects and modern technology making appearances in Season 14. But that has always been a recurring theme in the show. Game Boys, MySpace, boy bands, Grand Theft Auto, the MTV.
I just think if you don't read the newspaper and the only TV you watch is the MTV, you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Social commentary is one of the best parts of King of the Hill, since it's explored genuinely through its characters. So I'm not worried about that as far as the new season goes. Overall, I'm very excited for the future of King of the Hill. But as long as the writing is strong, I will be happy. After all, that is the greatest strength of the show. Excellent characters, fun stories, hilarious dialogue, and lots of propane and propane accessories. So here's to your return, Hank. You are a man who I admire and will most likely continue to be like as I get older. I just hope I'm worthy enough.
Saber, you have forgotten propane and so have forgotten me. Look inside yourself, Saber. You are more than what you have become. You must take your place in the circle of propane and propane accessories. Remember who you are. You are a mid-30-year-old man and the one true assistant manager. I tell you what.
He's right. I can taste the meat. Thank you, Hank.
Remember,